Chapter 1, What? I Have a Child. Haicheng, the headquarters of the Hongqing Group. The Hongqing Group has 16 buildings in the Haicheng Financial Center, all of which are the headquarters of Hongqing. In the meeting room on the top floor of Building 1 of Hongqing, the weekly meeting is currently in session. Su Hong is sitting in the first seat, looking at the weekly report data that has been submitted in front of him. He frowned, not very satisfied. Su Hong is 27 years old. In the 5 years since graduating, he has relied on luck and hard work to build Hongqing from scratch, and it has now become a well-known domestic enterprise. The Hongqing Group has many businesses, spanning real estate, technology, finance, the internet, clothing, and many other projects. The Hongqing Group has been able to get to where it is today thanks to Su Hong's boldness and sharp vision. After Su Hong had completed the accumulation of his original capital, he made a number of successful investments in the outside world, which made the Hongqing Group a well-known giant in China. Therefore, Su Hong's name is a god in the hearts of all the employees of Hongqing. Today's weekly meeting of Hongqing mainly discussed that not long ago, Hongqing acquired a domestic first-tier ready-to-wear brand such as The Wind, hoping to rely on the brand such as The Wind to squeeze its own clothing brand into the high-end luxury series. However, both the sales situation and the design style are not good. Su Hong shook his head and said to the person in charge of the current such as The Wind clothing, "Since we have acquired Ruweifeng, we don't necessarily have to use the Ruweifeng name to enter the high-end luxury industry. What we have acquired is Ruweifeng's production line, designers, and the Ruweifeng brand. Ruweifeng is a brand with a 20-year history, and for 20 years it has not been able to enter the high-end luxury industry. Now it is bankrupt and has been acquired by us, so is that okay? Without moving the Ruweifeng brand, we will create a separate collection, and I will personally oversee all the designs in this collection." Su Hong looked up at Zhang Xingtao, the head of the Ruweifeng clothing brand, with a stern gaze, putting Zhang Xingtao under a lot of pressure. Zhang Xingtao wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, nodded hurriedly, and told Su Hong with determination, "Chairman Su, don't worry, I can definitely create a new high-end luxury series for Ruweifeng within a month." After Zhang Xingtao finished speaking, he swallowed, and when he wanted to say something else, Su Hong's phone rang. Su Hong looked at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone and hesitated. Su Hong has two phones, one for work with countless business calls, and one for personal use that rarely rings. Especially now, during a meeting, if it were the work phone, Su Hong might choose not to answer if it were an unimportant call. But for the personal phone, Su Hong glanced at his assistant Zhou Shou, signaled Zhou Shou to chair the meeting, and then picked up the phone and hurriedly walked out of the meeting room. As he walked out of the meeting room, Su Hong answered the phone. He could only hear a faint female voice at the other end. The voice was gentle and soft, and it asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Is this Su Hong?" Su Hong recalled that the voice sounded familiar. Not many people knew his private number, so he replied, "Yes, this is Su Hong." "Who is this?" After Su Hong finished speaking, there was silence at the other end of the line. After a long while, just when Su Hong was about to lose patience, someone spoke, "Su Hong, it's Shen Manru. I really have no other way. I'm only thinking of coming to beg you." Shen Manru's voice became increasingly choked with sobs. She forcibly held back her crying, forcing herself to speak clearly, but she still couldn't stop the small sobs. "Su Hong, I haven't troubled you for the past 5 years, but Shengur is our child, she's dying, I beg you to save her." Shen Manru sounded desperate on the other end of the phone, and after she finished speaking, she was finally able to cry out loud. However, this short message of news hit Su Hong like a bolt from the blue, and he felt dizzy. "A child? What child?" Su Hong took a long time to digest these words before he reacted to their meaning. Shen Manru was someone that Su Hong knew, and it could be said that he not only knew her, but also remembered her vividly. Su Hong was a figure of some note during his 4 years at Haicheng University. He started a business as soon as he entered university, and after receiving angel investment and with the support of the university, he finally became a star in the eyes of his classmates. Shen Manru, on the other hand, was a bit more ordinary compared to Su Hong. Shen Manru was in the same class as Su Hong, but she was like a small invisible person in the class. Although she had a gentle appearance, she was not good at speaking and had a gentle personality, so she was always ignored. Such a girl actually liked Su Hong. Su Hong still remembered that when they were in college, at a class reunion, Shen Manru confessed her love to him. Her long, flowing black hair was tied up in a bun, and she was wearing a white dress. She kept her head down, afraid to look up. At that time, all Su Hong could see was that she had a circle above her head, and that she must have a very good personality. And then there was the fact that the girl's hair was so shiny, it was almost black. And the scent she wore was so nice. It was a sweet peach scent that made people's hearts tingle. In theory, if things had developed to this point, Su Heng's impression of her would have ended there. But business doesn't always go smoothly, and ups and downs are the norm in life. The stormy character Su Hong has also experienced Waterloo. When Su Hong graduated in his 4th year, due to poor management, the capital chain broke, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy. Even the Hot Search had written, the entrepreneurial star supported by Haicheng University was listed by the court as owing 10 million yuan in debt. A poor family really finds it hard to produce a talented son. At that time, Su Hong went from being a man of the hour to a dog with a broken home, hated by everyone. In order to get a bank loan, Su Hong got drunk and passed out, and he met Shen Manru again. The girl who made him feel so good the moment he saw her. That night, Su Hong didn't know what happened, but the fragrance of pink peaches lingered in his nostrils. When Su Hong woke up, there was nothing but a wisp of red on the sheets, a plastic bag containing 12,000 yuan in bills, and the fragrance of peaches all over the room. Fortunately, there was a note stuck between the bills and the bag, or Su Heng would have thought he had been slept with. The handwriting on the note was very neat, and even the small square inch of paper was full of the fragrance of peaches. Su Hong, you were my dream for 4 years of college. You are a very impressive name in my heart. You must work hard, be brave, and climb your way to the top. Prove to everyone that you can do it. Prove to those unscrupulous media that the poor will certainly produce a noble son. At that time, Su Hong held the note in his hands, his heart heavy and panicking. Su Hong remembered that drunken night, when he took the girl's hand and cried, crying that he had never expected life to be so difficult, crying out in mockery at the media, crying out at the capital that was so high and aloof, crying that he didn't even have the money to buy the cheapest cigarettes. So the 12,000 yuan wrapped in plastic became the only support that Su Hong had during those darkest days. Chapter 2, he has a 4-year-old daughter. Su Hong still has the note that Shen Manru left him in his wallet. It's yellowed with age, but it has always been there. For 5 years, Su Hong has kept the note that he tore off the hotel notepad very carefully. Su Hong had not failed to contact Shen Manru, but after graduation, Shen Manru returned to her hometown and severed all contact with her Haicheng classmates. Su Hong was sensible and also inferiority-stricken. At that time, Su Hong was in a precarious situation, so he never thought about asking someone to accompany him through the storm. This was the first contact in 5 years. The word child made Su Heng's scalp tingle, and his hand holding the phone trembled a little. He asked, Shen Manru, where are you now? I'll come over right now. No matter what happened, Su Hong only wanted to go over and see Shen Manru first. After Shen Manru on the other end spoke very quietly and gave an address, the two hung up. Su Hong stared at the caller ID on his phone, hesitated for a long time, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Unexpectedly, there would be a child between himself and Shen Manru. Su Hong sent a message to his assistant Zhou and left Hanxing first, driving to the address Shen Manru had given him. Fortunately, the address Shen Manru had given Su Hong was in Haicheng, so Su Hong was able to get there quickly. On the phone, Shen Manru's voice was desperate and helpless, and the name Shengyur was even more heart-wrenching, making Su Hong nervous and scared. If, after that night, Shen Manru had a child, then why didn't she come to find him? Su Hong could hardly imagine how a woman could raise a child on her own. She got pregnant out of wedlock, and had to withstand all the gossip and rumors, and yet she was able to raise a child. Su Heng's hands were sweating as he gripped the steering wheel. His heart was pounding like the engine, and he felt like he was going to explode. He had so many questions, but there were no answers. As Su Hong drove alone to the address Shen Manru had given him, Zhou must have finished the meeting on the other end and called. As soon as the call connected, it was Zhou's alarmed voice. What? Boss, where did this child come from? Boss, don't lie to me. Boss, is this a scam? I'll arrange for a paternity test right now. The results will be available in 16 hours. Please don't promise anything to anyone. Zhou was beside himself with worry. With Su Heng's wealth these days, he didn't know how many women would want to cling to him. A child had appeared out of nowhere, so of course Zhou was worried. Su Hong turned down the car's music, his thoughts completely interrupted by Zhou. He kept an eye on the lane in front of him while talking on the phone. I'm driving to Dongcheng District. I've arranged to meet her at the coffee shop in front of Dongcheng Hospital. If you want to do some investigating, find out what happened to a girl named Shengyur. If I'm not wrong, Shengyur should be living in Dongcheng Hospital at the moment, age. Su Heng's voice trailed off a little as he said this, age 4. I'll be there in about 40 minutes, which means I need all the information I can get on Shen in the next 40 minutes. Su Hong drove very fast, and after hesitating for a long time, he continued to Josho on the phone. As for the paternity test, it can be done. 5 years ago, Su Hong felt guilty towards Shen Manru, but after 5 years of not seeing each other, Su Hong, who is used to all kinds of tricks, really needs a paternity test. The moment he received Shen Manru's call, Su Hong would do his best to rush there as soon as possible to help Shen Manru. However, when it comes to the child, Su Hong really needs to be serious. Josho, on the other end of the phone, agreed to go, but still advised. Boss, you can just let me go. There's really no need for you to make this trip. The company has so much waiting for you, not to mention that you don't even know if it's real or not. Besides, boss, you were in such a hurry that you didn't even call a driver, you just drove yourself there. What if it's a fraud? Josho was still rambling on. Su Hong smiled, without saying a word, turned on the turn signal, and then very softly interrupted Josho and said, "It's Shen Manru who's looking for me." The 3 words Shen Manru completely shut Josho up. Josho at the other end held up a phone, his eyes wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Josho was Su Hong's junior high school classmate, and college classmate. He has followed Su Hong since Su Hong started his business until today, so he knows too well what the 3 words Shen Manru mean to Su Hong. The girl who liked Su Hong for 4 years in college was pure to death, and she was also silly. The child is actually hers? Josho's eyes were about to pop out. Life is really magical. A coffee shop 800 meters away from Dongcheng Hospital. Shen Manru was wearing a thin jacket, her pale fingertips tightly grasping a cup of 8 yuan instant coffee, relying on the heat radiating from the cup to bring herself some warmth. It was already autumn, and the weather in Haicheng had also cooled down. Pedestrians on the street had begun to wear windbreakers and step into long boots. Inside the coffee shop, Shen Manru, sitting by the window, was wearing a cheap white t-shirt and a beige jacket with some loose threads at the cuffs. Shen Manru lowered her head and tried hard to pull the loose thread at the cuff, but she accidentally cut her finger, leaving a small blood trail, and the thread did not come out. This made Shen Manru even more nervous. Looking at her 1,000 yuan phone, which had been dropped several times and the screen was cracked, the word Su Hong in the call history seemed to be magnified infinitely. Shen Manru's eyes slowly reddened. Shen Manru hurriedly wiped her eyes with the back of her cold hand, looked out the window, and was nervous, scared, and yet looking forward to it. This was the first time in 5 years that Shen Manru had contacted Su Hong. It had been 9 years since the first time she saw Su Hong, back in college, and Shen Manru had been hopelessly in love ever since. Brave, sunny, and positive, Shen Manru felt that nothing was impossible with him. And yet Shen Manru was clearly a weak, inferior, and indecisive person, and she had fallen hopelessly in love with someone who was the complete opposite of herself. Shen Manru is not a fool. She gambled everything for a man and got pregnant before marriage. Unfortunately, after she left Haicheng, there was a major change in her family. By the time she learned that she was pregnant, she was already 4 months pregnant. At that time, when she looked at the unborn life in her belly, Shen Manru hesitated. This hesitation made Shen 4 years old and admitted to the Dongcheng District Hospital with stage 5 kidney failure. Chapter 3, Daughter's Kidney Failure, the two meet. Shen Manru smiled, perhaps this is retribution. Retribution for her own unwillingness, she ultimately chose to give birth to Shen, but instead, she made this child experience so much suffering. Kidney failure is divided into 5 stages, with the 5th stage being the end stage of chronic kidney disease. There are only 2 treatments, dialysis or a kidney transplant. Shen Manru graduated from university, but because she was taking care of her child, she could barely find a job that paid 4,000 yuan a month. However, this money was barely enough to pay for Guire's dialysis, and it was far from enough to pay for a kidney transplant. In order to save enough money, Shen Manru had already tried her best to save and scrimp, hoping to save up enough money to keep Guire alive. However, Guire's condition was getting worse and worse, and it was already time to urgently replace her kidney. Right now, there is not enough money, and there is no source of a kidney. Shen Manru held her phone tightly, her heart racing. She had never thought of contacting Su Hong again, and she didn't want to cause Su Hong any more trouble. When she gave birth to Shen, she had decided that would take her surname, Shen. This child had nothing to do with Su Hong, and she absolutely could not cause Su Hong any trouble. However, at the moment, she really had no other choice. Shen Manru gritted her teeth, her lips gradually turning pale. She was afraid that Su Hong would also have no way out, that it would be difficult for Su Hong, and even more afraid of burdening Su Hong, and even more afraid that Su Hong would not come. Time passed by minute, and 41 minutes had passed since she had called Su Hong. Shen Manru looked towards the window and saw a black Bentley slowly pull up to the curb. The large rectangular front grille was dignified and imposing, and the hood had been embellished with sloping lines on the left and right, giving it a luxurious aesthetic. Seeing the car, Shen Manru wanted to get up and run, but she held herself back for the sake of her daughter. Because the person who got out of the car was Su Hong. Shen Manru thought that Su Hong would definitely succeed in his career, and that he might borrow more than 300,000 yuan for himself. She had even prepared the loan receipt, and with the interest added, she definitely could not owe Su Hong. However, Shen Manru did not expect that when Su Hong came, he also made her see such a big gap between the two of them. It was not until this moment that Shen Manru realized that in the 5 years since graduation, the gap between herself and Su Hong had become worlds apart. Su Hong wore a high-end suit tailored by an old craftsman, straight and upright, with a Patek Philippe with a Breguet digital dial on his wrist, introverted yet flamboyant. This outfit made Shen Manru feel that the thread at the cuff of her sleeve looked even more jarring. Su Hong saw Shen Manru sitting by the window as soon as he got out of the car. Time traveled back 5 years to the girl who smelled of peaches. The girl who bowed her head and wore a white dress. And also the girl who, at the moment, was seeing him and was nervous and wanted to run. Su Hong pushed open the glass door of the cafe and thought about the information about Shen Guer about to come from Zhou Shoufa. Shen Guer, Shen Manru's daughter, is 4 years old. Since the age of 2, she has been diagnosed with kidney failure and needs dialysis every month. As she grows older, her condition does not improve. She is now in a very dangerous state, and a kidney transplant may be the only way for her to survive, otherwise she will not live past the age of 8. Zhou Shou sent over a lot of information about Shen Guer, but Su Hong did not have time to read it all. When Su Hong saw that Shen Gui attended Haicheng Happy Tree Kindergarten, the information said that because her mother worked and she had no father, Shen Gui was the last child picked up every day. When Shen Gui was teased for not having a father, it was as if a needle had pierced Su Hong's heart. Su Hong adjusted his smile a little before slowly approaching Shen Manru's seat and sitting down. Shen Manru tugged at the cuff of her sleeve, looked at Su Hong with extremely uneasy round eyes, and opened and closed her mouth for a long time, not knowing what to say. Su Hong saw this and thought about the information in the file that said Shen Manru was single, and his smile became even gentler. He glanced at the coffee in front of Shen Manru, took it casually, and drank most of it before Shen Manru could react. He put down the coffee cup and let out a long, relieved sigh. "You scared me to death. I've been on the road for a long time and I'm thirsty." One action, one sentence, finally eased Shen Manru's initial awkwardness, and also eased the distance between the two that had spanned 5 years. Su Hong set down the coffee cup and finally had time to take a good look at Shen Manru, just as he had back then. Except that the soft little face was even paler, and even her lips had lost some color, making the whole person look extraordinarily thin. However, the peach fragrance remains. After Su Hong sat down, he began to feel a sense of foreboding again. He was afraid that if Shen Manru had not contacted him this time, he would never have known about the lives of the mother and daughter. Fortunately, he was now sitting with Shen Manru again. Well, it could be considered lucky. "Let's go, accompany me to see Guire." Su Hong got up, took off his jacket, and draped it over Shen Manru's shoulders. He said casually, "You probably haven't been back to Haicheng in a long time, so you don't know how cold it's been recently." After saying that, Su Hong got up and left first. He thought about the information given by Zhou Shou. The dialysis cost 2,800 yuan per month, but Shen Manru only earned 4,000 yuan per month. Walking out of the coffee shop, Su Hong shivered in the cold wind blowing in his face. It was really cold this season. Shen Manru didn't know what she was thinking, just her eyes red with tears. She dumbly put on Su Hong's suit jacket and walked out of the coffee shop foolishly. It wasn't until she was sitting in the passenger seat of the car that Shen Manru seemed to come to her senses. She looked up at Su Hong, and big tears fell. She held her neck with all her might and said to Su Hong, "Are you married?" It took a lot of courage for Shen Manru to say those words, but she had to ask. If Su Hong was married, how much sadness would she bring to Su Hong's wife by barging in like this? Shen Manru quickly wiped away her tears. After saying that, she lowered her head again and said in a firm voice, I just want to borrow some money. You don't need to go see Guire. It's okay if you don't want to lend it to me." Shen Manru was extremely scared and panicked. The warm air in the car was blowing gently, but it made her feel extremely awake. The delicate leather touch in the car made Shen Manru once again realize the gap between herself and Su Hong. Her momentary confusion had resulted in the birth of Shingor, and it had also made a world of difference between her and Su Hang. She didn't have the courage to face him. Shen Manru took off the shirt draped over her shoulders and held it carefully, wanting to return it to Su Hang. Once again, she lifted her eyes, hiding the emotions in her eyes very well. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you for coming to see me. I was just so scared, that's why I wanted to call you. 5 years, 1825 days, and more than 20,000 times I pressed the red button on the phone before it finally connected this time." Chapter 4: Shingor in the hospital. Su Hong didn't pick up the laundry, but just started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away before saying, "I'm not married. Also, I don't think the name Shingor is nice, and I plan to change it to Su Gyur." Su Hang is not someone who insists that their child take their surname, but he said this to reassure Shen Manru. Seeing that Shen Manru had sat down properly only after the car had started, he continued, "Shen Manru, let me make this clear to you. Don't fill your head with all sorts of nonsense all day long, making me out to be a heartless man. Even if you were pregnant at the beginning, and you came to me, would I let you have an abortion, or would I not take responsibility for this? Every time you would run away, that night you ran away too, and you ran away even when you had the baby. Do you think it's a novel where the wife runs away with the ball? I'm finally warning you once, stay put so that I can find you at any time, don't go around all day long, and if you give me a hard time again, I'll really forget about you. Forget about you completely." Su Hong didn't say this, he just turned his head and glared at Shen Manru so that she could feel his anger. So stupid. Su Hong felt distressed. With a monthly living expense of 1,200 yuan, Su Hong simply couldn't imagine what kind of life this mother and daughter had been living for so many years. Until now, Su Hong had deliberately ignored Shen Manru's thinness. In college, Shen Manru was as round as a piece of fine jade. Her small face had some baby fat, and her arms, exposed by the dress she was wearing, were like a round piece of white lotus root. Now, however, she was terribly thin. Her round face is gone, and her waist, which clearly shows that she has given birth, is so thin that it looks like it will collapse in the wind. Seeing that Shen Manru still wanted to say something, Su Hong became even more angry and said sternly, "Don't ever mention borrowing money again, or I'll really be angry." Shen Manru's eyes reddened even more, and she leaned back on the passenger seat. She looked out the window for a long time before nodding apologetically at Su Hong and speaking very quietly. "I know. Dongcheng Hospital, the nephrology department is on the 6th floor of the inpatient department." Su Hong walked in front, and Shen Manru, wrapped in Su Hang's suit, walked slowly behind him. The closer they got to their daughter's ward, the slower Shen Manru walked. 607, bed 3, even if you don't lead the way, I know where Su Gyur is." Su Hong glanced at the slow-moving Shen Manru, who kept her head down, and sighed. Is she chickening out again? So he pronounced the name Su Gyur very heavily. Shen Manru stopped, looked up, and looked at Su Hong with watery eyes, hesitant. She stuttered a little because she was nervous, and said, "Su Hong, why don't you not go in, my mom is here." Shen Manru was really afraid that after Su Hong went in, Zhang Aimei would scratch his face. When she was pregnant, Shen Manru did not reveal Su Hang's name even when her mother, Zhang Aimei, repeatedly pressed her for the name. An angry Zhang Aimei kept shouting that she was severing her relationship with Shen Manru. It was not until Shen Manru gave birth that Zhang Aimei reluctantly accepted this granddaughter. Shen Manru was delivered by cesarean section. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was Zhang Aimei sitting nearby, wiping her tears away. In the past 4 years, after deducting the dialysis fees, she only had about 1,000 yuan left for living expenses each month. If it weren't for her mother's support, Shen Manru really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Thinking about this, Shen Manru felt extremely unfilial. Her father was seriously ill, the family didn't have much money, and Zhang Aimei had to take care of her father while also worrying about herself. Now, for the sake of Shinggyur's illness, Zhang Aimei has secretly cried many times, but she still puts on a face of being fine. Thinking about this, Shen Manru was really afraid that Su Hong will go in, and Zhang Aimei, with anger overwhelming her, will definitely have a conflict with Su Hong. All of this is obviously because of her own reasons, and the mistake is not at all Su Hang's. Shen Manru saw Su Hang's expression becoming more and more serious, and she was afraid that he would scold her again like he did in the car. She took a few steps forward, quietly tugged at Su Hang's shirt sleeve with her outstretched hand, and kept her head down, afraid to say a word. Su Hong knew exactly what Shen Manru was thinking. If his daughter got pregnant before marriage and raised the child alone for 4 years, he would probably beat the man to death, to say the least. Su Hong sighed, rubbed Shen Manru's head, and said, Shen Manru, no matter what happens next, we have to face it and solve it one by one. It's not a good habit to avoid problems. After Su Hong finished speaking, he placed the cold hand that was tugging at his cuff into the palm of his hand. After shaking Shen Manru's hand, he made up his mind and walked into Ward 607. Ward 607 was a general ward with 4 beds in total. Su Hong saw Shen Guer immediately. She was small, sitting obediently on the bed. The sun shone on the bed, and Shen Guer was quietly munching on an apple. Apart from her yellowish hair, the little girl really looked like Shen Manru. She was wearing warm home clothes, the material of which was much better than the clothes Shen Manru had bought for herself. However, she is too thin and too pale. Su Hong looked at the little girl who should have been 4 years old, but she looked very small, and there was not much flesh on her face. The more Su Hong looked, the more his heart ached. If Shen Guer was a smaller version of Shen Manru, then Shen Guer's eyes were exactly the same as Su Hang's. Su Hang's heart was beating violently, and the speed of his heartbeat was frighteningly fast. Just one glance made Su Hong feel like his whole body was burning, and his blood was boiling furiously. Su Hang's hands trembled a little. Sometimes you can't help but marvel at the affinity of blood in destiny. Just one look, and you can feel that this child seems very kind and important. Shen Guer saw Shen Manru behind Su Hong, and her eyes suddenly revealed the shape of stars. She smiled happily, opened her arms wide, and said in a small, tender voice to Shen Manru, "Mom, give me a hug, I've missed you." Su Hong hurriedly rushed forward, trying to reach out and pick up Shen Guer in his arms, when he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom in the ward. With a creak, the dilapidated bathroom door in the general ward was opened, and a middle-aged woman in her 50s, wrapped in a sweater jacket, holding some washed grapes, said with a smile, "Are you hungry for grapes? Grandma washed them really clean for you." After Zhang Yimei finished speaking, she realized that her daughter had brought an unfamiliar man to the hospital and was just about to nod and greet him. However, as soon as she saw the strange atmosphere between the unfamiliar man and her daughter, Zhang Yimei's heart sank. Chapter 5, In the Last Hour, Is It That I Must Give Up? Zhang Yimei placed the grapes on the bedside table next to her daughter's bed, looked at her daughter Shen Manru, and glanced at Su Hang. In Zhang Yimei's heart, there were 2 people she hated the most. And one of them was the little rascal who had ruined her daughter. Over the past few years, Zhang Yimei has been trying to find out who the little rascal is, but unfortunately, her daughter's mouth is like a sawed-off gourd, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't pry anything out of her. Unfortunately, in the past 5 years, her daughter hasn't even had a single opposite-sex friend, so even if Zhang Yimei wants to suspect someone, there's nowhere to start. Today, this man suddenly appeared, and he was even brought to the hospital. Zhang Yimei cleared her throat, her eyes full of scrutiny, and deliberately asked, "Manru, is this your friend?" Su Hong was about to say something, whether it was to take responsibility or to be caught red-handed. Su Hong felt that he had to take responsibility for this matter, but was interrupted by Shen Manru behind him. Shen Manru rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Yimei's arm, and walked out, muttering as she walked, "Mom, don't you want to know what happened? I'll explain it to you. Let's go out and talk about this." So the mother and daughter walked out of the ward, leaving Shen Guer with her mouth open, staring at Su Hong stupidly, and forgetting to eat the apple in her hand. After a long while, Shen Guer smiled at Su Hong, revealing her 2 cute front teeth, then turned around and took a bunch of grapes from the bedside table, handing them to Su Hong. In a small, baby voice, she said, "Uncle, eat the grapes first, I'll get you a drink." Shen Guer just wanted to go downstairs and get the juice under Su Hang's bed, but Su Hong stopped her. When Su Hong held Shen Guer's soft little hand, his heart trembled even more. It was amazing that such a soft and tender little hand was actually his child. Su Hong wanted to reach out and touch Shen Guer's face, but he was afraid of scaring her, so he finally held back. He just tried to look friendly and said with a smile, "Daddy doesn't want any water, so just sit here quietly, okay?" Su Hang's throat moved, and he finally swallowed the words daddy and dad. But when he looked into Shen Guer's eyes, which were like stars, he felt a little impulsive inside, and really hoped to gain the child's approval. Just then, Shen Guer's attending physician arrived. Shen Guer's attending physician was a middle-aged man in his 30s named Songwon, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. He was followed by 2 intern doctors. He walked up to Shen Guer's bedside, a little puzzled after not seeing Shen Guer's family, and asked in a kind tone, "Guer, where is your mother and grandmother?" Songwon felt very sympathetic towards this single mother and daughter, especially since Shen Guer was still so young and had fallen ill. The medical staff in the nephrology department, under Songwon's leadership, had all donated some money to Shen Guer for dialysis. So Shen was no stranger to Songwon. After all, this doctor had treated her for 2 whole years. However, Su Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat on the chair next to him, sizing up this Dr. Song, mainly because this Dr. Song seemed to have other things on his mind. Su Hong didn't wait for Xing to speak, and he got up and said to Songwon, I am also Guaye's guardian, so if the doctor has anything to say, you may as well speak directly to me. Su Hong smiled, and Shen Manru was seen by outsiders as a single mother, so it was understandable that someone would pursue her, but there was no time to waste in declaring sovereignty. Songwon was obviously taken aback for a moment. After looking at Su Hong very seriously, he nodded and said, It's like this, Guer wanted to undergo a transplant before, but she couldn't find a suitable kidney source. But now, surprisingly, there is finally a suitable kidney source. If you need a transplant, you need to do it as soon as possible. Songwon frowned. He really admired a strong woman like Shen Manru, but since she had a partner, he should know when to quit. Songwon accepted the situation quickly, but because of Shin Gui's young age, he still felt sympathy for the Shin family and wanted to help in any way he could. But even if he felt sympathy, there were many things he couldn't control. For example, money. To replace the kidney, the handling fee alone is at least 200,000 yuan, not including the subsequent rejection due to incompatibility, which will require more money for treatment. But the bulk of the cost of a kidney transplant is not just the handling fee, but also the cost of the kidney source, 180,000 yuan. Add the cost of medicine, and these add up to at least 400,000 yuan. Songwon Gang was about to invite Su Hong to his office for a private chat when Xingui, who was sitting on the bed with a transparent white complexion, whispered, Uncle Song, I know what you want to say. Xingui had a sly look on her face, her starry eyes twinkling as she looked at Songwon Gang seriously and continued. Uncle Song, I'm not going to change. It costs too much money, and my mother doesn't have any money. My mother works hard. The little person, with stars in her eyes, could not express herself clearly, but it made the doctors there feel a little sad. Su Hong also understood what Xingui meant. Looking at the little girl sitting on the bed, his eyes filled with kindness. Su Heng's heart suddenly felt a little blocked. He rubbed Xingui's furry head and wanted to tell her that it was okay, that her father had a lot of money. When Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei entered, Zhang Aimei's eyes were red and full of red blood, obviously she had just cried. I don't know what Shen Manru just told Zhang Aimei. Zhang Aimei just glared at Su Hong fiercely when she came in, and then she didn't say another word. And when Shen Manru saw Dr. Song and the others, she was a little panicked. She had just heard what Dr. Song said, but she had also talked to Dr. Song last time, and at least 400,000. This 400,000 yuan is like a great divide, spanning life and death. Shen Manru walked up carefully, her voice shaking a little. Dr. Song, is there a kidney source? Songwon nodded helplessly. He is a doctor, and although his duty is to save lives, he is not able to pay such a large sum of money. Songwon looked at the young girl in the sunlight, and his heart felt a little sad. A patient at Huaxing Hospital who was in the same period as Guyer also needs a kidney, but because you registered first, we will ask you first. If you do not pay the full fee within an hour, you will have to give up this kidney source. However, because Guyer is too young, it is not easy to find a kidney source that matches her. In other words, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this one, Shin Guer's condition will be completely delayed. This sentence made Shen Manru almost unable to stand, and even Zhang Aimei felt dizzy. Zhang Aimei's tears flowed out immediately, and she wiped her eyes with trembling hands, wanting to say something, but the family really had no money. In the past, in order to treat her husband's illness, the family even sold the house. Now, where can they get this money in an hour? Chapter 6, Transferring to Another Hospital. The entire ward fell into a silence of sadness, except for Shin Guer, who was smiling sweetly in her hospital bed. She didn't want to have a kidney transplant, she just wanted her mother to be happy. Su Hong looked at Shin Manru's scared and pale face, and it didn't make him feel any better. For the past few years, I'm afraid this is the kind of life this mother and daughter have been living, constantly worried and afraid. They don't know if they can make it to the next day. Well, first of all, I want to thank this Dr. Song for taking care of my daughter. But before I came, I had already arranged for Guyer to be transferred to another hospital, and it was decided that we should be the one to get the kidney. Su Hong glanced at the message on his phone. Zhou Shou told him that the ambulance from Huaxing Hospital had already arrived, so Su Hong said to Songwon, Please go through the transfer procedures, Dr. Song. The ambulance from Huaxing is already downstairs. Songwon froze for a moment, and just as he was about to say that he was Xingui's attending physician and knew her condition, he suddenly thought that if Hua Xing hadn't made the effort to find a kidney for Xingui, it would have been impossible to find a match. Hua Xing had asked if they could help out for humanitarian reasons, but the kidney was mainly obtained through Hua Xing's connections. Huaxing Hospital can be said to be the best hospital in Haicheng, without exception, and it is even more famous in the country. But this hospital is also a well-known private hospital, and both the treatment fees and hospitalization fees are ridiculously high. Someone thought about the doctor who wanted this kidney source this time, and he was still a well-known domestic nephrology expert, and couldn't help but take another serious look at Su Hong. Well, I can't tell the brand of the suit, but it should be very expensive based on the material. Well, the watch he's wearing, I can't tell much about it either, but it must be expensive too. Someone felt a little relieved, not because of the money, but because the poor child would finally be saved. At this time, Someone didn't think about his feelings for Shen Manru, but simply felt that it was really good that Xinguo's father was able to save the child. While Someone was still in a daze, a group of doctors came in behind him with a flurry. Leading the way was a gray-haired old man, the dean of Dongcheng Hospital, followed by several vice deans and people from the medical department. When the dean saw Su Hong, he was full of smiles, eagerly trotting a few steps forward, beaming and saying, "President Su, you're here, why didn't you say anything? If Hua Xing hadn't come to pick you up, I wouldn't have known you were here. Have you seen the building that your company donated last year? Let's go, I want to spend some time with you today." Su Hang smiled and greeted the dean, then introduced his daughter Xingui to the dean. "I'm afraid that's not possible today. Hua Xing came to pick up my daughter, and her condition can't be delayed. I'll definitely invite the dean to have a few drinks with us some other time." The dean then noticed Xingui in the bed and praised her. After the praise, he could only watch as the daughter of the god of wealth was sent to another family's ambulance. It was not until the ambulance had left that the dean waved his hand and glared at Song Wendao. "Song, you really are useless. If you had kept the god of wealth, our hospital's funding would have increased a lot, and the patients would have benefited. You're so stupid." The dean scolded and walked away. In fact, he knew in his heart that the person had hired the leading surgeon at Huaxing, and Song was far from being on the same level as that person. Alas, it's good to be rich. If I had known, I would have run faster. Maybe I could have made a fortune. Su Hong drove Shen Manru there, while Zhang Yimei accompanied Xinguo in the ambulance. Zhang Yimei's head was spinning until she got out of the ambulance and was escorted into the VLP single room by a specialist. As the most expensive private hospital, Huaxing Hospital has its reasons for charging high prices. For example, the 80 square meter suite is magnificent. It has a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, with one of the bedrooms being used for the bedside companion to rest in, and a parlor for entertaining guests, complete with calligraphy. All of this made Zhang Yimei feel a little unreal. She held Xinguo's small body and patted it, a little suspicious of what had happened. As for taking care of Xinguo, the hospital had also arranged for 3 nurses to work shifts. Right now, one of the nurses would take Xinguo to the admission examination, and Zhang Yimei was worried and followed behind. Because they were VLP patients, they enjoyed privileges, and they entered the VLP examination room, where they could be examined as soon as they arrived. The nurse taking care of Xinguo was a young woman called Zhao Tian, about 20 years old, with a youthful and pleasant appearance. She was very gentle with Xinguo and also very respectful towards Zhang Yimei. Zhang Yimei felt dizzy accompanying her through the examination, and really couldn't help it, and even wanted to get some information from Zhao Tian. But in the end, she didn't know what to ask. After all, Su Hong played this trick, letting Zhang Yimei know that Su Hong was not an ordinary person. After all, Su Heng's play has made Zhang Yimei realize that Su Heng is not an ordinary person. Zhang Yimei now feels that she needs to tolerate her son-in-law for a while. Her daughter said a few words when she pulled her out earlier, the first being, "It was your daughter who forced the other person, taking advantage of the other person being drunk." The second sentence was even more frightening, "He didn't even know I was pregnant. After that night, I broke off any contact with him, and he knows nothing about it." Those 2 sentences made Zhang Yimei's blood pressure skyrocket. She couldn't help but lean against the wall and tremulously asked her daughter if Su Hong had married yet. But Shen Manru, that damned girl, said something so unfortunate. "He's not married yet, but at the time he did have someone he liked. I wonder how he and that person are doing now." Zhang Yimei was furious at this remark and wanted to go into the hospital room and drag Su Hong out. Zhang Yimei had already thought it through. First, she would give Su Hong a good scolding, get to the bottom of things, and if he didn't want to take responsibility, she would tell him to get lost as soon as possible. But Zhang Yimei sighed, as plans never work out. Looking at everything in front of her, her granddaughter was saved, and it was all thanks to that little bastard. But, as her daughter said, if the little bastard has someone in his heart, what her daughter did was indeed immoral. Now she owes the little bastard such a big favor, what should she do? Anyway, you have to do the right thing, you can't do anything bad. When Gora gets better, you'll explain to people that the money you owe them has to be paid back, but you don't want to really burden them. You don't want to make your daughter unmarriageable. But Zhang Aimei started to worry again. Looking at the hospital room and the treatment, could she afford it? She now even hoped that the little bastard would really become her son-in-law. Chapter 7, Are You, after all, Ware's father? Shen Manru was once again sitting in Su Hang's car, with tears still on her face. She looked at Su Hong with disbelief, her eyes blinking. Su Hong, will helping me like this affect you? Su Hong had just finished arranging things for Zhou Shou, and he didn't quite understand what Shen Manru meant. He glanced at Shen Manru, a little puzzled. Shen Manru kept her head down, worrying about Shen Gyur's condition on the one hand and whether Su Hang's taking out this money would affect him on the other. Her voice was very small and a little shaky. I'm afraid you'll have financial difficulties. After Shen Manru said this, Su Hong laughed. He looked at Shen Manru and thought that although he didn't keep in touch with his university classmates, he had always been legendary at Haicheng University, and most of his former classmates knew who he was now. Why does Shen Manru seem to really know nothing? Su Hang is a little suspicious of his own Hangxing group, wondering if it is really not very well known. Could it be that his face, which often appears in the financial press, really goes unnoticed? Shen Manru, even if you are relatively uninformed, I know that you have actually been staying in Haicheng for the past few years. Do you know that there is a company called Hangxing in Haicheng? Shen Manru quickly nodded, like a child, beaming with joy. I knew you were amazing. Hangxing is a big group, and you can work for this company, that's awesome. For Shen Manru, Hangxing Group is an unattainable giant enterprise. She once wanted to go to Hangxing for an interview, but unfortunately, she couldn't pass the work experience hurdle. Hangxing either recruits inexperienced fresh graduates or experienced veterans. For a woman like Shen Manru, who has wasted her time having children and has zero work experience, Hangxing won't hire her. So Shen Manru thinks it's great that Su Hong can work for such a company. And from the car Su Hong drives and the way he dresses, Shen Manru thinks Su Hong must have made a name for himself at Hangxing, and maybe he's even a senior executive. After all, the dean was so polite just now, calling him President Su over and over again, so Su Hong must have a promising future at Hangxing Group. The boy she dreamed about as a teenager is, as always, truly outstanding. Shen Manru's eyebrows and eyes curved, and she was delighted at Su Hang's success. In the end, Su Hong got stuck. He wasn't very good at driving, and he really couldn't figure out how Shen Manru's brain worked. He regretted not bringing Zhou Shou along. At least now he had someone to make fun of. Su Hong coughed, looked at Shen Manru helplessly, and really couldn't accept making fun of himself. He could only sigh and say, Shen Manru, I think understanding your husband's business is also a task you should do. If you have time later, would you please do some research on Hangxing and find out who the owner is? After Shen Manru obediently nodded, Su Hong drove all the way to the inpatient department of Huaxing and got off the car with Shen Manru. It wasn't until Shen Manru followed Su Hong to Shen Gyur's VLP ward that Shen Manru became nervous. She held onto Su Hong tightly and whispered, Su Hong, let's change wards quickly, this one is too expensive. Even if you are a senior executive at Hangxing, you can't waste money like this. Su Hong patted Shen Manru's small hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Huaxing is a private hospital owned by Hangxing, and employees like me get a discounted price. After Su Hong finished speaking, Zhao Tian, the nurse who had accompanied Shen Gyur to complete the examination, shivered. Zhao Tian secretly glanced at Su Hong and thought about the instructions from the top to take good care of the boss's daughter. A slight mistake could be more than just losing one's job. It could very well result in the revocation of one's license and make it impossible to work in the industry. At that time, Zhao Tian and everyone else were shocked. How could the boss of Hangxing have a child? How come no one knew about such big news? Wasn't it always said that the boss was single? However, Zhao Tian still took her job very seriously. She was both happy and scared to be able to take care of Shen Gyur. After all, taking care of the boss's daughter not only paid well, but also benefited her own career development. But what if this little princess was a tyrant, and she had to suffer? Fortunately, the little princess is well behaved and cute, and Zhao Tian is overjoyed. But when she took Shen Gyur to the ward, she ran into the boss, and Zhao Tian was scared to death. As it turned out, the boss actually said things like employee and welfare price to comfort the little girl. Zhao Tian rolled her eyes. She looked at the little girl next to the boss, who was gentle and friendly, and really pretty. But then she thought, inexplicably, that the little girl was a bit pitiful. She had obviously given the boss a baby, but no one knew about it. It seemed that the boss had deceived everyone and hidden his identity, so that the kind little girl had secretly given him a child. And the poor little girl, not only did she not know the boss's identity, she was also tricked by the boss and confused. Zhao Tian looked at the clothes on the little girl's body, which were thin and inexpensive, and felt even more that the boss was not a good person. The little girl had given you a child, and you are still treating her so badly. Capitalists are indeed all bad people. Zhao Tian had a lot of psychological drama, but she still took care of Shen Guer very seriously, while secretly despising the big boss Su Hang. Zhang Aimei, who had come in with her, looked a little embarrassed. She just smiled at Su Hong and didn't know what to say. Only Shen Gui looked at Su Hong with sparkling eyes, very happy. Zhao Tian had originally carried Shen Gui to the hospital bed, but Shen Gui got off the bed and walked step by step with her short legs to Su Hong, tilting her little head and looking at him happily. The two little horns on her head seemed to be swinging in the wind as she tilted her head up, looking even more lively. Shen Guier looked forward to hearing the answer to her question. Are you Guer's father? Is it true what mommy said, that you go out and fight bad guys and be Superman's dad? Superman's dad, you finally finished fighting the bad guys and come back to see Guer? Then, Daddy, are you leaving again? The little ball of flesh, with her eyes full of expectation and joy, the word dad was too unfamiliar to Shen Guer. All the other children in kindergarten had dads, but Shen Guer didn't. So the other children in kindergarten would gather around her and sing and dance. Shen Guer is an orphan, Shen Guer is unwanted. At that time, Shen Guer only dared to cry secretly, and she was even more afraid to tell her mother, for fear of making her mother sad. Her mother had said that her father was fighting the bad guys, so she did have a father. At the moment, little Guer was extremely happy. She no longer felt like the children were right when they said that she had a father. Are you, after all, Guer's father? Chapter 8, A System That Doesn't Give Rewards. Every question Shen Guer asked hit Su Hong straight in the heart. The 4 questions were one sadder than the other. Shen Manru in the hospital room already had tears in her eyes, and she used a tissue to wipe them away, afraid to look up and see the scene. Zhang Aimei also turned her head away, afraid that she would cry out again. Only Zhao Tian despised Su Hong even more, thinking that the little princess was too miserable. She wanted to hug the little princess and comfort her. So, Su Hong crouched down and tightly embraced Shen Gui in his arms. At this moment, Su Hong felt an infinite warmth, a sense of infinite accomplishment, and an indescribable sense of security. When he was fighting alone, he was never afraid, but now he was afraid that he would not be able to give this daughter a better life in the future. When he was full of honor, he was never proud, but now because of a few words from this little fleshball, his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Su Hong closed his eyes, afraid that someone would discover that his eyes had actually turned red. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy voice to Shen Gui. Yes, I am your father. I am back, and I will never leave again. I will always be with you. These words were not just for Shen Gui to hear, but also for Shen Manru to hear. However, Shen Manru became even more nervous. She wanted to say something, but due to the current atmosphere, she said nothing. Only Shen Guer was extremely excited. When she heard Su Hong say that he was her father, Guer, who had been beaming with joy, burst into tears. She wrapped her arms tightly around Su Hang's neck and cried out in a small, baby voice. Dad, Guer really does have a dad now. Dad, you can't come home so late anymore, Guer misses you so much. Shen Guer was crying her eyes out, her little face the size of a palm covered in tears. Su Hong was about to reach out and wipe the tears from the little treasure's face when suddenly there was a ding-dong sound in his head. Congratulations to the host, Su Hong, on officially recognizing his daughter, Shen Guer. As a cute human being selected by the system, Shen Guer has all the love of the system, so the host's mission is, in order to let Shen Guer grow up happy, safe, and healthy, the system will do its best to help the host. Detect what the host currently needs, detection time 1 minute. Award the host a novice gift package worth 100 million. After testing, it was found that the host does not need money, so the reward is cancelled. Award the host a Lamborghini worth 160 million. After testing, it was found that the host does not need a vehicle, so the reward is cancelled. Award the host a Thompson Riviera worth 200 million. After testing, it was found that the host does not need a luxury home, so the reward is cancelled. Reward cancelled. Hundreds of reward messages kept echoing in Su Heng's head, followed by cancellations, and cancellations. Su Hong was dumbfounded. The system? I still need to cheat in this life? Although I'm not the richest person yet, I'm almost there, and I still need the system's help? But then came the cancellations, which made Su Hong even more confused. Why don't I need it? I need it. This is all money, and it wasn't easy for me to earn it. A 160 million Lamborghini, I've never even driven such an expensive car. Su Hong was speechless, holding his precious daughter. He really wanted to cry together with her. A system appeared out of nowhere, and after all this time, it was just playing with him, for nothing. After hundreds of reward cancellation messages, the system finally dinged again. After 782 tests, the system will finally and absolutely grant the host a view of future major events. The reward is valid and will not be cancelled. On November 8th, the United States of Beauty will visit our country, and we will present them with our national treasure, a Suzhou embroidered cheongsam, produced by the Courtyard Group Textile Company. The Suzhou embroidered cheongsam instantly became an international hotspot, sought after by thousands, and it was the trend hotspot for 5 consecutive years. The ready-to-wear business under the Courtyard Group also went international as a result, becoming a top luxury brand. After the sound of the system resonated in Su Heng's head, Su Heng's eyes instantly became solemn. Wanqi is the leading enterprise in the city next to Haicheng. It started with garment manufacturing and spans multiple industries. However, Wanqi and Su Heng's Hongxing Group have conflicting interests in many business plans, especially after Su Hong acquired the Ruffing brand. Wanqi and Hongxing have become somewhat at odds. It's the end of September, and Su Hong has indeed not received any information about a visit from the United States. If they are really surpassed by Manru at that time, Hongxing will definitely be hit hard. This piece of information is really invaluable for Su Heng. There is still more than a month to go, so there will be more things that can be done. Su Hong also did not think about the 782 rewards that were cancelled by the system. He was full of excitement, picked up Xingguoru in one arm, and gave her a fierce kiss on her plump little face. As a result of this kiss, Xingguoru, who was still crying loudly and causing people to feel sad, suddenly covered her face, looked at Su Hong angrily, and said, "Dad, Mom said that men and women can't kiss, you can't kiss Guoru." Su Hong smiled, first agreeing with what Xingguoyu had said, and then after putting Xingguoyu on the hospital bed, he looked at Zhang Yimei. At Su Heng's signal, Zhang Yimei and Shen Manru followed Su Hong to the waiting room next to the ward. After ensuring a private space for the conversation, Su Hong was able to have a good talk with his mother-in-law. His daughter had recognized him, and he should take the initiative to face his mother-in-law. Su Hong was actually quite ashamed of Zhang Yimei. After all, he got someone else's daughter pregnant, and although he was forced to disappear for 5 years, he ultimately did not fulfill his due responsibilities. So, Su Hong thought about it, nodded to Zhang Yimei, and said very sincerely, "Mom, Manru should have told you about my situation. I will take responsibility for what I should, and I will not owe Manru anything. The bride price and the wedding will be done beautifully." Getting a marriage certificate and getting married was the only solution that Su Hong could think of. As for the immediate future, without a diamond ring, such an absurd marriage proposal was also considered to be no solution. As soon as Su Hong said this, Zhang Yimei's eyes, which had been full of worry, suddenly brightened. Just as she was about to agree, Shen Manru shook her head, lowered her head, but bravely came out to refuse. Her voice was very small, but it was also extremely resolute. "No need, Su Hong, I'm very happy right now, and as for those things, I'll leave them alone for now." Shen Manru's voice was like a mosquito's, her tears swirling in her eyes, but she was stubbornly saying things that made her feel sad. Because Shen Manru knew that Su Hong had once had someone in his heart, an excellent girl. She didn't want to become a burden to Su Hong, and Su Hong should go after his own happiness, not risk his whole life because of her wrong decision. Chapter 9. Su Hong, is there someone else in your heart? After Shen Manru finished speaking, an angry Zhang Yimei wanted to beat her own daughter to death, but in the end she held back, choosing to understand her daughter and not say a word. However, because of Su Heng's words, Zhang Yimei's anger inside eased a lot, and finally when she looked at Su Hong again, she had a better expression, no longer thinking that Su Hong was an irresponsible person. Especially the phrase "mom" made Zhang Yimei feel even more comfortable. Su Hong saw that Shen Manru had rejected him, and didn't think much of it. He just felt that he had been a bit rude. After all, he had proposed to her, and he hadn't prepared anything, not even a diamond ring. Plus, with his daughter's illness, this really wasn't a good time, so he would have to wait until later. Seeing that Su Hong had stopped talking, Shen Manru let out a small sigh of relief, but then she gave Su Hong a resentful look. She felt a little down inside, thinking that Su Hong really still couldn't forget someone. Zhang Yimei saw Shen Manru like this, and the anger inside her boiled. She just couldn't understand it. She was such a forceful person, but how did she give birth to such a slow-witted girl who was afraid to say anything directly? Zhang Yimei also saw Su Heng's puzzled expression, and her anger grew. She glared at Shen Manru and spoke quickly and directly. Su Hong, although you called me mom and made me very happy, my daughter said that you have someone else in your heart, so she will not step in as a third party. Even if something happened back then, it was only her recklessness and ignorance, and her own waywardness. But today, when you acknowledged Guire in front of her and then told me about the wedding, I feel that you should not be someone who can't sort out your own emotions. Since you called me mom, I, as an aunt, will take the liberty of acknowledging the title of elder. So I also hope that you can be honest with me and tell me whether there is someone else in your heart. If there is, I don't think you need to take on the responsibility for Guire and Manru. If you don't have anyone in your heart, you and Manru should talk things through properly. Zhang Yimei spoke with a solemn expression, her words both graceful and measured. But even her measured words made Shen Manru's cheeks turn red, and she glared at Zhang Yimei before turning to look at Su Hang. She opened and closed her small mouth for a long time before mustering the courage to continue where her mother had left off. Since her mother had started for her, it was indeed not a solution to just keep avoiding the issue. Shen Manru's watery eyes blinked slightly before she gathered her thoughts and said clearly. Su Hong, I know you've always liked Bing Bing, so I. Before Shen Manru could finish her sentence, Su Hong interrupted her directly, Bing Bing? Which Bing Bing? Is there someone called Bing Bing around me? Su Hong felt that he was now simply a face full of question marks, really unable to understand what Bing Bing was. After a long while, Su Hong finally remembered, looked at Shen Manru with disgust, and laughed. Are you talking about He Bing Bing? The words He Bing Bing were like an unavoidable bolt of thunder for Shen Manru, constantly exploding in her head. She had endless guilt about the words He Bing Bing. Shen Manru could only nod dumbly. Su Hong laughed, reached out and dragged Shen Manru up, and said to Zhang Yimei. Mom, I'm taking Shen Manru, who doesn't know what she's doing, somewhere. You stay here for a while. I'll come back later to pick you up and go out to dinner with Guire. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yimei knew that her daughter was not in her right mind. There was indeed some misunderstanding. She hurriedly nodded and said. Su Hong had already spoken with the doctor, and the surgery for Shen Guire had been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Shen Guire would be accompanied by an assistant before the surgery, and all the necessary tests would be done. That was why Su Hong could now relax and focus on handling Shen Manru's case. Su Hong dragged Shen Manru into the car and, after hitting the gas, left the hospital. The car drove all the way to the city center, and Shen Manru asked a little nervously, Su Hong, where are we going? To see He Bing Bing. Su Hong wanted to smoke a cigarette, but since he was driving, he could only pretend to spit out a smoke ring and hum, Don't you want to know what my relationship with He Bing Bing is? I'll take you to see. Huaxing Hospital and Dongcheng Hospital are more than 30 kilometers apart, but Huaxing Hospital is close to the headquarters of Hongxing Group, about 8 kilometers away. This 20-minute drive felt like an eternity to Shen Manru. When it came to He Bing Bing, Shen Manru's only impression was that she was outstanding. The flower of the finance department was a graceful, long-armed girl with high emotional intelligence. Shen Manru liked Su Hong, and the flower of the department also liked Su Hang. Everyone at the university felt that the flower of the department and Su Hong were a natural pair, including Shen Manru's roommate. Student life was painful for Shen Manru. Everything was black and white except for Su Hong. Su Hong was the only color in Shen Manru's university life. When Shen Manru was young, her family was also of a superior background, which is why she was gentle and beautiful. Unfortunately, during her university years, Shen Manru's father's business went bankrupt, and he became seriously ill. The family even sold the house they lived in to pay for his medical treatment. During her university years, Shen Manru was really shabby and poor. The white dress in Su Hang's memory can be said to be Shen Manru's only decent clothes. As a result, Shen Manru, who was so poor, dared to confess her love to the lofty Su Hong, which attracted a lot of ridicule for a while. In the dormitory, others laughed at her for having no self-awareness at school, others would talk about her for being ignorant of her own limitations. But Shen Manru didn't feel that she was in the least bit wrong. How could there be anything wrong with truly liking someone? At that time, Shen Manru didn't know if Su Hong liked He Bing Bing. But when she met He Bingbing, it was when Shen Manru was working part-time at a coffee shop outside the school. He Bingbing was wearing an exquisite Louis Vuitton dress, her hair freshly done, and the smell of expensive perfume wafting from her entire body. She was surrounded by a crowd of people as she entered the coffee shop, and the eyes of her 2 or 3 girlfriends by her side were full of admiration for He Bingbing. Inside the cafe, the sunlight was blinding, and He Bingbing's smile was very generous and appropriate. He Bingbing shook her Cartier bracelet and, after paying the bill, glanced at Shen Manru briefly before smiling slightly. That smile made Shen Manru's love for him suddenly feel inferior. Chapter 10, The Melon-Eating Zhou Show. So, she was going to see He Bingbing again? Shen Manru really wanted to shake her head, because she didn't have the confidence. However, she was pulled into the car by Su Hong, and then inexplicably arrived at the financial center of Haicheng. Looking at the towering Hongxing building in front of her, Shen Manru wanted to cry. Shen Manru looked at Su Hong blankly and asked with a little grievance. He Bingbing, does she work at Hongxing too? With you? Su Hong looked at Shen Manru, who was about to say, see, I told you you had He Bingbing on your mind, and hastily said. Nonsense. Hongxing alone has more than 8,600 employees at its headquarters, and the rest of the branches and factories have more than 50,000 employees combined. Do you think I like all of them? Su Hong really wanted to give Shen Manru a knock on the head, but he finally restrained himself. The investigation that Zhou Shou was guarding not only had Shen Guer's, but also Shen Manru's. Because of the long time that had passed, the investigation data was also sent in gradually. Seeing the grievances that Shen Manru had suffered in college, Su Hong was also a little sad. Since she had suffered all the grievances, then he had to pull out the thorn in Shen Manru's heart about He Bingbing, no matter what. Shen Manru could only be led by Su Hong, and she entered the Hongxing No. 1 building like she owned the place. Normally, there are security guards in the lobby of Hongxing No. 1 building, and all staff need to swipe their faces for authentication when entering and leaving. Non-Hongxing staff are not allowed to enter. Even the pretty receptionist in the lobby only gave Shen Manru a quick glance and didn't take it seriously. After all, the people the boss brings don't need to register themselves, so it's got nothing to do with them. So Shen Manru entered the Hongxing building like this, and made her way straight in until she got into the elevator. Only then did Shen Manru dare to gasp for air, tugging on Su Hang's sleeve and saying, I knew that Hongxing group was very powerful, but I didn't expect the office building here to be so nice. Shen Manru followed Su Hong as the elevator went straight to the 15th floor. Su Hong said to Shen Manru, This is the finance department of Hongxing. The person in charge is Yan Hua, but Yan Hua was sent on a business trip earlier, so you won't be able to meet anyone today. Since entering the Hongxing building, Su Hong has become much colder. He is surrounded by people who greet him as Chairman Su, but he just smiles and nods, unlike the way he spoke to Shen Manru. Shen Manru quietly follows behind Su Hong, apprehensive and nervous. She may be intimidated by the atmosphere, or it may be that everyone's respect for Su Hong makes her feel a little uncomfortable. 15th floor, Hongxing Finance Department. Shen Manru was shocked the whole time after she followed Su Hong into the department. She was greeted by a 300 square meter office area with dual screen computers and large desks. No matter how magnificent the environment was, it was not as busy as this place with more than 100 people. He Bingbing was also in this office area. She was wearing a simple suit and tapping away at the keyboard. She was talking to a customer on the phone through a headset, mumbling something. Busy as hell, was Shen Manru's assessment of the office staff here. Su Hong looked around before remembering which one was He Bingbing. Then, when he took Shen Manru to He Bingbing's workstation, He Bingbing was still working with her head bowed. Su Hong had no choice but to reach out and tap He Bingbing's desk, which made He Bingbing look up. He Bingbing had a bare face, not as delicate as in the past. After looking at Su Hang in surprise, she hurriedly got up and politely said hello to Chairman Su. Her tone was a little respectful and a little distant. Su Hong nodded and then left the finance department with Shen Manru, choosing to go directly to the top floor. The elevator goes directly to the top floor. Using the elevator as a dividing line, on the left-hand side is a 400 square meter conference room, and on the right-hand side are Su Hang's office and Su Hang's assistant's office. After Su Hong took Shen Manru to the top floor, Zhou Shou stayed in his office, not daring to take a breath. He just kept staring at Shen Manru through the window. Zhou Shou's office was about 20 square meters, very spacious. There was a large bookcase against the wall, tightly closed and airtight. Zhou Shou looked out of the window with reluctance, then ran over to the bookcase, opened the door, and took a bag of potato chips. He began to eat potato chips and melon while he munched and couldn't help but comment, "Wow, that little silly girl is something, she got our boss to bring her here, amazing." There are 6 levels in the bookcase, and it is full of potato chips from all over the world that Josho has collected. So, although it looks like there is no one on the large top floor, in fact, Josho is watching the show while eating potato chips. Su-hong had long since seen the shadow of the person eating potato chips on the glass of Josho's office, and quickly brought the person to his own office. If the 300 square meter office area on the 15th floor can seat more than 100 people, then the 300 square meter office area in front of him is Su-hang's own office. It's so big that it's inhuman. Shen Manru is no fool. She sees all this and still doesn't understand. Where can an ordinary high-level employee sit in an office like this? She looked at Su-hong with round eyes and said incredulously, "You asked me to come here, do you want to tell me that hunching is yours?" Shen Manru's voice trembled at the end of her sentence. Is this the gap between herself and Su-hong? But it's only been 5 years. She thought back to 5 years ago, when Su-hong was drunk and a mess, and she helped him up while he kept muttering, "It's just because I'm poor, so you guys can play with me, right?" Shen Manru helped Su-hong into the hotel, and when she went to the bathroom to get some water, when she came back out, she saw Su-hong sitting on the floor crying. She was sad, helpless, and even more aggrieved. Shen Manru had never imagined that such an outstanding person could be so aggrieved and sad. In the past, Shen Manru had wanted to come to Hongqing for an interview and had also looked up information on Hongqing, but she had never associated Su-hong with Hongqing because she was afraid. Because, for someone to climb to this position in just 5 years, they must have suffered a lot of injustice and sadness. The Su-hong in the 300 square meter office in front of her suddenly became the same person as the Su-hong who sat in the hotel 5 years ago crying and feeling aggrieved. Shen Manru extended her white fingers, touched the corner of her eyes, then suddenly raised her head and smiled at Su-hong. "Su-hong, have you had a hard time over the past 5 years? A person with no background, no family history, and no help can make it in the world like this. In other people's eyes, it's called a child from a poor family who becomes successful, and starting from scratch. But in Shen Manru's eyes, there is a lot of pain. It turns out that these past 5 years have not been easy for either of us." Chapter 11, Shen Manru's Parents' Conversation. Su-hong had expected Shen Manru to ask a lot of questions, but he didn't expect Shen Manru to ask if it was hard for him. For a moment, the distance between the two over the past 5 years slowly melted away in the office. After a long while, Su-hong smiled and asked, "Do you still care about He Bingbing?" The sofa in Su-hang's office was specially ordered from Italy. The leather was soft, but Shen Manru sat very upright. She saw Shen Manru shake her head gently. From the moment she saw He Bingbing, Shen Manru's heart immediately calmed down. Over the past 5 years, Shen Manru had fantasized countless times that He Bingbing would be wearing a high-end evening dress, holding Su-hang's arm, and entering and leaving various occasions with poise. She had dreamed of this countless times, and in her dreams, He Bingbing's delicate smile would make her heart ache, and she would not be able to sleep well for many nights. In fact, Shen Manru did not care about He Bingbing. What she cared about was that she was not as good as He Bingbing, and she would not be able to accompany Su-hong. That night, she ran away because she was inferior. The long-standing distance made her feel even more inferior when she saw Su-hang. But the moment she saw He Bingbing, all of these feelings of inferiority vanished. It wasn't because He Bingbing was wearing no makeup, or because she was too busy to be graceful, but because of the respect and politeness that He Bingbing revealed on her face the moment she saw Su-hang. It was obvious that the two of them were not involved in anything. The girl she once thought was outstanding was only in her own mind. And Su-hong went to great lengths to bring himself here to see He Bingbing, which is actually the best explanation. Thinking about it again, it seems a bit pretentious. Shen Manru looked into Su-hang's eyes. What outsiders might see as cold eyes made Shen Manru feel warm. She nodded, slightly uttering an O. Huaxi Hospital, VLP ward. Zhang Yimei and her little granddaughter, Zhang Guier, looked at each other with big eyes. Although there were still 2 tear stains on Zhang Guier's little face, she was smiling and showing a row of small teeth. Her eyes twinkled as she said, "Grandma, I really have a father?" Obviously, Zhang Guier was still a little skeptical. Children don't know the good or bad of a hospital room, but the comfort in front of her made Zhang Guier's heart relax a lot. Zhang Yimei nodded, but her thoughts were elsewhere. It was only after a long while that she remembered that she could call her husband and chat about what was going on. They couldn't talk about it in front of the child, so Zhang Yimei ran to the other bedroom to make the call. 10 or so years ago, Shen Manru's family was still very wealthy. Zhang Aimei ran a small plastic factory with her husband, and the profits were very good. Shen Dahai was responsible for business contacts, while Zhang Aimei managed the books at the factory. However, because Shen Dahai had offended someone, the factory was taken over and went bankrupt overnight, leaving the family with nothing but a few walls and no money to send Shen Manru to university. But Shen Manru was a good girl, and with student loans and her own part-time work, she never caused her family any trouble. Until 5 years ago, Shen Dahai also suffered from kidney failure. In order to treat Shen Dahai, the family even sold their house. Although Shen Dahai recovered, their granddaughter became ill again. Shen Guer's illness over the past few years has made Zhang Aimei and Shen Dahai feel extremely guilty. Because both of them have kidney failure, Shen Dahai has always felt that Shen Guer's illness is a genetic disease caused by his poor genes. So in order to treat Shen Guer, Shen Dahai, who is not in good health, can only hang on. He delivers packages and does odd jobs in his hometown to save money for his granddaughter. Even Zhang Aimei, who only recently came to Haicheng, is accompanying her granddaughter in her treatment. The Zhangs have really suffered a lot for money. Now in this spacious hospital room, Zhang Aimei's heart has finally settled. She is very grateful to Su Hong, thanking him for appearing at the most critical moment to save her granddaughter. Zhang Aimei put the phone to Shen Dahai, and after 30 seconds, the call was connected. As soon as it was connected, she heard Shen Dahai cough. After coughing twice, he said with a smile on the phone, "Hey, Plum, what's up? Let me tell you, I delivered more than 200 pieces today, and I'll go to the boss to get paid later, and then I'll wire the money to you." Shen Dahai's illness should have allowed him to rest, but circumstances did not allow him to do so, and instead he was kept busy. However, no matter how tired Shen Dahai was, he would always be smiling when he spoke to his family. When Zhang Aimei heard her husband's smiling voice, her eyes felt sore. After a long time of preparing her emotions, she managed to smile back and say, "Shen Dahai, don't work so hard. Let me tell you something. The little hooligan you keep talking about in your sleep has appeared. Don't get excited. Your daughter told me today that it's not the young hooligan at all. Pa, it's not a young hooligan, it's Su Hong. It's not Su Heng's business at all, it's your daughter's business." Zhang Aimei was quick-witted and got the point across in a few words, including the luxurious hospital room in front of her and her obviously wealthy son-in-law. However, Shen Dahai didn't say anything, but Zhang Aimei continued to persuade him carefully. "Dahai, why don't you stop doing such tiring work? You still need to take care of your health." Shen Dahai sighed on the phone and said, "Aimei, the other person is so rich, and our family is no longer the same as before. Although our family can't compare with the other person, as the grandparents of Guer, we have to contribute some money no matter what. Don't worry, I'm not tired, I can still work. When I can't work anymore, I'll naturally take a break." After listening to what Zhang Aimei said, Shen Haidai's heart felt relieved, but deep down he was still extremely worried. No one can guarantee that such a wealthy son-in-law will really recognize his daughter. Not to mention that they haven't seen each other for 5 years, they have no emotional foundation, and they only have a child by accident. Shen Hai doesn't think that Su Hang is a bad person, he just wants to work harder to give his daughter and granddaughter more protection. Chapter 12, I'll tell you 2 things. Hunxing Group Finance Department. He Bingbing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 15th floor, watching every step that Su Hong took downstairs, and the way Shen Manru had to hurry 2 steps behind him. He Bingbing didn't take her eyes off him until Su Heng's driver arrived and the two got into the car. It really is just like before. He Bingbing took a YSL lipstick and colored her lips. He Bingbing still remembered a few years ago, when she was in college, Shen Manru liked to follow Su Hong around like this. At that time, Shen Manru had to run a little to barely keep up with Su Heng's pace. But at that time, only He Bingbing noticed that Su Hang would actually patiently slow down and wait for Shen Manru every time. These two are so annoying, showing off their affection even at the office. After fixing her delicate makeup, He Bingbing walked to the finance department pantry, poured herself an Americano, and then stepped across the 300 square meter open plan office area in her high heels, twisting her waist as she walked into her private office. At Hunxing, every manager-level management staff has their own office. It took He Bingbing 5 years to take the position of vice president of the finance department at Hunxing. For outsiders, the future is promising, but for He Bingbing, becoming that person's right-hand man is still far away. Unfortunately, today finally came to an end. He Bingbing placed her coffee cup on her desk and glanced at the chat history with Joshua on her phone screen. "Joshua, Bingbing, my boss's orders are that someone will be visiting later, so I hope you can remove your makeup and sit at your desk in the large office area looking plain, disheveled and busy." He Bingbing? He bing bing, I'm here to work, and I can ignore orders that are difficult outside of work. Zhou Shou, my boss said that Yan Hua is in charge of the Ningfeng acquisition case, and you will do it. He bing bing, I promise to complete the task. I will also keep the entire finance department busy. He bing bing took a sip of coffee, smiled, and was ready for anything, except that she didn't expect the person who came was Shen Manru. Coffee, so bitter. Su Hong did not choose to drive himself this time. As soon as he got in the car, he sat in the back row and first processed the documents that Zhou Shou had just handed him. Shen Manru, who was sitting next to Su Hong, felt that she had to stop being anxious and inferior because the driver was there. But then she thought about it, and realized that there were still some things that she and Su Hong had not yet clarified. For example, what kind of relationship was it? Before Shen Manru could figure things out in her head, she heard Su Hong speak to her again, as if he had said several more sentences, but she had no idea what he had said. After Su Hong had signed the documents, he tapped Shen Manru on the head and asked, "Why are you suddenly so stupid?" Shen Manru hurriedly covered her head, her two round eyes staring at Su Hong, mumbling, "I was just thinking about something." "So, what are you doing?" Su Hong closed the folder and looked down at the morning meeting content uploaded from the tablet, as well as the Rufeng plan given to him by Zhang Xingtao. Thinking about Zhang Xingtao's confident words in the morning that he would definitely be able to create the Rufeng high-end luxury series, Su Hong also recognized Zhang Xingtao's abilities. But that inexplicable system and that view of future events. Whether or not the Rufeng high-end luxury series could be pulled off was a problem that made Su Hong feel a little overwhelmed. Rufeng's factories and company were all located in the western district of Haichang. Su Hong planned to go to Rufeng's factory after arranging things with Shen Guer here and settle this matter with Zhang Xingtao. So, Su Hong put away the tablet and documents, looked at Shen Manru and said, "Two things. The first is that the car and driver behind you will follow you from now on. I'm sometimes busy and can't always keep you company, so you'll be traveling in that car by yourself. The second thing is that I've spoken to Guer's attending doctor. After the operation, Guer's body will also need constant care, so I'm going to set up a 3-person medical team to stay at home with her. You can observe the medical staff taking care of Guer over the next few days and decide which one is better." "Okay, we'll invite them back to the house then." Both things were beyond Shen Manru's imagination. A medical team at home? You can actually form a medical team at home? How much would that cost? Shen Manru's round eyes were full of question marks, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to have completely forgotten Su Heng's wealthy identity. As for the chauffeur, Shen Manru was busy turning her head to look at the car behind them. A Lexus commercial vehicle. The signature spindle grille, exquisite chrome trim, stylish and personalized body curves, and a top-of-the-line floor-to-ceiling price of 1.6 million. It was Zhou Shou who picked up the car according to Su Heng's instructions. Su Hong considered that Shen Manru might bring Shen Guer along when she travels, so he gave Shen Manru a business car that is more spacious and comfortable. However, Su Hong was a bit unsure about Shen Manru's preferences, so he said, "If you don't like this car, I'll get you another one." Shen Manru shook her head quickly, her eyes firm, and she said with certainty, "I don't need a car." Su Hong looked at Shen Manru and sighed helplessly. The driver of the car behind is called Zhang Lily, in her 40s, widowed, and has a child at school at home. If you don't need a car, the driver will have to be fired. Shen Manru, I discovered that you have a heart of stone. You would rather watch someone else go through life unemployed in their middle years, unable to support their family, and forced to take their child out of school? Fine, you don't need the car, I'll call Zhou Shou right now and fire this Zhang Lily. While speaking, Su Hong picked up his phone and pretended to make the call to Zhou Shou, so much so that Shen Manru, scared, hurriedly nodded her head and held out her hand to stop him, saying with a grievance, "How can you threaten someone like that? You've gone too far." Su Hong saw this and had no intention of comforting Shen Manru. After all, they had just met again, and it was understandable that Shen Manru was a little confused about some things. "It's okay, accept the first one, then you'll slowly accept the second and third. Call your mother and let's go out for dinner together, and bring Guer with us." Su Hong casually took out another latest model mobile phone, unpacked it in front of Shen Manru, then snatched Shen Manru's mobile phone away from her, pulled out the SIM card, installed it in the new phone, and then handed it to Shen Manru and said, "Here, make a call." Shen Manru didn't know what to say for a while, and could only mumble, That's my mom." "Well, our mom." "My mom." Chapter 13 Details of the System Reward. Su Hong picked a Chinese restaurant not far from Huaxing Hospital, within 3 kilometers. Because there were too many people, they had to split into two cars, so Shen Manru went with Zhang Yimei in the business car in order to keep her company. So in Su Hang's car, there was only little treasure Shen Guer left. As soon as she got in the car, Shen Guer looked at Su Hong with starry eyes, very happy, and sweetly called out Daddy. Su Hong settled Shen Guer on one side, fastened her seatbelt, and then told the driver in the driver's seat, "Don't drive yet, go to the maternity and baby shop in front and buy her a car seat." Su Hang's driver has been with him for more than 4 years. His name is Li Shitu, almost 30 years old, and his driving skills are very stable. Li Shitu hurriedly agreed and ran to the maternity store next to the hospital to buy a safety seat. Li Shitu was actually a little curious about the suddenly appearing Shen Guer. But just along the way, he drove the car, and the interaction between the boss and Ms. Shen Manru behind the car made Li Shitu feel very sweet. He has followed the boss for 4 years, and Li Shitu has never seen the boss be so gentle with anyone. There have been countless women who have tried to get into the boss's car, but none of them have succeeded. In the past, Li Shitu wondered what kind of woman his boss liked, a tall model, a fair-skinned celebrity, or a woman from a good family. Now Li Shitu finally knows, his boss likes silly, cute, and stupid women. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new car seat was installed, and Su Hong put Shen Gui in it. This time, the seatbelt fit perfectly. Su Hong patted Shen Guer's little head and said, "Your mom's car does have a car seat, but I forgot to install one in my car, so you can use this one for now." Shen Guer blinked her eyes, nodded, and just rubbed her little head against Su Hang's hand. In fact, Shen Guer didn't know what a car seat was, she just felt that her father was really good to her, and she liked him. At that moment, Zhou Shou called. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Shou's nasty voice was heard. "Boss, how do you like the car I picked out for your wife? Does she like it?" Zhou Shou's change in address for Shen Manru was very natural. The company had even brought an inspection team, and the baby had been born, so the address of sister-in-law was probably not going anywhere. Especially since the results of the paternity test were out. Zhou Shou would have rushed over to meet his little master if he hadn't been busy at the company. Su Hong didn't want to waste time with Zhou Shou and signaled Li Shitu to drive. After all, Shen Manru's car had already driven quite a distance because of the car seat. "Boss, I'll tell you, the personal identification result is out, 99% yes. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you happy? Aren't you excited? Boss, you have a child. Your own child." Normally, the paternity test report would take at least 2 days, but for a giant like Hangshan Group, 10 hours is enough. As soon as the result came out, Zhou Shou called to prepare Su Hong for the good news. Although Zhou Shou also knew Shen Manru from university and knew the girl's character, there were still things that had to be done. After all, Boss Su was no longer the same as he used to be, and the wealth he possessed was quite intimidating. Su Hong froze for a moment, and then he remembered what he had told Zhou Shou in the morning about personally identifying the girl. At the time, Su Hong was driving, and since he hadn't seen anyone, he felt the need to do it. But the moment he saw Shen Manru, all thoughts were cast aside. And when he saw Shen Guer, the feeling of father-daughter kinship made Su Hong want to treat the two of them well. Until the end Shen Guer called Dad, even the system came out, where would Su Hong doubt whether this child was his own? Well, happy. Su Hong smiled, looked down at Shen Guer, who was hugging a small stuffed animal in the safety seat, and felt extremely gratified. He continued to explain to Zhou Shou. "Zhang Xingtao wants to make a high-end luxury series like Fengao, and I've thought of a good name, called Rugua." Shen Guer's, "Gua." A ding-dong suddenly sounded in Su Hang's head again. "Congratulations, host. In view of your love for Shen Guer, the system has decided to reward you with future event details. The Su embroidered cheongsam produced by the Wani Group was embroidered by Li Yulan and others from Wuxian County, Jiangsu Province, and took 29 days to complete, stitch by stitch." After the Suzhou embroidered cheongsam became popular, the Wanian Group abandoned traditional handmade Suzhou embroidery and used machines to imitate it, greatly reducing production costs. However, the 28 Suzhou embroidery inheritors led by Li Yulan were forced to change careers due to various conflicts because they had signed a competitive agreement with the Wanian Group that had traps. Su Hang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "This system is really awesome, it even tells you who embroidered it." However, Su Hong noticed the last sentence of the system, which said that due to various conflicts, he was forced to change careers, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad. For various reasons, the number of inheritors of Su embroidery is decreasing. If Wanqiu can control these few artisans, then the high-end luxury series of Su embroidery will inevitably be in their hands. However, considering the production costs, they forced these people to sign non-compete agreements so that they would be controlled by the Wansho group. At the same time, they built factories everywhere, letting machines replace manual work. So the courtyard could mass-produce cut chives while still claiming to be hand-embroidering Suzhou embroidery. Unfortunately, the 28 craftsmen eventually chose to change careers and abandon their heritage. Su Hong was still on the phone with Zhou Shou when he hurriedly instructed. Send Zhang Xingtao to Wuxian County in Jiangsu Province to find people like Li Yulan who have inherited Suzhou embroidery and treat them well and pay them well. Boss, are you planning to pay this artisan a high salary to embroider a wedding dress for your sister-in-law? Zhou Shou teased. As a result of Zhou Shou's teasing, Su Hong was instead moved. A Chinese wedding dress seemed quite good. Especially if Shen Manru was fattened up a little more this month, by then someone as round as a piece of jade, wearing a red wedding dress, would look quite good. Chapter 14, Taking Xingguer to Dinner. On the other side, Zhang Aimei, who was sitting in the Lexus, felt full of restraint. From the outside, the Lexus only gives off a business vibe, but once you get in, you realize what $1 million MPV is like. The front driver's seat is a bit unremarkable, but the experience in the back is even better than first class on an airplane. The two top-notch airline seats made Zhang Aimei not know where to put her hands for a while. Zhang Aimei glanced at the driver in the driver's seat, swallowed, and whispered to her daughter. Su Hong said that you get to keep the car? And the driver is yours too? Shen Manru ended up not knowing what to say for a long time, so Zhang Lili in the driver's seat became anxious, fearing that she would not perform well and make the boss unhappy, and get fired. While holding the steering wheel, she replied. Boss, Sister Maisie, don't worry, I, Zhang Lili, can drive very steadily, and keep my mouth shut. Since I'm driving for the boss, I must be the boss's person, so boss, don't ever replace me. Zhang Lili should not have interrupted, but in order to show her loyalty, she had no choice but to blurt out a load of nonsense. Shen Manru saw that Zhang Lili was anxious, so she quickly spoke up, her voice gentle, Lili, don't worry, I won't replace you. Shen Manru's words completely reassured Zhang Lili, and she smiled gratefully in the rearview mirror. The two of them fell silent, but Zhang Aimei was anxious. After a while, she couldn't get her daughter to open her mouth, so she decided to talk to Zhang Lili. Zhang Aimei cleared her throat and gave a gentle smile. Lili, tell your Aimei sister what your boss does. Zhang Lili was a little confused. She couldn't understand how the boss's family didn't know the boss's identity. But then she thought about Hangxing Group, which was not a small company, and what could not be said, and she replied. Hangxing Group, isn't it our boss's? Hangxing Group? Zhang Aimei was full of question marks. She suddenly heard the name of a company, and she couldn't react for a while. So she asked casually, oh, is this group big? This time, Zhang Lili was completely confused. She hesitated and nodded, well, I guess it's big. So Zhang Aimei slapped her thigh, leaned back and started laughing. A big group means money. With money, my daughter and granddaughter won't suffer. But then Zhang Aimei frowned and started worrying. Su Hong is so rich, can he stay focused on his daughter? They say that money corrupts, so will Su Hong become corrupt? As the saying goes, raising a child is like taking care of a 100-year-old, with constant worry for 99 years. Zhang Aimei's heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down. Until they arrived at the Chinese restaurant that Su Hong had chosen, Zhang Aimei was both impressed and worried about Su Hong. The Chinese restaurant that Su Hong had chosen was not open to the public. The signboard only had the Chinese character for orchid written in traditional characters. The wooden sign is darkly lacquered, the entrance to the restaurant is shaded by bamboo, and there are 2 stone carvings on either side. Judging from the sign alone, if you didn't know it was a restaurant, you wouldn't really go in. But even if you did, the restaurant might not serve you. This restaurant has a regular clientele, and it doesn't serve the upper classes of Haicheng, the powerful and wealthy, or businessmen with a stink of money. The chef of the Lan restaurant is a national chef who has hosted real state banquets. After he grew old, he retired and opened a Lan restaurant in Haicheng to make friends through food, only accepting diners who understand his cuisine. Su Hong is not a big eater, so logically speaking, the chef of this restaurant would not give him face. However, Zhou Shou loves to eat, and the chef of this restaurant loves to eat so much that he is about to take Zhou Shou as his apprentice, thinking that it is a waste of Zhou Shou's talent to learn cooking as Su Hong's assistant. So Su Hong became a member of this restaurant with the word Lan in it. Every time he comes, he is pestered by the fat chef, hoping that Su Hong will fire Zhou Shou and let Zhou Shou be his apprentice. Su Hong, holding Xingguer in his arms, followed by Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei, entered the orchid restaurant and heard the fat chef's voice as soon as they entered. Su Hong, tell me, that tongue of Josho can taste even the ingredients in my soup. It's really a waste to have him as your assistant. The fat chef was rotund, with a plump face, a bald head and a chef's hat. He spoke as he ushered Su Hang and the others into the private room. The fat chef was called Sun Futai. If he hadn't taken a fancy to Josho, he wouldn't have personally come to greet Su Hong. He was the kind of person who wouldn't even give the mayor of Haicheng face. Sun Futai glanced at Xingui, who was in Su Hang's arms. Xingui looked unwell, her face pale, her hair thin and yellow, her round eyes big and cute, but unfortunately a little green and white. Is this child sick? Sun Futai glared at Su Hong, reached out and touched Xingui's little head, nodded, and said that he would serve you a blessing soup later, which he would personally cook and give to the child. Sun Futai loves children the most. After feeling Xingui's little head, he knew what was wrong with her. To be a true national chef, being able to cook well is not considered a talent. You have to make thousands of diners say it's good. But there are 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people, and it is difficult to please everyone. So you have to know each person, what they lack and what they are sick of, and then you will know what they like. Therefore, Sun Futai's restaurant, Lan, caters to each individual, cooking for each person as they are. Su Hong smiled and handed Sun Futai 2 bottles of vintage white wine, saying, "That I must thank you on behalf of my daughter Gua. Uncle Sun, the child is going to have surgery tomorrow, so please advise on how to follow up with her recovery. Although Huaxing has assigned a nutritionist to the child, I feel more at ease with the meals you prepare." After taking the wine, Sun Futai looked at little Guire again and took her pulse before nodding and saying, "You need to prepare some medicinal food for her to eat. Starting the day after tomorrow, you should send a driver to come twice a day to get the medicinal food from me. But let's get one thing straight, old man, I won't do it, so let Wang give you the medicinal food for this child." "Thank you, Grandpa." Shen Guire hugged Su Hang's neck and smiled sweetly at Sun Futai. Chapter 15, Going Home with Shen Manru. Su Hong and Sun Futai exchanged a few words before entering the private dining room. After all, Sun Futai's medicinal cuisine was indeed very famous. Guire's condition was a big worry for Su Hong, but for the time being, there was nothing he could do but to slowly nurse her back to health. Sun Futai wanted to recruit Josho, and Su Hong also wanted to recruit Sun Futai's apprentice, Xiao Wang, who specialized in medicinal cuisine. The private dining room is not very large, with a capacity of only 6 people, but it is elegant. The view from the window of the private dining room is beautiful, with artificial hills, strange rocks, and the fragrance of orchids, all blending together to create a scene of its own. There are a total of 10 private dining rooms in this orchid restaurant, and each one has a different view from the window, so it is also jokingly called the 10 Views Restaurant by the people of Haicheng. After Su Hong put Guire in the chair, he continued to call out to Zhang Aimei, "Mom." The food here is served at the discretion of the chef based on the needs and physical condition of the guests. The chef, Uncle Sun, used to be a national chef who specialized in conditioning the bodies of important people, so I just agreed with him that he will help Guire condition her body in the future, so you can rest assured, Mom. A few moms made Zhang Aimei feel at ease. Zhang Aimei had felt a little uncomfortable when Su Hong took her to such a restaurant. After all, this restaurant was not simply expensive, it revealed a distinctive luxury everywhere. This kind of luxury could never be bought with money. However, hearing Su Hong call her mom a few times, Zhang Aimei felt really comfortable. Coupled with the fact that there were no outsiders in the private room, she felt much more at ease. The more she looked at Su Hong, the more she felt that he was a good son-in-law. There were 4 people, 3 adults and 1 child, and a total of 8 dishes were served. The fish was Yangtze River sari, with firm, tender flesh that could be made delicious even with simple cooking, not to mention the fact that the cooking at Orchid Restaurant was top-notch. Zhang Aimei looked at the sari and froze. Back in the day when Shindaha was rich, Zhang Aimei had seen the world too, and after looking at the fish again to make sure it was Yangtze River sari, she quickly took a chopstickful and exclaimed, "This is really Yangtze River sari, isn't this fish extinct?" Everyone at the table was happy with the meal, and even Shagua had 2 bowls of Sun Futai's fuyuan soup. When it came time to pay the bill, Zhang Aimei secretly glanced at the bill and her eyes widened. 198,000 yuan. As soon as the knife fish was served, Zhang Aimei knew that the meal was not cheap, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive. While she was eating, she was thinking not to order expensive dishes, especially not to order red wine. After all, on TV, a bottle of red wine can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But she had obviously only eaten a little food, so why was it so expensive? Did she just eat vegetables? Could it be that I ate something made of gold? As they were about to leave, Su Hong walked in front of Xingyu and Shen Manru supported Zhang Aimei from behind. Zhang Aimei looked at her silly daughter and sighed. No wonder the fortune tellers said you had a good life when you were young. Shen Manru looked at Zhang Aimei, her eyes full of confusion. After dinner, Su Hong had originally planned to stay at the hospital with Xingyu and let his mother-in-law and Shen Manru go home to rest. However, Zhang Aimei wanted her daughter to have more contact with Su Hong, so she took Xingyu back to Huaxing Hospital and let Shen Manru go home with Su Hong. Su Hong has multiple properties in Haicheng, but he only lives in 2 of them. One is a 400-mu villa on the outskirts of Haicheng, the other is a 600-ping duplex penthouse in the city center, close to the headquarters of Hangqing. This time, Su Hong took Shen Manru to the apartment in the city center. After all, Su Hong often lives here. After the driver Li Shitu delivered Su Hong and Shen Manru to the community of Haicheng No. 1, he disappeared very consciously. Haicheng No. 1 was developed by Hangqing Group and is considered one of the most expensive communities in Haicheng. It can be said to be comprehensive in terms of property, environmental facilities, security, and so on. After the elevator reached the 16th floor, Su Hong said to Shen Manru, "You can go home by yourself tomorrow. I have already given instructions, and your face has been entered into the system." However, Shen Manru was even more nervous. After getting off the elevator, she was clearly still in the outdoor lobby, but the corridors of the entire community were covered with long woolen rugs. As she walked along, stepping on the expensive rugs, Shen Manru's heart started pounding. This is a bit too extravagant. Shen Manru had worked in Haicheng for a long time, so she had also rented a place to live there. But there, compared to here, it is probably not even comparable to the outdoor hall. As soon as Su Hong entered the house, the lights in the whole house were already on, and the whole house was brightly lit, showing off its luxury. Upon entering the door was the entrance hall, followed by a carved spiral staircase with a very artistic atmosphere, placed in the middle of the living room. Before Shen Manru had a chance to look at the design of the whole house, she felt a little dizzy, as if she were dreaming. "Are you going to share a room with me, or do you want a room of your own?" Su Hong looked at the blush on Shen Manru's face and suddenly felt a little thirsty. Su Hong didn't like having outsiders in the house, so there weren't any butlers or live-in nannies, etc. Zhou Shou hired only part-time workers for Su Hong, who came every day to clean. This huge house was magnificent, but every day it was just Su Hong alone. Suddenly, there were more people in the house. Su Heng's heart always felt a little fluttery. He smiled and saw Shen Manru's face turn even redder. Even her small hands began to twine together helplessly. Only then did he sigh and say, "I'll be in the first bedroom on the 2nd floor, and you can take the 2nd bedroom. The rooms are fully furnished. Get some rest. Your daughter has surgery tomorrow, so let's talk about our things later." Su Hong chose to let Shen Manru go for the time being. After casually throwing his suit jacket on the sofa, he went back into the house to wash up, so as to leave the space for Shen Manru. Shen Manru let out a sigh of relief after Su Hong left. She had been nervous ever since Su Hong said he was going to take her home, and when Su Hong asked where he was going to sleep, Shen Manru was even more nervous. Late at night, after she had finished washing up, Shen Manru lay on the bed with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Although there was a wall between them, she felt exceptionally at ease knowing that Su Hong was right next to her. This night was the best night in the past 5 years. Chapter 16. Are you going to open a shopping mall at home? At 7 a.m., Shen Manru woke up. When she woke up, she realized that this was the most restful night's sleep she had had in many years. The bedroom that Su Hong had prepared for Shen Manru had an independent bathroom, complete with toiletries, and the most considerate thing was that pajamas just right for Shen Manru's size had been prepared. 20 minutes later, Shen Manru finished washing up, with a plain little face, and was getting ready to change clothes when she heard Su Hong standing outside the door knocking. One door apart, Su Heng's voice was very soft, but it made Shen Manru's hand, which was about to get changed, suddenly shake. At this time, Shen Manru was wearing a white nightdress, which was slightly transparent because it was thin. Although the two of them had a child together, such an awkward situation should be avoided if possible, so Shen Manru hurriedly changed into yesterday's clothes and opened the door to meet Su Heng. The moment the door opened, Shen Manru froze. The bedroom on the 2nd floor where Shen Manru lived opened to a corridor, and from a high vantage point, she could see what was going on downstairs. The living room downstairs, which had seemed so big, was now filled with more than 30 clothes racks. The long clothes racks were placed in an orderly manner in the living room, each one hanging with a tag of women's clothing. It was all autumn clothes, from windbreakers, skirts, pants, and tops neatly arranged together. Looking around, it looked like she had walked into a shopping mall. Because of the clothes, Manru didn't notice that to the right of the clothes rack area, there were also 10 shoe cabinets full of shoes and bags. Early in the morning, what caught her eye was that the house had suddenly turned into a department store. Manru's round eyes were still a little foggy from sleep, and she looked at Su Hong in front of her blankly, asking uncertainly, "Is the family going to open a department store?" Su Hong was completely amused by Manru's helpless appearance. When he saw Manru yesterday, he was heartbroken when he saw her thin clothes. He wanted to give Manru a lot of things, and he didn't know how to be good to someone, so he could only make up for her in other ways. Manru slept very soundly last night, but Su Hong didn't sleep well last night. Although Manru was at peace, Su Hong was restless, separated by just a wall. Su Hong looked at the pure white face of Manru in front of him, with her curled eyelashes, even her small expressions of surprise, and he could feel tenderness just by looking at her. Su Hong even deliberately sniffed, and sure enough, in the bedroom where she had lived, even at the door, he could smell the fragrance of peaches all over the room. "What kind of shopping mall is this?" "It's all the clothes that I had you measured for and had delivered to you. You go and pick out a set of clothes, and then we'll go out. Someone will sort out these clothes and put them in your bedroom later." After Su Hong finished speaking, he saw a hair on Manru's face, so he reached out to help her remove it, and took the opportunity to pinch her little face again. So soft. While Manru was still in a daze, Su Hong took her downstairs and wanted to help her pick out a set of clothes. There were more than 30 hangers of clothes, most of which were simple and showy models from LV, Gucci, Prada, and Burberry, which were extremely close in style to Manru's temperament. Su Hong glanced at the clothes and found that his own brand, Rufeng, had also sent quite a few styles, so he looked at Rufeng's hangers a few more times. At present, Rufeng has not actually embarked on a truly high-end luxury route. However, Rufeng's designers are indeed good, and the clothes they design have a very stylish feel. Take trench coats for example. Since Burberry trench coats can be considered a classic, the designs of many brands cannot escape Burberry's classic style. However, Rufeng has come up with something different. The trench coats Rufeng sent this time have a national style, with classic and fashionable elements complementing each other, and a gentle and unique temperament. Since Su Hong had been looking at the clothes sent by Rufeng, Manru also just stared at Rufeng. Manru looked at the Rufeng logo, pondered for a long time, and asked with a tilted little head, "Su Hong, is Rufeng your company Hongxing?" Since learning that Su Hong is the boss of Hongxing, Manru has done a lot of private research, such as at least trying to understand how much business her sweetheart has. Su Hong nodded. "Rufeng is also selling high-end luxury series now, and I have given the high-end luxury series of Rufeng a new name, called Rugua. Your Ru, was Gua." Perhaps Su Hong is not good at sweet talk, but just those words made Manru's face blush with shame, and the smile at the corner of her mouth could not be stopped. She walked over, without looking at any other brand of clothes, picked up Rufeng's clothes, simply matched them up a bit, and then turned around and went back upstairs, leaving Su Hong with a sentence, "Then wait for me, I'll change." Su Hong smiled, looking at Manru, who was shy but had the proud look of someone who was about to wear their own brand. It wasn't until Manru had gone upstairs that Su Hong turned and went to the kitchen. This house has 2 kitchens, a Western kitchen with no open flame and a Chinese kitchen with an open flame. Su Hong is not used to having people in the house, as he feels it will disturb his thinking, so when he lives in this house, he either makes his own breakfast or goes to the company to eat. Of course, there were only a handful of times when Su Hong cooked breakfast himself. However, because Manru was too thin, and because his daughter was having surgery today, Su Hong dared not let Manru go hungry. So Su Hong chose to do it himself today. The kitchen was large, with all kinds of kitchen appliances and equipment. The refrigerator was full, with all kinds of fresh ingredients. Unfortunately, after looking at the ingredients, Su Hong finally decided to just heat up some milk and fry an egg to show his appreciation. By the time Manru came down, more than 10 minutes had passed. Manru looked at the dark egg on the table and then at Su Hong, who was still busy heating up the milk in the kitchen. She finally decided to go to the kitchen and choose to make breakfast herself. "Don't do it. When you were at school, your roommate said that you couldn't even cook instant noodles well. It just wasn't delicious, but that doesn't mean I can't cook it." "Okay, you can cook. So what do you want to eat now?" "I'll cook it for you." "You'll cook for me from now on? Then I can order. Today I'll have an omelette, tomorrow I'll have a sandwich, the day after tomorrow I'll have buns, and the day after that I'll have congee." Chapter 17. Shengur is about to have surgery. After Su Hong had finished ordering, he finally had a good look at Manru. Yesterday Shen Manru, wearing simple clothes, also made Su Hong feel beautiful. Today Shen Manru, with her long hair and a shawl, a plain white face, and a knitted dress with a very stylish design, and an exquisite leather belt cinching her slender waist, looked like a graceful whole person, with breasts, waist, and legs. The proportions were very good, and although the astonishing measurements were all hidden under the clothes, one could still see the perfect proportions with the naked eye. Su Hong stared at Shen Manru for a long time before nodding and saying, "I didn't realize it. You've grown up a lot in just a few years." Shen Manru's face flushed with embarrassment from being stared at, and she couldn't help but reach out and slap Su Hong's arm. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're a father now, what nonsense are you talking about day in and day out?" "What did I say?" "I said your legs have grown a lot, but they're still short." "You're the one with short legs." Shen Manru glared at Su Hong, so angry that she didn't know how to respond for a moment, and could only turn around and storm off to breakfast. The breakfast that Shen Manru made, I don't know if it was because of the person or the food, but Su Hong felt that it was very palatable. In theory, someone like Su Hong should have a cook at home, but apart from the property in the suburbs of Haicheng, which had live-in maids and cooks, the house at Haicheng number 1 was empty. Zhou Shou has mentioned many times to Su Hong that it would be best to have a live-in cook for the family's health. However, Su Hong has never agreed. The first reason is that although Su Hong doesn't care what he eats, he is actually very picky about what he eats. Apart from the food at the Orchid restaurant, Su Hong doesn't really like the food cooked by many people. The second reason is that Su Hong always feels that the food cooked by a cook lacks the taste of home. So in the house at Haicheng number 1, Su Hong has dismissed all the domestic help and is alone, guarding the home. Su Hong feels that if there is no family, then there should be no outsiders in the home. Shen Manru's cooking, like her person, is heartwarming. 2 bowls of congee, a dish of vegetables, 2 fried eggs, and 4 small fried dough sticks, simple but full of peach fragrance and homey flavor. By the time the two had finished eating, it was already past 8 p.m. and they had to hurry to Huaxing Hospital, which was close by, so it wasn't even 9 p.m. when they arrived. At this time, Zhang Yimei was wiping her face, while Xiaoguo was holding a toothbrush and standing on a stool, spitting water into the sink. Xin Guo heard the commotion and, having been complaining to her grandmother about the spiciness of the toothpaste, saw that the people who had arrived were Su Hong and Shen Manru. Her mouth curved up to the sky, her eyes once again narrowed into stars, and she called sweetly, "Mommy, Daddy, you're here. Daddy, give me a hug." With short little legs, she ran towards Su Hong, threw her arms around his legs, and tilted her head as hard as she could, so that Su Hong could see how happy she was. Today is the day of Xin Guo's surgery. Xin Guo herself is aware of this, but the joy of finding her father makes the 4-year-old completely forget the pain of the upcoming surgery. At the moment, little Guo only cares about whether her father will suddenly disappear. Su Hong did not hug Xin Guo right away because he had to disinfect the area first, wash his hands again, and wait until his body was a little warmer before reaching out to pick up the baby. Zhao Tian is a very attentive medical staff member. She specifically told Su Hong that when he returned from outside and picked up Shen Guo, he had to wait until his body was warm, disinfected, and his hands washed before he touched the baby. After all, children are fragile, especially Shen Guo's weaker body. However, although he did not hug Shen Guo in time, Shen Guo was very happy. At this moment, Shen Guo was quietly lying in Su Hong's arms. Her tummy suddenly made a gurgling sound, and she quickly looked up, covering her stomach with her hands, and looked at Su Hong with a face full of grievances. "Dad, I'm hungry." Shen Guo was going to have surgery today, so she couldn't eat or drink, as instructed by the doctor. But seeing his little girl looking so uncomfortable, Su Hong felt very distressed. He gently patted her back with his hand and cooed softly. "You liked the food that Grandpa's son made yesterday, didn't you? When our Guoyer gets better, Daddy will take you to eat Grandpa's son's food every day, okay? And Guoyer also wants a big doll." Shen Guoyer's eyes lit up, and she wrapped her arms around her father's neck. Hurriedly, she made another request, and then, feeling a little guilty, she buried her little head again. "Okay, buy it, let's go buy all the dolls in the mall." "No, just one doll." The father and daughter began discussing the number of dolls. Zhang Yimei watched from the side, her eyes a little red. Thinking about her granddaughter's surgery today, Zhang Yimei felt scared and nervous. But when she heard the two of them say that they would eat son grandpa's food every day, Zhang Yimei's heart sank. One meal costs 190,000 yuan, and eating it every day is definitely not an option, it's too expensive. Shen Manru, however, felt very warm-hearted as she watched the two interact. But when she saw that Shen Guo's first reaction upon seeing herself and Su Hong was to cling to him, she pretended to be upset and walked over, patted Shen Guo's little head and asked, "Our little Guo doesn't let mommy hug you anymore? Mommy also wants to hug little Guo." Shen Guo only then remembered her mother, and quickly ran from Su Heng's arms to Shen Manru's. Holding Shen Manru, she gave a big kiss and said in a sweet little voice, "Guo also likes mommy to hug her." Su Hong had never imagined that the life of a family of 3 could be like this, warm and happy. Time passed quickly, and at exactly 9 o'clock, the doctor arrived. Su Hong and Shen Manru followed the doctor into the consultation room. While the doctor gave a detailed account of the situation they would face and the risks involved in the operation, Su Hong, who had been so composed yesterday, suddenly felt a flurry of emotions. Shen Guo's attending physician, Zhou Yun, was an old doctor in his 50s and a leading figure in the field of nephrology. Zhou Yun had not had much dealings with Su Hong, and had only come to Huaxing Hospital because Su Hong had provided a high enough level of research and development funding. In the past, when Hangxing approved research and development funding, Zhou Yun always felt that Su Hong was a flesh and blood businessman. But today, Zhou Yun once again saw another side of Su Hang. Fear. It is really not easy to see such a fearful side of a capitalist. Zhou Yun smiled. As a doctor, she cannot say anything that is 100% accurate, but she also does not want to scare Su Hong to death because of the percentages on those surgical risk notices. After all, he is her little boss. "President Su, don't worry, I'm waiting for this year's research and development funding to double." Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively, her eyes full of confidence, as if she was holding a knife in her hand, a trivial matter. Although Zhou Yun did not give any assurance, Su Heng's heart settled down quite a bit. He reached out and patted Shen Manru's cold hand, and said to Zhou Yun, "Zhou Lao, don't worry, this year's research and development funding will definitely double." Chapter 18, Shen Guo's surgery, and Zhou Shou arrived in Wuxian County. A kidney transplant is not considered a minor surgery, and it takes about 4 hours from anesthesia to the transplant. After signing the documents and leaving the consultation room, Su Hong believed Zhou Jun, but his heart was still on edge. Shen Guo was very sensible, and under Zhao Tian's care, she was wheeled away for anesthesia. It wasn't until Shen Guo had left that Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei in the ward began to cry. Shen Manru really couldn't hold back anymore. 5 years of pent-up emotions and the child's illness had all been released. Su Hong also felt bad, and didn't know how to comfort Shen Manru. After all, at the moment, Shen Guo, who was about to undergo surgery, made everyone feel incredibly scared. Even if the surgery is successful, such a young child has suffered so much. She is only a little girl, and she has to go through the pain of surgery and stitches. As the mother, Shen Manru could not stop crying. Zhang Aimei waved her hand and walked into the restroom next to the ward. The old lady didn't want to cry in front of her son-in-law. First, her husband's surgery had exhausted the family's finances, and now her granddaughter's surgery was about to take place. Zhang Aimei felt like she wanted to take her place. As a result, Shen Guo's room was now empty except for Su Hong and Shen Manru. Su Hong walked up to Shen Manru, knelt down, and put Shen Manru in his arms, reassuring her. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'm here for you." The words "I'm here for you" had a powerful effect. They were like a shot in the arm, slowly reducing Shen Manru's sense of grievance, panic, and fear. From the time they met until today, the two of them had never been too intimate. At this moment, Shen Manru may have forgotten her shyness, and she threw herself into Su Heng's arms, hugging him tightly for strength. Her voice trembled with a hint of a sob, but she muttered, It's okay, you're here." Wuxian County, Jiangsu Province. This place has quite a charm, unlike Haicheng, which is too rugged. "So, Laozhou, I'm just showing you around, just think of it as a tour." Zhang Xingtao sat in the car, looking out at the street scene through the window, nodding constantly. Zhou Shou was sprawled on the seat, glancing at Zhang Xingtao crossly, his face not a face, his nose not a nose, and grunting, "You know nothing. My family has a big deal going on, and I have to be there to keep everyone happy so that the master and the young master will remember me. Alas, it's all your fault, you've wasted my prime time for flattery." Zhou Shou was so angry. Ever since he knew that the young master was going to have an operation today, Zhou Shou had been non-stop arranging work at the company, hoping that he could be at the hospital today to accompany the boss through such a sad event. As it turned out, Zhang Xingtao was really annoying. It was clear that the boss had asked him to go to Wuxian County to recruit people, but Zhang Xingtao had actually asked Su Hong to let Zhou Shou come along. So, in the middle of the night, Zhou Shou was taken by Zhang Xingtao and driven all night from Haicheng to Wuxian County. Zhou Shou was in no mood to be happy, but when he looked out the window and saw the delicious-looking pancakes on the stall, he swallowed hard and said, "Stop the car, we're already in Wuxian County, can you stop the car so I can buy something to eat?" After Zhou Shou got out of the car, Zhang Xingtao was also hungry, except that General Manager Zhang would never eat from a street stall. Zhang Xingtao also wanted to do it himself, but inexplicably received an order to come to Wuxian County to poach people, a bit confused. No matter what, he had to take Zhou Shou with him, and even if there was any blame, he could not carry it alone. The people at Hangxing Group knew exactly what position Zhou Shou held. Zhou Shou had followed Su Heng the longest, but he was not very capable, and he was responsible for one project after another that failed. In the beginning, it was Zhou Shou's wrong judgment that caused Hangxing to lose a lot of money. However, Su Hong was lenient and only transferred Zhou Shou to the position of assistant to the board. In this position, Zhou Shou did quite well. As a result, Zhou Shou can be considered Hangxing's chief secretary. Not only is his position high, but most importantly, everyone is afraid of Chairman Su, so when everyone does something, they like to bring Zhou Shou along to take the blame. Unfortunately, Zhou Shou is slippery, and the blame never lands on his head. Gradually, no one asked him to take the blame anymore. However, Zhang Xingtao is different. He begged Zhou Shou to come this time, not really to take the blame, but mainly to find out what Chairman Su really wants to do. Because the high-end luxury series of Rufeng has never been doing well, but what Chairman Su was thinking is to make the high-end luxury series take on the style of Suzhou embroidery. What is high-end luxury? It has to have a sense of European and American fashion. The fashion world is currently very strange. Just like Rufeng, which has been sticking to the national style, but it doesn't work. Even the Chinese people don't buy it, and now Chairman Su is thinking of adding the element of Suzhou embroidery. Zhang Xingtao was at a loss for words. The fashion world's trends, from colors to styles, are all arranged in advance, and then a large amount of drafts are washed. So to say what the popular colors and styles really are, it's all up to those truly high-end brands. Can this sudden rise of Suzhou embroidery to high-end fashion really work? Even if he trusted Su Dong, who had repeatedly created myths, Zhang Xingtao was still very worried. After all, different fields are like different mountains, and Su Dong might not understand the fashion industry very well. It wasn't until Zhou Shou got into the car with his own pancake fruit and the whole car was suddenly filled with the fragrance of pancake fruit that Zhang Xingtao stopped thinking. He just felt extremely hungry. But how could the head of a prestigious company like Ruifeng eat from a street stall? Zhang Xingtao agonized for a long time before slowly going to buy 2 pancake fruits. In the end, the 3 people in the car, the driver ate 2 pancake fruits, Zhou Shou ate 1, and Zhang Xingtao ate 3 pancake fruits. Zhang Xingtao wiped his mouth with a paper, burped, and then remembered to ask Zhou Shou. "Lao Zhou, I'll tell you something weird." Su Dong even asked for all of Ruofeng's new clothes and had them delivered to his house at Haicheng No. 1. Hey, the strangest thing is that he asked for all of the women's models. Zhang Xingtao emphasized the words women's clothing when he said them, winking and smirking, full of curiosity. Zhou Shou didn't even bother to pay any attention to Zhang Xingtao, who looked like the type of person who would only get information from the internet. When Su Hong brought Shen Manli to the company yesterday, many people already started speculating. However, given that female customers have come to the company in the past, the gossip did not get out of hand. Zhou Shou nodded and instructed Zhang Xingtao a few times, "Then you have to be smart and simply move all of Rufeng's styles to my boss's house." Is this for real? Do we really have a boss's wife? What about He Bingbing from the finance department, Wen Wan from the accounting department, and Xiu Xiu from the marketing department? Won't they cry themselves to death? Chapter 19, Jewelry at the Auction. Wuxian County is a very beautiful city with a long history and full of charm. Su embroidery is considered a representative symbol of Wuxian County, so it is not difficult to find people like Li Yulan. However, what puzzled Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao was that Li Yulan was not considered a true inheritor in Wuxian County. The most famous inheritor promoted in Wuxian County was surnamed Wu. But the boss had ordered that Li Yulan be poached. Li Yulan's home is not in the concentrated area of the show factory, but in the countryside instead. When Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao arrived at Li Yulan's home by car, there were already 3 luxury cars parked in front of the entrance to the small farmhouse courtyard. The villages under Wuxian County are not really rural areas. Every household has a high-rise building, the village has tarred roads extending in all directions, and the crops along the roads are a golden yellow. But even in such a wealthy village, there are not many such luxury cars. especially when they saw the license plate, which happened to be from a province other than Jiangsu. Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao exchanged glances and knew that the visitors were not friendly. Because according to the information they had gathered, Li Yulan was living in some financial hardship and did not have any wealthy relatives, so it was impossible for her family to have such a luxury car. Li Yulan was a disciple of Li Xiu. After Li Xiu's death, Li Yulan was abandoned by the times because she was unwilling to join the embroidery factory and insisted on weaving every stitch by hand, as her master had instructed. However, Li Yulan was also stubborn, and she persisted for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, the current mainstream in China is for men to wear suits when they go out and for women to wear wedding dresses when they get married. Western aesthetics have long been deeply rooted. Li Yulan's work, coupled with the fact that there is no marketing, there is no way it can sell. Therefore, when Zhang Xingtao looked at the place of origin of the license plate number and realized it was from Lingchang, he already understood a little bit and his eyes were even more wary. Lingchang, the home base of the Courtyard Group. Zhou Shou took out the gift box that had been prepared a long time ago from the trunk, and Zhang Xingtao chose to knock on the door first and go in to take a look. The 4-hour wait was a long time. After Shen Manru had cried enough, she realized that she was hugging Su Hong tightly. She hurriedly let go of him and said with some embarrassment, "You didn't know. I pushed you away. Look, your clothes are wet." Su Hong looked down at his shirt and sure enough, a large patch was soaked in Shen Manru's tears. He laughed and said, "Who knew you could cry so much? Not even your daughter can cry as much as you." After Su Hong washed his face with Shen Manru, his mother-in-law's mood probably eased enough, and the three of them went to wait outside the operating room. Su Hong looked at the two women, big and small, and after crying his nose off, it seemed that his mood had really improved a lot. And because of Shen Manru's crying, Su Hong was actually not as nervous. "But I'm still so worried." For 4 hours, Su Hong drank a lot of water to ease his worries. It wasn't until the operating lights went down and the doctor pushed Xingui, who had not yet woken up, back to the ward, that Su Hong finally let go of his worries. Lying on the hospital bed, Xingui's small, palm-sized face was pale, and her round eyes, which should have been full of spirit, were tightly shut due to the anesthesia. The 4-year-old small body, lying on the large hospital bed, looked especially pitiful. Su Hong didn't even dare to go near to take a look, and he felt a little moisture in the corner of his eyes. Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei, who had been quiet for a long time, began to wipe away their tears again when they saw the scene. Su Hong saw that it would be a long time before little Guire woke up, so he turned around and had a few words with the doctor, asking for clarification of the doctor's orders before leaving the hospital. For the moment, Su Hong had 2 things to do. 1. Redecorate the house in the suburbs, decorate the children's room, so that when Shin Guire gets out of the hospital, she will have a home that suits her. 2. Buy a diamond ring, propose to her, and settle down in this home for good. After returning to the company, Su Hong met with the designer and put forward his requirements. The designer also needed to design the layout according to the floor plan before a final decoration plan could be finalized. In the past, Su Hang would not have done these things himself, but would have left it to Zhou Shou to arrange. But now, Su Hong wanted to do it himself. Afterwards, Su Hong called a lot of people from famous brands and brought diamond rings to the company, but after looking at more than 10 brands in a row, Su Hong was not very satisfied. Either he didn't think the style was suitable for Shen Manru, or he felt that the diamond ring was too ugly to match Shen Manru. Because Zhou Shou went to Wuxian County, the person currently following Su Hong was the assistant to the chairman of the board, a young boy in his 20s named Wu Xiaotian. Su Hong, as the chairman of the board, is equipped with 5 assistants, all of whom are led by Zhou Shou. In addition, Su Hong has been accustomed to giving orders to Zhou Shou, so the other 4 assistants, although they are said to be Su Heng's assistants, are better described as Zhou Shou's assistants. Wu Xiaotian has been working with Zhou Shou for more than 2 years, and this is the first time he has been directly led by the big boss. Seeing that the big boss is not satisfied with anything, he is a little panicked. It wasn't until even his brand was rejected that Wu Xiaotian cautiously asked, "Chairman Su, are you proposing to me?" Wu Xiaotian said this, and even he himself couldn't believe it. Although he didn't work directly for Su Hang every day, he was considered to be close to the center of power. His boss had always been a good person, and had never been involved with any women. There were even rumors that Chairman Su actually really liked Assistant Zhou. Wu Xiaotian didn't believe that Chairman Su liked Assistant Zhou Shou, but he also didn't believe that his boss liked women. Why did he suddenly and inexplicably buy a diamond ring? Do all bosses fall in love so quickly? I'm the assistant to the president of the board, how come I don't know anything? Su Hong didn't care what Wu Xiaotian was thinking, he just nodded and gave a small sound, which was his way of confirming that Wu Xiaotian was proposing. Wu Xiaotian then blurted out what was on his mind. "Boss, are you serious? Who is she? This is big news." After saying this, Wu Xiaotian covered his mouth, pretending that the person who just spoke was not me, but his heart was racing. Su Hong getting married is really big news, not to mention anything else. Although this news may not be on any hot search, it can definitely be on the rich and famous gossip page and become the talk of the town. Su Hong shook his head and didn't bother to argue with Wu Xiaotian. Under the management of Zhou Shou, the Ministry of Assistance and Support is very strict with what they say. They know what should and shouldn't be said. He just commanded. "Have there been any auctions recently? Send me the invitations. For any jewelry auction items with a starting price higher than 50 million, arrange them in my schedule." After checking the information, Wu Xiaotian hurriedly nodded and said, "Director Su, there are 2 auctions meet your requirements. Do you need to take a look at the auction item information first?" Chapter 20. The Courtyard Group is a repeat offender. After about half an hour, both auction houses sent over the information on the auction items. Su Hong first looked at the information sent by Bell Auction. Their auction would be held in 10 days, with a total of more than 100 auction items, of which only 20 were treasures with starting prices in the tens of millions, and the jewelry Su Hong wanted was one of them. Bell Auctions only has one piece of jewelry in this auction, a diamond crown with 9 emeralds set in it. The combination of diamonds and emeralds is indeed very eye-catching. According to the collection information, this crown was worn by a queen consort of a certain king and was named Tears of Love. The starting price has already reached 50 million, and if you want to bid on this crown, the price will not be less than 80 million. Su Hong actually didn't like this crown very much, because historically, the fate of the queen who wore this crown was not very good. It seemed a bit inauspicious to use it as a marriage proposal gift. Thinking about this, Su Hong opened the information on another auction house. Haohan Auction House can be said to be one of the auction houses established very early. Su Hong has previously auctioned off several antiques at auctions held at this auction house. However, Haohan Auction House does not often auction jewelry and other jewelry, and mostly auctions paintings and calligraphy, oil paintings and sculptures, ceramics and jade carvings, gilt bronze Buddha statues, snuff bottles, etc. The information from Haohan Auction House was sent over more slowly than Bell's, mainly because the other side said that an application was required. The reason was that the jewelry in this auction were to be auctioned off by Haohan as a mystery collection, and would not be disclosed to the public before the auction. However, in the end, Haohan still sent the information over. When Su Hong saw the information sent by Haohan, he immediately confirmed it and said to Wu Xiaotian, "Haohan's auction is held in 20 days, right? Remember to remind me then." Wu Xiaotian also had the information on Haohan's auction items in his hands, but after seeing the price, his eyes widened and he nodded dumbly. When he walked out of Su Heng's office, Wu Xiaotian had time to be surprised at the number of the auction item. He looked down and counted the zeros behind the starting price of the auction item again: 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Wu Xiaotian stared at the number in a daze. What the hell, the starting price alone is as high as 1 billion. But before Wu Xiaotian could finish staring, he saw the designer that Chairman Su had just called over waiting for him in the office area. He quickly hid his surprise and pretended to be completely at ease as he walked over. As an assistant, the most important thing is to control your expression. Li Shen, the designer that Su Hong had called over, had worked with Hengxing before and was considered a first-tier designer in China, having designed many classic cases. However, this time, Su Heng's request confused Li Shen. Su Heng's request this time was to design his own real estate. Although many of the requirements put forward made Li Shen feel confused, Li Shen did not dare to refuse. Li Shen originally wanted to talk to Zhou Shou, but since Zhou Shou was not there, Li Shen could only settle for Wu Xiaotian. Li Shen pondered over what he wanted to say, and after deliberating for a long time, he asked with a smile. "Assistant Wu, I designed the house in the suburbs that President Su owns. But the request that President Su asked me to come here today to make is a bit strange. Could it be that our President Su is getting married? Assistant Wu, do you know which rich lady he is marrying? Su Heng is the chairman and president of Hongxing. The insiders at Hongxing like to call Su Hong President Su, while outsiders generally call him President Su." As soon as Wu Xiaotian heard that Li Shen wanted to pry into his privacy, his 2 ears immediately stood up, and he went on guard. He put on a smiling expression and said, "Engineerly, we have signed a good contract, and it is written in the contract that the privacy of the owner will be protected. All you need to do is design it according to what our boss wants. Li Jun looked embarrassed. Assistant Wu, you should know that I designed Mr. Su's house entirely with the concept of focusing on the view. According to the requirements for the renovation that you proposed at the time, every window in that house had to look out onto a view. For this reason, I won an international award for this design. But do you know what Mr. Su's new requirements are? He wants a carousel, a Ferris wheel, and an amusement park. I asked him where the amusement park was to be built. I have made the entire manor a place of scenic beauty, and now he wants to cut out one of the views in my design. Assistant Wu, do you know what's most outrageous? The view of the manor house I designed is so beautiful, with lush green grass, pavilions and towers, and beautiful scenery everywhere. But now they want to build a pink castle. Isn't that going to ruin the overall atmosphere? Li Jun, if you go on, you're really going to be sniffling and tearing up. You can build a winery covering thousands of square meters, but what's with the pink castle? Wu Xiaotian gradually became dumbfounded. I know the boss seems to be getting married, but why build all this stuff? Could it be that the boss wants to marry an underage girl? So all this stuff is just to trick little girls? No way, boss. That's illegal. Wu Xiaotian swallowed, his thoughts becoming more and more twisted. Although Lori is good and Lori is a treasure, it's against the law. After finishing some paperwork at the company, Su Hong looked at his watch, estimated the time, and felt that Shen Guer should be almost sober. Just as he was about to get up and leave the office, Zhou Shou's phone rang. Hey boss, let me tell you, the people from the Courtyard Group are really something. When we arrived, Li Yulan was about to sign a contract with them, and it was just a matter of time before the contract was signed. Zhou Shou went on, and Su Hong understood the whole story. The Courtyard Group had been in contact with Li Yulan for some time, and today was supposed to be the day the contract was finalized, but it was ruined by Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao. The reason why this matter was ruined was thanks to the trap in the contract of Wan Yi. Li Yulan is not a businessman, so it is unlikely that she is aware of the contract trap, and she will sign the contract without knowing what she is doing, thus ruining her career as a craftswoman. However, Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao are aware of it. Once they went to Li Yulan's house, they immediately started to shamelessly claim to be relatives, and even asked to see the contract in the name of Li Yulan's relatives. As a result, they discovered the clues after taking a look. The Courtyard Group actually doesn't have a particularly good reputation in the industry. In the early years, whenever someone released a hit product, Courtyard would copy it. But as they copied more and more, Courtyard became even bigger. After growing bigger, Courtyard hired a large team of lawyers, which not only cheated many competitors, but also made Courtyard's own upstream and downstream suppliers afraid of them. It can be seen that Courtyard is a repeat offender when it comes to contract traps. Chapter 21. The Courtyard boss is very angry. The contract with Li Yulan's embroidery company stipulated that Li Yulan would not speak for 20 years after her death, and she also signed a 10-year labor contract with Wan Yi. The contract stipulated that within 10 years, 90% of the profits from Li Yulan's embroidery would belong to Wan Yi. The most outrageous part was the non-compete clause, which imposed many requirements on Li Yulan, even going so far as to prohibit her from engaging in the textile and embroidery industries after leaving Wan Yi. In other words, if Man Yi decides to abandon these craftsmen will never be able to make a living with their skills again. However, Man Yi's contract is beneficial and a wise choice for the company. Su Hong has been in business for a long time, and although he is already very considerate compared to some businessmen, the final decision in the marketplace is based solely on interests. However, since meeting Xingwei, Su Heng's heart has softened a lot. Especially since this is a message from the system, Su Hong is very considerate and does not choose to tie these craftsmen to death. After pondering for a moment, he said to Zhou Shoudao, "Promise them that Hengxing will approve funds to promote the culture of Su embroidery. There is no need to be so harsh on their contract, but I require that the cheongsam be embroidered by the end of this month, and it must be perfect. Tell them that if they want Su embroidery to become a fashion, then this cheongsam is crucial. Finally, don't be stingy with the money." Because after Zhou Shou discovered the trap of Wan Yi, Li Yulan and the others also became smarter, so they proposed that they would rather be paid less, but they also hoped that Ru Feng would truly respect Su embroidery and not just use it as a tool to make money. Li Yulan is a very silly person. She is over half a century old, but she wants to pass on the culture of Su embroidery. She is afraid that after machines replace handwork for many years, no one will inherit real Su embroidery. Suzhou embroidery focuses on the variation of needle movements, with 40 to 50 types of stitches. Machines cannot completely replace real Suzhou embroidery. Zhou Shou never compromises on Su Heng's orders. He just sighed and said, I think this Li Yulan is actually a bit stupid. On the one hand, she wants to promote traditional culture, but on the other hand, she doesn't accept technological development. Why can't Suzhou embroidery become mainstream? First, it's time-consuming and laborious, and second, good embroidery is too expensive. But Li Yulan doesn't think about it. If the output of machine embroidery increases and there are more embroidered products, won't the price come down and more people buy them? Alas, it's a pity that these traditional craftsmen just have their own obsessions. Su Hong laughed and didn't deny Zhou Shou's thoughts, but just repeatedly emphasized the importance of Chong Sam's. After the two hung up, Su Hong first asked Wu Xiaotian what kind of dolls children like nowadays. After getting a few inaccurate answers, Su Hong decided to ask Wu Xiaotian to buy all kinds of dolls. But thinking that there was not much room in the ward, he asked Wu Xiaotian to buy fewer. In the end, when Su Hong arrived at the hospital with more than 30 dolls, Zhao Tian took them all away to be sterilized. Seeing the pile of dolls, Shen Manru said in a somewhat annoyed tone, Su Hong, you can't spoil your daughter like this. What if you spoil her? Shen Manru was quite worried that Su Heng's educational method of buying everything and bringing it home would turn Shen Guer into a spoiled brat. After all, she had seen the piles of clothes that morning that filled the living room. Shen Manru felt that it was just because the hospital room was so small, otherwise Su Hong would probably have bought dolls to fill the whole house. Su Hong took the dolls that Zhao Tian had disinfected, and seeing that his daughter was still unconscious, he first arranged them neatly by her bedside, hoping that when Shen Guer got her eyes open, she would find that there were many dolls around her to keep her company. I have been a father for 4 years, and I have bought more than 30 dolls. I still feel that I have bought too few. This is just one example of how I spoil my child. When you see the castle and the playground, you can worry about whether I've spoiled her too much. Su Hong felt really guilty about being a father. Now that she had just had such a major operation, nothing he bought could make up for what Shen Guer felt. Shen Manru sighed helplessly, and could only leave Su Hong to it. She turned and sat on the sofa by the bed, quietly keeping Shen Guer company. Zhang Aimei had not slept last night because Shen Gui was going to have an operation, and coupled with the fact that Gui's emotions had fluctuated greatly during the operation, she rested for a while in the waiting room. After setting up the doll, Su Hong continued. You should also persuade our mother to go home and live there. It's more comfortable, and at her age, she still needs to take care of herself first. Shen Manru was speechless at the fact that Su Hong had already called her mother, and just nodded. Linchang, the headquarters of the Wanxi Group. The chairman of Wanxi is over 70 years old and has completely stopped taking care of things, so the affairs of Wanxi have been completely handed over to his son Wan Hongyi. Wan Hongyi is in his 40s and is in the prime of his life. He is single-mindedly trying to grow and strengthen Wanxi. The signing of Li Yulan was led by Wan Hongyi. As businessmen go, many say they started from scratch, but that is far from the truth. Take Su Hong for example, he really came from a poor family, a poor boy who was so poor that he was always hungry. But he relied on himself and built such a big family business. Wan Hongyi's family has a history. His grandfather was a big shot, and later Wan Hongyi's uncle went into politics and his father went into business. It was only through various channels that Wan Hongyi was able to make Wanyi a leading garment manufacturer in the country. If outsiders come to visit, only key personnel can be informed in advance, after all, security is involved. When all the information is finalized, the higher-ups will then conduct a bidding process according to the requirements. But by the time the bidding actually begins, it will be too late. Ever since Wan Hongyi's uncle passed on this piece of news, Wan Hongyi has felt that this is an opportunity for the Mani Group to truly become an international brand. The system told Su Hang that Su embroidery has become the mainstream of fashion, so Su Hang is confident. However, Wan Hongyi chose Su embroidery Cheongsam because his uncle revealed that the higher-ups wanted to promote domestic culture. He just had to wait for the higher-ups to conduct the relevant bidding and then show off his skills. However, at this time, when he heard that Hongxing Group had also come in and meddled, Wan Hongyi was furious. Hongxing's reputation in the garment industry was not great, and Wan Hongyi was not afraid. The main reason was that Hongxing's acquisition of Ruffing made Wan Hongyi a little apprehensive. You have to understand, Ru Feng used to be a big name. Wan Hongyi was discussing with his new secretary how to tear the black silk nicely when he received a phone call from Wuxian County. He didn't care about tearing the black silk nicely, and pushed his secretary under the desk while shouting at the phone. Hongxing, are you used to fighting with me for things? It's just a piece of crappy Suzhou embroidery. Suzhou Hang, you can't really think that foreigners would like it, can you? It's just promoting domestic culture, and there are so many cultures, not just Suzhou embroidery. Suzhou hang like Suzhou embroidery, so now find someone to write an article saying that Suzhou embroidery is the dregs left over from ancient times, and get it published everywhere. I'll see to it that when the time comes for the bidding, with my uncle there, who dares to choose the dregs as a gift. This Su Hong has really gone down the wrong path. After Wan Hongyi hung up the phone, he continued to ponder the black silk. Wan Hongyi had never taken Hangxing seriously. A nobody with no background, no matter how big a family business they create, they will always be rootless. Chapter 22 What is True Beauty? On the second day, the Mani group moved quickly. An article arguing that we in the new era should take the essence and discard the dross, and that the 10 views on Suzhou embroidery oppressing women should be abandoned, was quietly posted on the most heavily trafficked forum in the country. The editor who wrote the article, with sound reasoning and obfuscation, defined Suzhou embroidery as the dross of the new era, saying that Suzhou embroidery is a symbol of female oppression. Women have long been oppressed, sewing with needle and thread, but they are not liberated from manual labor. Promoting Suzhou embroidery is to trap women in the house. From Suzhou embroidery, it is extended to the 3 obedience and 4 virtues, and then from the 3 obedience and 4 virtues to the opposition between men and women, and finally it is emphasized again that Suzhou embroidery is dross. This article first triggered ridicule, and gradually began to be endorsed by some people. Finally, the comments section began to engage in a battle of the sexes, finally allowing the article to ferment. The most outrageous thing is that some big V's and public intellectuals began to endorse the article's claims. So for a while, Su embroidery was unjustly accused online, and many netizens spoke out. Although I don't oppose Suzhou embroidery, after everyone's explanation, it is indeed necessary to discard its dross. To hell with the outdated ideas of 3 obedience and 4 virtues. Jiangsu Province, Wuxin County. Li Yulan is over 50 years old, and there are a few deep wrinkles on her face, but her hands have been well cared for, and they are tender and smooth, even more tender than the hands of an 18-year-old girl. Online public opinion should not have reached Li Yulan's ears, but Zhou Shou and Zhang Xingtao often came to Li Yulan's house because they wanted to confirm the style of the Chansam with her. Zhang Xingtao, who had seen the online public opinion early in the morning, could no longer hold his anger. After arriving at Li Yulan's house, he drank a bottle of water before saying to Zhou Shou next to him, Zhou, the online opinion is raging, and they're even saying that Suzhou embroidery is the dregs of history. I don't know if it will affect us, positioning Suzhou embroidery as the theme of this season's high luxury. Zhou Shou hadn't even spoken yet, but Li Yulan, who was selecting materials in the courtyard, heard this and asked with a frown, Nonsense, how can Suzhou embroidery be dregs? Sai, Lan, the current aesthetic is the pursuit of Western aesthetics, especially in the clothing manufacturing industry in the last 100 or 200 years, which has been completely dominated by the West. Let me draw an analogy. For example, black, white and gray are beautiful, for example, the aesthetic of not more than 3 colors, for example, the aesthetic of not bright red and green. Nowadays, our aesthetic is completely dominated by Western aesthetics. Under the leadership of the strong Western aesthetic culture, we can only succumb. Zhang Xingtao has been in the clothing manufacturing industry for a long time. For example, why did Ruofeng go bankrupt? It's because Ruofeng insisted on starting a national style in the end, and it ended up dying. So when it comes to these upsetting things, Zhang Xingtao gets really angry. In Zhang Xingtao's opinion, it is probably another group of public intellectuals who are setting the pace and continuing to suppress domestic aesthetics and follow the path of Western aesthetics. However, Zhou Shou shook his head and patted Zhang Xingtao on the shoulder, saying, Lao Zhang, what you said is correct, but I suspect that this time it was the courtyard group that caused the trouble. Zhang Xingtao looked up, his eyes about to pop out of his head, and said with certainty, slapping the table, No way. Courtyard had to engage in Suzhou embroidery before, which proves that Courtyard agrees with the aesthetics of Suzhou embroidery, so why would they come and trample on this kind of aesthetics? Zhou Shou looked at Zhang Xingtao with contempt and said with a laugh, You're not very bright. Yesterday we messed up the contract for them, and today there's this kind of opinion online. If it's not Courtyard, then who else could it be? After Zhou Shou finished speaking, Zhang Xingtao was even more furious. He stood up and started spewing at the door. Damn it, I thought outsiders were coming to trample on the aesthetics left behind by our ancestors, but it turns out it's you sons of bitches who are doing it, so damn annoying. Fighting among ourselves, shameless. Although Zhang Xingtao didn't really agree with Su Heng's decision-making approach, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to set Su embroidery as the high-end luxury series. Zhang Xingtao originally wanted to persuade Su Hong to cater to the current aesthetics of the Chinese people, but at this time, he was cursing with joy. After Zhang Xingtao finished scolding, he got up and walked over to Li Yulan and said to her, "Sister Lan, you can see for yourself, so we need to work together to make the Su embroidery series a success." Li Yulan gave Zhang Xingtao a serious look, nodded, and said in a firm and powerful voice, "Don't worry, I will use everything I have learned in my life to make this Cheongsam perfect." After Zhang Xingtao forcibly raised the matter to a higher level, Li Yulan's heart was also stirred. No matter what, she also hoped to make a beautiful Cheongsam and show people what true beauty is. Zhou Shou, standing nearby, looked at Zhang Xingtao suspiciously. He always felt that the old fox was beginning to get cocky. A few words had fueled Li Yulan's anger, and he had turned the embroidery of a Cheongsam into a matter of national pride. Well, bravo! He really is a master at painting big pictures. Yesterday, Su Hong was hoping for his daughter to wake up, but even when Xiaoguo opened her eyes, she was still confused. She gave a sweet smile, but muttered nonsense. Shen Manru was so scared that she thought her daughter had gone insane. Fortunately, Zhao Tian explained that because Xiaoguo was still young, the anesthesia had a greater effect on her, and she would be fine after a while. So that night, none of the three Su Hong, Shen Guer, or Zhao Tian left the hospital room, all of them staying by Shen Guer's side. It wasn't until the morning that Shen Guer really came to, and because the anesthesia had worn off, the wound felt even more painful. Shen Guer opened her eyes and looked around, seeing her parents on their hands and knees by the bed and her grandmother sitting on the sofa resting. Suddenly, she didn't feel the wound hurt so much. Shen Guer would silently say the word dad every morning when she woke up, but she had never called out for her father because she didn't want to hurt her mother's feelings. But now, looking at her father lying next to her bed, she was really happy. She called out softly, "Dad." Su Hong slept lightly, and when he heard Shen Guer's voice, he immediately got up. When he looked at his daughter's awake and alert face, his eyes suddenly felt a little bit sore. He reached out and touched his daughter's little face, and smiled at her. "Does it hurt?" Shen Guer, who knew what was going on, could feel the pain, but she shook her head. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt." The maturity revealed in those words was even more saddening. A 4-year-old girl shouldn't be so obedient. It was because she was afraid that if she didn't act mature, no one would like her if she said it hurt, her father would go away. Su Hong stroked Shen Guer's head and said softly, "Guer, if you are in pain, you have to tell me. I will always be there for you. In the future, if you are sick, I will be there to give you medicine and injections. If you are unhappy, you have to tell me, and I will play with you of course. If you are naughty, I will also teach you. Guer can rest assured, Daddy loves you, and Daddy will always be there, always by your side." Shen Guer didn't know why, but suddenly there were a lot of tears in her eyes. But Shen Guer was very happy, and she nodded slightly. "Daddy, Guer loves you too." "Daddy, Guer hurts. The doctor hurt me when he operated." Chapter 23, Shen Guer's Doll. Shen Guer's words about pain did not get her any favors. The only thing that happened was that the doctor came over to press on Shen Guer's wound and examine it. With tears in her eyes, little Guer said to Su Hong, "Dad, you're lying." Only after she saw her father placing dolls all around her bed did she become full of surprise. Looking at the dolls, some of which she could not even name, Shen Guer was overjoyed and completely overwhelmed. When Shen Guer went into the operating room, she had only asked her father for one doll, but the result was many dolls. In particular, there was Shen Guer's favorite doll Lulu inside. She pointed at the pink Lulu doll and said in surprise, "Dad, how did you know I like Lulu?" For Shen Guer, the fact that her father could know what she likes shows that he pays attention to her and loves her very much. Su Hong looked at the pile of dolls, which all looked similar, somewhat puzzled, and couldn't tell which one was Lulu. Only Shen Manru sighed helplessly beside him. "Silly girl, how would your father know you like Lulu? He just bought them all, there's bound to be one you like." Su Hong looked in the direction of Shen Guer's gaze and gave Shen Guer the pink Lulu. As a result, Shen Guer, who was holding Lulu, beamed with joy and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She then pointed at the other dolls and asked, "Dad, who are all those dolls? You have to take care of them, they can't lie on the ground. They need quilts to sleep in too, otherwise they'll catch a cold." Su Hong looked at his obedient daughter again, and suddenly his head got a little big. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those dolls are Lulu's friends, and they don't have names yet. Then later, Guer can name those dolls. Dad, you remember to feed these little friends and put them to bed." Su Hong was full of question marks. What the hell? Feed dolls? And put them to bed? My dear daughter, do you even know what your father does for a living? Your father's time is measured in money. This was the first time Su Hong had faced a child's logic head-on. In the end, unable to bear the thought of his daughter just recovering from surgery and having to worry about whether the 30 dolls had eaten, drunk, or gone to sleep, Su Hong could only take on the responsibility of taking care of these children. Time passed quickly, and little Guoyar had been in the hospital for several days, but Zhang Aimei refused to leave the hospital, insisting on staying with Shen Guoyar. As for Shen Manru, she also spent most of her time in the hospital, except when she went back to Haicheng No. 1 to change clothes. Su Hong had talked to the doctor, and normally patients could be discharged after 10 odd days to recuperate at home, but because Shen Guoyar was so young, the doctor's recommendation was that it would be best for her to stay in the hospital for a month. After discussing this suggestion with Shen Manru, Su Hong agreed. It was hard on Zhang Aimei, and as long as her granddaughter was not discharged from the hospital, she would not feel at ease. After Shen Guoyar had passed the first few days of liquid food, all of her meals were prepared by Lanzi restaurant. Since Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei were both in the hospital, Lanzi restaurant was also responsible for their 3 meals a day. Sun Futai's Lan restaurant never does takeaways, so he called Su Hong and berated him for it, asking Zhou Shou to become his apprentice. Su Hong, meanwhile, was dealing with the online public opinion regarding Su embroidery. As soon as the public opinion about Su embroidery started, Hongqing's public relations department had already begun to deal with it, but the incident had instead grown larger and larger, even frequently trending on search engines. At this time, Wu Xiaotian reported the current trend of public opinion to Su Hong, and looked at Su Hong with some concern. In theory, Zhou Shou should have returned long ago, but unfortunately, this guy now goes to the hospital every day to see his little master, and every day, the takeaway from Lanzi restaurant is picked up by this guy. Zhou Shou is now firmly following the policies of the wife and the little master. Su Hong did not ask Zhou Shou to come back. After all, with Zhou Shou by her daughter's side, she felt more at ease. So for the time being, Wu Xiaotian would still be following Su Hong. After thinking for a long time, Su Hong asked, PR department, how do you plan to handle this? Chairman Su, what the PR department means is to handle this matter with a cold shoulder, and wait until the heat dies down before slowly guiding the public. Wu Xiaotian kept his eyes downcast, not daring to look up at Su Hong. Su Hong shook his head. The more you try to handle it coldly, the more trouble there will be. It's not that Hongqing PR is incompetent, but that they haven't noticed the importance of Su embroidery. Only Su Hong knows that the Su embroidered cheongsam can be used as a gift. After all, the higher-ups haven't even released the information about the public bidding. Hongqing PR only thinks that Su embroidery is the theme of the high-end luxury series, and they don't know that Su Hong is going to use Su embroidered cheongsam as a gift. Therefore, the proposal to adopt a cold treatment is very reasonable. After all, by the time the theme of Su embroidery in the high-end luxury series is released, this public opinion will have long since disappeared. However, there is no way to wait for public opinion to disappear for a tribute. The time for the tribute is November 8th, and the public bidding for tribute items should be around October 20th, so there is no way to wait for public opinion to be cold treated. A ding-dong sound rang in Su Hong's mind, and the long-lost system appeared again. Because Shen Gui's feelings for the host are getting deeper and deeper, this system has decided to gift the host an article about the future in retaliation. For a moment, an article that pinpoints current issues and is highly critical appeared in Su Hong's mind. The thousands of words in the article did not contain a single sentence of nonsense. It could almost be considered perfect. After reading the article, Su Hong suddenly laughed, and he said to Wu Xiaotian, "Let the public relations department help Courtyard first by making the public opinion that Su embroidery is dross even more sensational." Ah! Wu Xiaotian's mouth opened wide, and he looked up at Su Hong, who was serious, and quickly took careful notes. As an assistant, the second most important thing is to unconditionally believe in your boss. After Su Hong finished giving Wu Xiaotian his instructions, he saw his phone light up. It was a message from Shen Manru, but it was a voice message sent by Shen Guoyar. The little girl's voice was full of concern, but unfortunately it was for the dolls. Dad, Feifei, Nana, and Jingjing have a bit of a cold today, so you need to remember to give them their medicine. Su Hong's head ached. There were 30 dolls, and Shen Guoyar had really named them all. He could only call out to Wu Xiaotian and say, "That Xiaotian, you remember to give Feifei and the others some cold medicine." Wu Xiaotian had already packed up and was ready to leave Su Hong's office, but at this moment, he stood up straight and seriously promised. "Chairman Su, don't worry, I'll send you photos of me giving Feifei, Nana, and Jingjing their medicine later." "Good, thank you for your hard work. Your salary this month will be paid at triple the usual rate." Su Hong really had a headache. His precious girl really treated those 30 dolls as if they were her own children, and she had to check on their condition every day. Now Su Hong was most grateful that he had only bought $30 in the first place, as he had felt that the hospital room was too small and he was worried that they would not all fit. Chapter 24, The Public Opinion Counterattack begins. For several days in a row, the online comments about Su embroidery have become more and more heated, as the PR department of Hengqin has also entered the fray. Too many people have begun to use Su embroidery to pit men against women and take advantage of the situation. For a while, public opinion on the internet has been surging, and it has become increasingly unfavorable to Su embroidery. The PR department of Hengqin has also held several large-scale discussions because of the public opinion on Su embroidery. At this time, the PR department of Hengqin is holding its 22nd meeting on the topic of how to reverse the public opinion on Su embroidery. In the meeting room of the PR department, Xiaoyu, who is in charge of this matter, has red eyes. The 26-year-old girl has not slept well for several consecutive days because of this matter. Although Xiaoyu is not old, she is quite capable. She has been in charge of several public opinion cases for Hengqin and has done a very good job. However, the current public relations case of Suzhou embroidery has really stumped Xiaoyu. She is now beginning to regret why she initially wanted to take over this public relations case. The PR department of Hengqin has a lot to deal with, including the marketing of Hengqin's new products, which is the responsibility of the PR department. Therefore, each team in the PR department is responsible for different projects. When the company's management assigned the Suzhou embroidery public opinion case to them, Xiaoyu, a young and fearless employee, directly asked the head of the PR department to assign the case to her. After all, Xiaoyu had been working at Hengqin for 2 years this year, and according to Hengqin's promotion standards, Xiaoyu only needed to complete one more classic public opinion case before she would be eligible for promotion to director. So at the moment, although Xiaoyu regrets that this case is difficult to handle, she is also seriously looking for a breakthrough. She scratches her head and asks her subordinates in the same group. What do you think? There are a total of 6 people in Xiaoyu's group, and the other 5 people all shake their heads furiously, sighing one after the other. Team leader Xia, at the moment, Suzhou embroidery has nothing to do with our Hengqin. We can't use Hengqin's famous doctors to speak up for Suzhou embroidery. And our online army is not as large as the others. Now all the netizens are out to scold us. Yes, you have to know that as long as netizens are controlled by public opinion, they will lose their rationality. There is no way to reverse the way they view Suzhou embroidery in the short term. Unless, we make some other news to distract the netizens' attention. Yes, Xiaoye, now Su embroidery has stirred up a hornet's nest. You can see that the major media are afraid to take sides. Who says no major media have come out to take sides? The new media are trashing Su embroidery, and they are major media. Their appearance has only made netizens more aggressive in trashing Su embroidery. Xiaoyu held a pen in one hand and a tablet in the other. She stuck the pen in her hair, frowned, and said with a sigh. This new media is closely related to the Courtyard Group. It is said that the editor-in-chief of this new media was once a protege of the grandfather of the Courtyard Group CEO. People in public relations know the ins and outs of these personal connections best. Once Xiaoyu started, the remaining 5 people present began to chat about how deep the white background of Courtyard was. After gossiping for a long time, everyone began to feel downhearted again, mainly because the situation was really difficult to resolve. Just as Xiaoyu wanted to suspend the meeting and let everyone go back to continue to think of another solution, the door to the meeting room was knocked on, and the person who came in was Wu Shaotian. Wu Shaotian was holding a document in his hand, looking at the unkempt Xiaoyu, and his nose twitched, obviously a bit disgusted. Wu Shaotian and Xiaoyu came to Hengqin at the same time, and both did very well in the training. So they had a little friction with each other. But at the moment, Wu Shaotian looked at his well-ironed suit and meticulously combed hair, and then looked at Xiaoyu's slightly oily big curls, striped shirt, and sweatpants, and Wu Shaotian laughed. Wu Shaotian was in a good mood, so his attitude towards Xiaoyu improved a lot. After handing over the document, he said, Xiaoyu, this article was written by Chairman Su. If you still haven't been able to turn public opinion around, I'm afraid you'll have to work with the interns. After Wu Shaotian finished his mean words, he just walked away, leaving an angry Xiaoyu behind him yelling, "Bitch." Despite his anger, Xiaoyu first went to read the document. The result was that, upon reading it, his big curly hair stood on end. With eyes wide open, Xiaoyu read the article over and over again before looking up at the ceiling and giving a thumbs up. No wonder people get to live on the top floor, he said. This is a classic case that can be included in public relations teaching materials. Mr. Su, you're awesome, I admire you so much. I love you. Zhao Xiaowu was a university student, average-looking, with glasses. He usually doesn't dare to argue with people, but at this moment, he is furiously pounding on the keyboard, ready to lash out at anyone who annoys him in the comment section. After Zhao Xiaowu has done his bit to uphold justice, he remembers Su Embroidery, whom he has been berating for the past few days, and rushes to get into an argument about her. Zhao Xiaowu's comments were very touching. He didn't think that Su Embroidery was rubbish, he just felt that it was a bit lowbrow and completely out of step with modern aesthetics. Aesthetics like Su Embroidery, which represented ancient thinking, should be eliminated. After he'd picked at his box meal a few times, tapped his feet, and wiped his mouth, he started rolling up his sleeves and got to work. Listen to me, why should we oppose the aesthetics of Suzhou embroidery? Suzhou embroidery represents feudalism, and the painstaking work involved in stitching each thread by hand can never bring us any benefit. Do you want the new generation of women to wear cumbersome skirts again? Do you want men to wear skirts too? This is the new era, and if you look around the world, you can see what the real aesthetic is. The reason why there are so many beloved brands in Western countries is that people there are not obsessed with old ideas. Therefore, the aesthetic of Suzhou embroidery is outdated and low-end, and should be abandoned. After Zhao Xiaowu finished speaking, he looked at the comment section and saw that many people agreed with him, and he let out a happy laugh. Lin Mimi is a feminist who has her own set of truths, such as that men should buy the house, the bride price should be doubled, and men should do the housework. If you scold me, you don't love me, and I'll cry for you. If you don't want to, it proves that you are a man who doesn't respect women. In short, Lin Mimi feels like a big woman in the new era. A woman like her should travel and enjoy herself, not be stuck at home. She nods frantically at online posts and also starts to constantly express her own opinions. Yes, techniques like sway embroidery are a mistake, an attempt to keep women cooped up at home, embroidering away without setting foot outside the door. This is a conspiracy by men, a means by which men seek to enslave women. We should discard the dross and bring sway embroidery down. What kind of aesthetics is noble? Look to the new era, look to internationalization. Chanel, Dior, and Prada are what women pursue. Chapter 25, National Husband. There are too many Lin Mimis and Zhao Xiaowas, for whatever reason, but they firmly believe that Western aesthetics is superior. Many people on the internet also support the national style aesthetic, but unfortunately they cannot prevail over the public and have been drowned out in the comments. Until a big V called Xiaoyu, a media personality, released an article, public opinion began to reverse. Xiaoyu's article reads as follows. The following is an article written by our chairman Su Hang and published by the media account Xiaoyu. A lack of confidence in aesthetics is a lack of confidence in culture, and a sense of inferiority towards our own culture. But if we want to talk about the inheritance of history and culture, then we must look at the history of the East. 5,000 years ago, we faced the flood like the Egyptians 4,000 years ago, we played with bronze ware like the Babylonians 3,000 years ago, we pondered philosophy like the Greeks 2,000 years ago, we fought wars like the Romans 1,000 years ago, we were as rich as the Arabs, and now, we are competing with the Americans. For 5,000 years, we have been at the world's poker table, watching the demise of one opponent after another. Our civilization has never been interrupted, so how can we feel inferior about our culture? I speak today, not for Suzhou embroidery, but for our culture. Outsiders do not understand our culture, so how can we belittle it? Protecting domestic aesthetic culture is protecting our civilization and passing on our history. Hongxing Group will lead by example, and its brand Ruffing will use Suzhou embroidery as its theme to truly create a Chinese style. After Xiaoyu finished posting this article, she began to constantly direct her subordinates, shouting, "Hurry up, post 100,000 comments from the army of internet trolls, and stir up some excitement about this article for me." But before Xiaoyu could take action, the article had already become extremely popular. Because Mama Number 1 Media had reposted Xiaoyu's article, which meant that even Mama Number 1 had come out in support of the article. For a while, the army of internet trolls that Xiaoyu had prepared to praise the article were dispersed by real netizens, and the comment section was full of one-sided praise. Yes, the domestic current is indeed a bit of a perverted cult of Western aesthetics. Our great country, which has a history of 5,000 years, how could it lose to Western countries with only a few hundred years of history when it comes to culture? Those netizens in the front are really strange, they are actually thinking about overthrowing our Suzhou embroidery, they really don't know what they are talking about. This article has helped Hongxing Group to get out of the circle, so to speak. I just looked up the boss of Hongxing Group and found that he is a young man under 30 years old, and he is so handsome. This is my husband. Everything my husband writes is right. Thanks to the repost by Mama Number 1, public opinion on Suzhou embroidery has completely reversed. Many people in China have cultural inferiority complexes and are unwilling to believe in the cultural aesthetics of their own country. But there are also many people in China who firmly believe in their country's history and the aesthetics of the national style. No matter what the cultural invasion will evolve into, for now, with the support of Mama Number 1, netizens have begun to support Suzhou embroidery, including the national style clothing brand Roughing Clothing, which has also attracted public attention. Some netizens even went to the official account of Roughing Clothing to urge the brand to quickly release clothes with the Suzhou embroidery theme. Everyone will spend wildly and try their best to support it. This incident has made the Ru Feng brand go viral even before the clothes are released. But what is most unexpected is that Su Hong has become popular. Among the many group owners, Su Heng's appearance and age are really attractive, especially his wealth. People really want to call him baby when they see him, not to mention that this baby is not old. So, how could Su Hong not become popular? In just a few days, Su Hong has gained many wives, who are shouting to give birth to monkeys for him. Shen Manru kept giggling as she read the forums in Weibo, where people were shouting husband everywhere. But after she finished laughing, she started getting angry again when she saw Su Hong. Shen Manru held up her phone and showed Su Hong the trending search results for national husband. Her voice was full of jealousy, and she said in a pouty voice, "Now so many people like you, aren't you happy? Everyone is saying you're the national husband." After finishing up at the office, Su Hong came to the hospital. Seeing Shen Manru pouting in dissatisfaction, he felt a little happy. Well, that's great, his efforts have not been in vain, and she finally dares to pout at him. For so many days, Su Hong has been trying very hard to bridge the gap between himself and Shen Manru. After all, although the two are soulmates, they were not a couple in college, and they were apart for 5 years. So in the past few days, the two of them, who have a 4-year-old child, have only just started to act like a couple. The first thing Su Hong did when he entered the ward was to disinfect and then wash his hands. After washing his hands, he pinched Shen Manru's pouty little mouth and pretended to be angry, saying, "Then I'm puzzled. Why are all the people I've never met willing to call me that, but you're not willing to call me husband?" Shen Manru was silenced by Su Heng's words, and she threw the phone into her bosom and glared at Su Heng. "Humph, you are so annoying, I can't argue with you every time." Su Hong saw that he had provoked her, so he hurriedly tried to appease her. It was strange, Shen Guer had been willing to call him dad, and every time his mother-in-law heard him call her mom, she would beam with joy and her eyes would narrow. But Shen Manru had never once called him husband. It seems that Su Hong must be determined to win the collection at the Haohan auction. Otherwise, if he is already the father, and his wife still can't call him husband, is that reasonable? Su Hong reached out and scratched Shen Manru's nose, and whispered, "In a couple of days, you accompany me to a place." Shen Manru grabbed Su Heng's hand that was scratching her nose, and replied with some unease, "Do I need to prepare anything? If it's some kind of high-class banquet, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it." Shen Manru was really scared. After all, Su Heng's identity determined his activities, and they were bound to be either rich or noble. And since he had told her so solemnly, it couldn't possibly be a request to go to a street stall. "What are you afraid of? My Manru is beautiful and educated, and she's also a top student. She's stunning wherever she goes, so don't worry. You're so annoying, always talking nonsense." Shen Manru's face turned even redder. Chapter 26. Josho was thrilled. A security center in Kyoto. Within 3 steps in the courtyard built with red tiled walls and bricks, there is bound to be a guard, so it can be said to be extremely heavily guarded. This place would never appear on a map, and if a strange vehicle approaches within 1 kilometer, it will be strictly investigated. Everyone working in the courtyard is a familiar face in the country, and their names are even more famous. At the moment, the courtyard is peaceful, with the warm sun, red bricks, and a pot of warm tea being brewed. Zhang Guohua is very comfortable. Since the confirmation of the information about the foreign guest's visit, Zhang Guohua has been responsible for the overall coordination and deployment, and has been busy for many days, finally getting everything done. At this time, Zhang Guohua nodded after reading the article written by Su Hong that his subordinates handed over. This group still has some awareness, this article is well written. Zhang Guohua is in his 50s, and what he hates most is the way Chinese people admire foreign things. But often he can't help it when young people admire the West. So when he sees an article like this, it really cheers him up. He put aside the things in his hands, contemplated for a long time, and then asked Xiao Lu, who handed him the article. "Xiao Lu, go give Hengxing Group a heads up, and tell them to rush to produce a piece of clothing with the theme of Suzhou embroidery before October 20th. The young man called Xiao Lu's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang, do you mean you want to choose their stuff as a gift? Hey! I'll go give them a heads up in a bit, don't worry. Zhang Guohua didn't nod or deny, but just continued to read the article, saying, for this tender, choose more gifts with a national flavor, properly promote our national culture, and show those outsiders our national aesthetic. Lu also nodded frantically, excited. Old Zhang, don't worry, any sensible company that comes back to the tender knows what to do. The things we give away will definitely dazzle those outsiders' eyes. After Xiao Lu finished speaking, he didn't bother Zhang Guohua with his work and went to contact the people at Hongxing. When Xiao Lu called Zhou Shou's mobile phone, Zhou Shou was eating sour soup with a piece of dough in an old restaurant. After chatting with Xiao Lu, Zhou Shou finished the sour soup and exclaimed, "That's great." Zhou Shou finally understood why his boss had suddenly become obsessed with suzhou embroidery, so he hurriedly told Su Hong the news. When Su Hong received the message, he wasn't too surprised. After all, the system had already prompted these things. It was only Zhou Shou shouting on the phone. Boss, do you know that if the top picks our suzhou embroidery cheongsam as a gift, we'll have a big face? Zhou Shou was so excited that he didn't dare to yell about it, so he just hid in his car and got excited. Without waiting for Su Heng's reply, Zhou Shou continued to yell. Boss, I'll have Zhang Xingtao keep a close eye on Li Yulan's cheongsam embroidery. We're really going to make a big splash this time. In fact, it is understandable why Zhou Shou is so excited. From the perspective of outsiders, Hongxing, such a giant, must be a dominant force, and both the black and white worlds must give it face. A company that has created such a high employment rate must have a green light for everything it does. However, Hongxing has a lot of suffering that it cannot tell outsiders about, because Hongxing does not have the support of the higher-ups. In terms of competition with other companies, or no matter what policy support there is, Hongxing has suffered a lot. Therefore, if Hongxing can be selected this time, it will be very beneficial to its future. At the very least, in the future, when it comes to policy support, the authorities will first look at Hongxing and will not directly target related enterprises. Su Hong could sense Zhou Shou's excitement, but looking at the time, it was already 9:30 in the morning. He was already in the office dealing with things, so how could Zhou Shou still be out and about? Su Hong said, I remember that our company's starting time is 9 o'clock sharp. Even I'm already at the office, so why are you still outside? Su Heng's words completely calmed Zhou Shou down. After chuckling for a long time on the phone, he stammered. Boss, that is, yes, young master mentioned yesterday that he wanted to eat sour soup dumplings, so I came out early in the morning to line up to buy sour soup dumplings, just so that young master could have a bite of something warm. You know, the little master just had an operation, and suddenly he said he wanted to eat something, so I definitely had to prepare it for him. Zhou Shou was righteous and unflappable, partly because he was greedy, and partly because Shen had indeed mentioned such a thing yesterday. Su Hong was helpless, so he pretended to be angry and said, Fine, I won't hold it against you this time, but you'd better come back and work honestly. This won't happen again, or I'll throw all the potato chips in your office cabinet. Su Hong was speechless with Zhou Shou. This guy often sneaks off from work for a bite to eat, and has been caught quite a few times by himself. Fortunately, it has never delayed work. Recently, because Shen had been hospitalized, Zhou Shou had become even more unruly, and he needed to be disciplined. After being involved in the incident involving the full cupboard of potato chips, Zhou Shou calmed down. After dropping off the sour soup dumplings for Shen at the hospital, he hurried back to work. As a result, as soon as Zhou Shou returned to the company, he saw 2 small beds neatly filled with dolls in the office area when he passed by the office area. And each of these dolls also had a small pillow and their own small quilt. As for Wu Xiaotian, he was feeding each doll at the moment. Zhou Shou was dumbfounded. He had only been away from the company for a few days, and Wu Xiaotian had already tried to usurp the throne? He was coaxing the dolls so seriously? Zhou Shou cleared his throat, walked over, frowned, looked at the dolls, and asked. Xiaotian, the boss told you to take care of the dolls, but you don't have to be so serious about it. Just fool around a bit. Wu Xiaotian looked at his immediate supervisor and saw that he had finally come to the company. First, he put Jingjing down in his hands, and then he said excitedly to Zhou Shou, Brother Zhou, my salary has tripled. You tell me, don't I have to take good care of these dolls? They all want to take this job from me. What the hell? Triple. Come on, you carry these 2 cots to my office, and I'll take care of them. Zhou Shou's eyes nearly popped out, but in the end, he couldn't compete with Wu Xiaotian and had to go back to his own office to eat potato chips, mumbling as he ate, triple pay? If I get triple pay, I can buy a new car, can't I? Oops, what a mistake. If I knew, I shouldn't have gone to the hospital these few days. Wouldn't it be nice to stay here and take this job with triple pay? Chapter 27, Picking up Shen Manru for a Date. Because of that article, Su Heng's side has gained more than just the appreciation of the higher-ups, but also the praise of netizens. As a result, in just a few days, the products under Hongxing have been consumed by netizens in a wild wave. While Hongxing was happy, the Courtyard Group was not so happy. First, the Courtyard Group's public relations department was condemned by the media side of Mama Number 1. Although this condemnation was only communicated privately due to the influence of Wan Hongyi's uncle, it was considered a loss of points for the Courtyard Group. Wan Hongyi sat in his office, while his pretty little secretary stood trembling and afraid to say a word. Wan Hongyi really didn't expect things to turn out like this. He had originally thought that if he messed with it casually, it would ruin the reputation of Suzhou embroidery and be over. Who would have thought that his casual messing would instead give Su Hong a ladder to climb? What kind of nonsense is this? He really knows how to bullshit, and he even brought up history and culture. After reading Su Heng's article carefully, Wan Hongyi sighed and said, "It's a real shame that this brat isn't going into politics, but instead has to come out and oppose me." The secretary swayed her hips and walked a little closer to Wan Hongyi. She had changed the style of her stockings today, and she wore thick red lipstick, smiling and saying, "Mr. Wan, don't be angry. I don't think Su Heng's article is anything special. It's just flattery, and it's no match for our Wan-yi." Wan Hongyi didn't care that his secretary was shallow. He just reached out and rubbed his eyes, then tugged on the black silk, and found that it was still quite elastic. He said happily, "What do you know? Su Heng's article is eye-catching, and it's to the liking of the boss." After Wan Hongyi finished speaking, he didn't even try the elasticity of the black silk, but simply told his secretary to go downstairs. When Wan Hongyi was the only one left in the office, he called his uncle. Unexpectedly, they only spoke for a few minutes, but Wan Hongyi's uncle gave an accurate message. "The boss favors Hongxing. It is very likely that the bidding will go to Hongxing this time." "Uncle, does that mean that Manyu will be outshone by Hongxing?" Wan Hongyi became impatient. If Hongxing was really chosen, then there would be big trouble. How could Manyu remain the leader in the garment industry? Wan Hongyi's uncle's tone was very calm, without any emotional ups and downs. "Then why did you make such a stupid move? Manyu is also mine, I can't just ignore it. Time is running out, so we either go against the grain or add a national style theme to the icing on the cake." Wan Hongyi froze for a moment and tentatively asked, "Uncle, do you mean we should also make clothes with a national style theme?" But at the moment, the higher-ups clearly favor Hongxing, especially since Wan Yi's public relations department has hyped this up and we've been privately warned by Mama Number 1, so we're afraid we can't win. Then do the opposite, invite a well-known Western designer to tailor a set of clothes for the visiting beauty from the country. Make it luxurious and extravagant, and stir up some buzz about it. Even if the boss chooses Hongxing, he will still choose Courtyard's gift to go with it. At least Courtyard hasn't lost. This uncle is a tough guy. Since we can't have exclusivity, we'll settle for second place." Wan Hongyi had no choice but to decide to follow his uncle's advice. As his uncle said, even if they chose Hongxing's gifts, as long as they also chose Courtyard's gifts to be given out together, at least Courtyard would have face. However, Wan Hongyi felt suffocated. After hanging up the phone, the wailing of his secretary could be heard from his office. After finishing up at the office, Su Hong went straight to the hospital to pick up Shen Manru. Shen Gore's wound was getting better and better, so Su Hong wanted to take Shen Manru out for a stroll, have dinner, and watch a movie or something, kind of a date for the two of them. While Su Hong was still on the way, he received several messages from Shen Manru, asking which clothes she looked better in and which lipstick she looked pretty in. So Su Hong carefully identified the styles of the clothes and found that they were all similar. Then he looked at the lipstick colors and suddenly felt that his woman must be colorblind. How could he not be able to tell which color was prettier when they were obviously the same? But Su Heng's emotional intelligence was such that he could not directly reply to Shen Manru that he could not tell. He casually picked a color and very seriously replied, "I think this lipstick looks good, and you're already pale, so it suits you. Just dress up a bit, I'll be there soon." Shen Manru had originally picked a different color of lipstick and had already finished applying her makeup. When she saw that Su Hong had chosen a different one for her, she looked at the color of the lipstick a bit disdainfully, but she still went and reapplied the lipstick that Su Hong had chosen. Shen Gore, accompanied by Zhao Tian, was watching an animated film. When she saw the beautifully dressed Shen Manru, she kept saying sweetly, "Mommy, you look beautiful." Guer's mommy is the most beautiful, because Guer is the most beautiful. Shen Manru is indeed very well dressed. When she was a student, she was like the girl next door, pure and charming. After giving birth to her child, she added a few more charms to that purity. With a little bit of makeup, she is the hottest thing around, pure and sexy. She smiles gently, her white and round face full of innocence, but with a hint of flirtatiousness. Shen Manru walks up to her and gently taps Shen Guer's little head, smiling and saying, "You really have learned from your father and are finding ways to praise yourself. Daddy is not bad at all. Daddy said that the most beautiful people in the world are Mommy and Guer." Shen Guer raised her little fists, serious-faced, and when she saw her grandmother and Zhao Tian sitting nearby, she immediately added, "And Grandma is the most beautiful too. Sister Tian is also the most beautiful." 4-year-old Shen Guer's speech was a bit stilted, but her ability to express herself was still very clear. When Su Hong entered Shen Guer's ward, he saw Shen Guer's little appearance of praising people everywhere. Obviously, when speaking long sentences, his mouth was not quite agile, and he wanted everyone to be praised. Su Hong smiled, until he saw Shen Manru wearing a white knitted tunic dress with a large lapel, with willowy eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, which was exceptionally eye-catching. He frowned and asked unhappily, "I told you to dress up casually, didn't I?" Shen Manru was stunned, looked down at her clothes, looked at Su Hong nervously, and asked uneasily, "Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? You look so good, and when we go out later, other men will look at you, and I'll be jealous. But seriously, my daughter was right, you really are very pretty, even I can't help but keep looking at you. Su Hong, I've noticed, you're really becoming more and more annoying." Chapter 28 Two Bank Cards. Su Hong and Shen Manru went to the Orchid restaurant for dinner. For Shen Manru, the Orchid restaurant no longer felt as mysterious and shocking as it did the first time she visited. After all, because of Shen Guer's illness, Sun Futai's side would make medicinal food for Shen Guer every day, so Shen Manru also ate takeaway from the Orchid restaurant. The two sat in the same private room as last time. Shen Manru was more at ease than last time. She sat opposite Su Hong, staring at him intently. Su Hong had to ask her, "What's wrong?" Shen Manru shook her head, then nodded after a long while, gathering her courage and cautiously saying, "Su Hong, I do have a job. You know, when Guer is discharged from the hospital, I still want to go to work." Su Hong frowned. Zhou Shou had done some research on Shen Manru's job. Since Shen Manru had little work experience and was also bringing up a child, she could only work as a clerk in a small company. Because it was a small company, there were not many departments, and although she was said to be a clerk, she had to do a lot of work. The salary was not high, and she was exhausted all the time. At that time, Su Hong didn't know about this mother and daughter, but now, if he asked Shen Manru to go back to work, he really didn't want to, and he felt a little sorry for her. However, Su Hong had no way of turning her down outright. He wanted Shen Manru to slowly let down her guard and distance herself from him. First, he had to learn to respect Shen Manru. Shen Manru was a little uneasy when she saw that Su Hong had not said anything, so she quickly continued. "Even if I go out to work, I can still take care of Guer and you. I will make breakfast before I go to work in the morning, then take Guer to kindergarten, and come back in the evening to prepare dinner for you and Guer. I don't earn much, but I also want to go out and earn some money." Shen Manru hung her head, and the more she spoke, the less confident she became. After a few more sentences, she was about to simply say that she would not go. In Shen Manru's heart, she had concerns. For example, what was her current relationship with Su Hong? Were they husband and wife? But they hadn't gotten married. However, the feeling of the two of them getting along slowly since they started dating was something Shen Manru liked. She also hoped that she and Su Hong could get along from the beginning and then naturally consider getting married. The two of them, going through the process of normal people falling in love, getting married, and having children. So the big problem in front of Shen Manru is the financial issue. Even if the two of them get married in the future, she doesn't want to completely spend everything on Su Hong's money. Even if she can't be financially independent, at least she can earn some money to treat Su Hong to a meal, or buy Su Hong a gift. As for the immediate future, Shen Manru cares more about the financial aspect. In the past, due to Shen Guoye's illness, she had no way to save money. So now she only has a total of 6,870.23 yuan in savings, including the balance in her WeChat account. Shen Manru looked at the food on the table and was sure that this amount of money was not even enough to treat Su Hong to a meal. That was why Shen Manru wanted to go out and work to earn more money. Su Hong watched Shen Manru's head get lower and lower, and he could see that it was about to go under the table. He had been a little uncomfortable about Shen Manru going out to work, but after hearing that she planned to take care of herself and Shen Gyur after that, his mood improved again. He then picked up a piece of duck and put it on Shen Manru's plate, smiling and saying, "Since you still know how to cook breakfast and dinner for me, go ahead and work if you want to, but let me be clear, I have conditions." Shen Manru's head immediately lifted, her eyes shining as she looked at Su Hong, and she asked nervously, "You tell me, what are the conditions? I promise." Su Hong saw that Shen Manru had taken the bait, so he took a bank card and a credit card from his wallet and put them in front of Shen Manru and said, "The credit card limit is only 10 million per month, so you just spend it. The bank card has 100 million yuan in cash, which is convenient when spending money. In case I get busy and forget about Valentine's Day, 520, Qixi Festival and other holidays, and don't give you red envelopes or buy you gifts, this card will be an early red envelope." As a result, when Shen Manru looked at the two cards, she felt like she was looking at two bombs. Her hand, which had been placed on the table, immediately retracted, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, you can't give it to me, I don't want it, there's so much money." Shen Manru was on the verge of tears. How could such a scene from an idol drama happen right in front of her? She kept shaking her head and said very seriously to Su Hong, "Su Hong, I really can't take this money." Su Hong looked at Shen Manru and her eyes really welled up with tears. Without offering any comfort, he just deliberately said in a disgusted tone, "You're only thinking about yourself. Our mother is so old, don't you have to show her some respect? Our father is still working outside to earn money for our mother, and you should show your filial piety, shouldn't you? If our daughter asks you for something, shouldn't you buy it for her? Shen Manru, you can't just think about yourself. If you think the amount is too large, you can just spend it over a longer period of time, right? You don't have to spend it all in one day. What are you in such a hurry for?" Su Hong looked at Shen Manru and deliberately sighed before continuing. "If you don't want to honor our parents, you can't stop me from honoring them, can you? If you don't take the money, I'll suspect that you want to abuse our parents and our daughter." Shen Manru just looked at Su Hong. A few words had reversed the truth and falsehood, making her seem pretentious. She could only reach out and silently put the card away. As a result, Su Hong went all out and insisted that Shen Manru pay for today's meal. What was most annoying was that Su Hong also yelled, "You have to pay for the movie later too. You have to buy me popcorn too." Shen Manru had no choice but to bind the card to the current payment system and go to the checkout to pay for the meal. As a result, when Shen Manru saw that the total meal cost was 120,000, her eyes widened, but she could only pay the bill with trembling hands. After eating the 120,000 meal, Shen Manru originally thought that Su Hong's offer to watch a movie meant 2 movie tickets for 60 yuan each. Unfortunately, Su Hong said that watching a 60 yuan movie did not match his aura as the big boss, and he insisted on forcing Shen Manru to charter a movie theater. Fortunately, the total cost of chartering the movie theater was less than 10,000 yuan. Shen Manru's heart was numb when she paid, and she felt that Su Hong finally knew how to save money. After the two watched the movie, Su Hong casually went shopping and bought a men's watch and a women's watch, worth a total of 2.8 million. After Su Hong picked out the watches, he looked at Shen Manru, and Shen Manru obediently went to pay the bill. Su Hong was used to having Shen Manru pay the bill, and after getting into the car, he deliberately said to Shen Manru, "You see, I was right, this money isn't just for you. When you go shopping with our mother, do you just let her look around and not buy anything? Su Hong, you're so good. I feel like I love you more and more." Su Hong, who was waiting for Shen Manru to look aggrieved, was suddenly dumbfounded by her sudden confession. Shen Manru sat next to Su Hong, looking up with eyes full of love that could barely be contained. Finally, Shen Manru leaned slightly forward, leaning towards Su Hong on her own initiative for the first time, and placed a red kiss on his face. Chapter 29 Shen Dahai's Visitor. Although Su Hong agreed to let Shen Manru work, he also required that Shen Manru be picked up and dropped off by the driver Zhang Lily when going to and from work, that she not work overtime, and that she must resign immediately if she felt unhappy. However, for the time being, Shen Manru was still at the hospital with Shen Gyur, and planned to go to work once Shen Gyur was discharged from the hospital. At this time, in the hospital, according to Su Hong's instructions, Shen Manru transferred 1 million yuan to Zhang Imei and persuaded her. "Mom, just take the money, otherwise Su Hong will say I'm not filial again." Su Hong said that after Shen Gyur was discharged from the hospital, he would follow us back to meet Dad. Shen Manru knew very well that the money had been transferred directly to Zhang Aime's bank card, so Zhang Aime said impatiently. Manru, I know that Su Hang is a good person, but our family can't take this money. You and Su Hang aren't married yet, and it's not right for us to take this money. Not to mention, even if we were married, our family is not the kind of family that sells their daughters. Zhang Aime is a stubborn person. Even though the money has clearly been credited to her account, she stubbornly learned to operate the mobile banking app herself and tried to return the money to Shen Manru. Unfortunately, Shen Manru's card and Zhang Aime's card are different in terms of both level and limit. If Zhang Aime wants to transfer such a large sum of money, she has to make an appointment in advance. So Shen Manru looked at Zhang Aime, who was really angry, and could only carefully comfort her own mother, saying pitifully, Mom, you can keep the money for now. It would make me feel bad if you didn't take it. You and Dad have both given so much for your daughter in Gwyer. Dad's health isn't good, but because your daughter is still working to earn money. Su Hong said that he cannot repay you for what you have done for Gwyer. He cannot repay this favor, so he can only give you some money. This 1 million is not the money for selling his daughter, it is just a little pocket money and filial money that Su Hong gives to you too. So, it's just pocket money. If you keep refusing, both Su Hong and I will feel very sad. Shen Manru recalled what Su Hong had said last night, and she managed to get it more or less right. As a result of this speech, Zhang Aime's eyes were red and she reached out and gave Shen Manru a gentle tap on the shoulder, saying proudly, It seems that my son-in-law is much better than my daughter. Zhang Aime was flustered, and immediately began to educate her daughter again. Manru, in the first 5 years, I hated Su Hong to the core. But since I learned the truth, I really can't blame him. Especially now, Su Hong is really a good husband and father. You've picked a gem. Don't just think about how Mom and Dad are doing, and don't just think about giving us money. We can't learn from that kind of example and marry our daughter off to a rich man, and then let the rich man raise our family. You have to be good to Su Hong, and live a good life in your little family, so as not to break Su Heng's heart. Financially, you can't compare with Su Hong. Then you have to do your duty as a wife, don't cause trouble for others, and don't be pretentious over trivial matters. If you have time, study more. Even if you can't help Su Hong, you can still talk to him about the same topics. Zhang Aime's words are pearls. This is the heartfelt words of an old mother. I sincerely hope that my daughter can live well. Yu Province, Amman County. In the early years, Zhang Aime and Shen Manru sold their house in Amman County to pay for Shen Dahai's medical treatment. Due to financial difficulties, they could only rent a 3-room bungalow with a yard in the old alley of Amman County. At 5 a.m., Shen Dahai got up. Amman County is located by the sea, and people can earn a lot of money by carrying goods at the customs. Unfortunately, this kind of work is temporary, and there is no way to keep doing it. So Shen Dahi usually goes to work part-time in the morning to carry goods until 10 o'clock, and then delivers express packages in the afternoon. But this morning when he got up, Shen Dahi found that his back really hurt badly, so he thought about taking a rest for the morning and going directly to the express delivery point to deliver express packages at 11 o'clock. The 3 bungalows are old, but Zhang Aime is capable, so the rented house is also tidied up to look very homely. Shen Dahai lay on the bed, his back hurting badly, so he didn't get up until someone knocked on the door. Shen Dahai supported his back as he went to see who it was. He opened the door and found Li Honglong, who had been worried that he hadn't gone to work in the morning and was ill. However, Li Honglong was followed by Wang Bo, who annoyed Shen Dahai. Wang Bo was under 60 years old and had previously worked as a workshop director in Shen Dahai's factory. Since everyone who came to the house was a guest, Shen Dahai could only busy himself welcoming people into the house, pouring them tea, and smiling happily at Li Honglong, saying, Don't worry, I mainly feel a bit tired, that's why I want a rest for the morning. Before Li Honglong had a chance to respond, Wang Bo said in a strange voice, Mr. Shen, bah. Look at my broken mouth. Dahai, you really shouldn't rest in this environment at your house. Wang Bo took a look around Shen Dahai's house, looked at the interior of the house, and made a disgusted sound twice. Then he picked up the tea that Shen Dahai had poured and took a look at it before putting it back on the table. He continued, Dahai, what kind of man are you if you just feel tired and decide to slack off? I heard that your granddaughter is still sick, right? Li Honglong and Shen Dahai were close, and Li Honglong was once a senior technician at Shen Dahai's factory. But when the factory went bankrupt, Li Honglong was too old to find a good job, so he had to take odd jobs. Shen Dahai had just paid off his kidney transplant, but now he had to do heavy labor again, so Li Honglong was worried about his health. He had originally planned to come by himself, but he happened to run into Wang Bo, so he had to bring him along. Old Wang, you used to be the laziest person at the factory. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Honglong's face fell, and he was angry when he saw Wang Bo like that. As a result, Wang Bo sat on the stool without caring, and said proudly, "What do you know, Lao Li? My daughter and son-in-law just bought me a house, and it's so beautiful. I, Wang Lao, have never lived in such a beautiful house in my life, and there is nothing else that Xiao Ai can control in the house. Even sweeping the floor, there is a robot to do it for me. Alas, to be honest, it is my daughter who knows what is good for her. Unlike this Manru, after causing such a mess, am I not worried for the sea? Not only do I live in such a rundown house, but at my age, I have to go out and work to earn money to pay for my child's medical treatment. What a difference between the same person." Chapter 30, Shen Dahai and Li Honglong's friendship. Wang Bo's words were like daggers piercing Shen Dahai's body, and the harshest of them all was his sarcastic comment about Shen Manru having a child out of wedlock. Shen Manru having a child out of wedlock was no secret in the small county of Amman. Almost everyone who was Shen Dahai's friend knew about it, some of them watching the show, some mocking, and some pretending to comfort, but none of them were as excessive as Wang Bo. Li Honglong was an old technician with a fiery temper. Before Shen Dahai could even get angry, he just poured the tea in his hand over Wang Bo's face and yelled, "Wang Bo, you really are something. Back then, when your wife had a difficult labor and the medical bill was 6,000, and all your relatives avoided you, but Brother Hai lent you the money without saying a word. What did you say back then? You said that in the future, you would go through fire and water for Brother Hai. But what happened? As soon as Brother Hai's factory went under, you ran away without a trace. And now you're here, strutting around like a peacock, so smug and pleased with yourself. You're nothing but a scumbag. We old folks have watched Manru grow up. If Manru meets the wrong people, you don't know how to seek justice for Manru, and you're still saying these sarcastic things. I'll beat you to death today, you animal." After Li Honglong finished scolding, he felt uncomfortable and rolled up his sleeves, ready to get his hands dirty. Shen Dahai rushed out in a hurry, stopped Li Honglong, and picked up a stick himself. He said to Wang Bo, "Get out of here quickly, so I don't have to beat you up and you won't blame me." Seeing that these two were serious, Wang Bo shrunk his neck and turned around to run, cursing and swearing as he ran. It wasn't until Wang Bo had gone far away that Shen Dahai refilled Li Honglong's cup of tea and said with a smile, "Old Li, you're in good shape, just like back in the day." Li Honglong scratched his head, showed off his muscles, and was very happy. But then Li Honglong asked with some concern, "Brother Hai, how is that girl Gua? I haven't saved much money, but this is a token of my affection. Although 20,000 yuan won't make a big difference, it's for Gui to buy some supplements to eat." Li Honglong took out a plastic bag from his bosom, which contained brand new 100 yuan bills that he had withdrawn from the bank early in the morning. Since the factory had closed down, Li Honglong's life had also been extremely difficult. His family had only one son who had not graduated from university, and his wife did not have a formal job, setting up a small stall on the street. The burden of the family fell entirely on Li Honglong's shoulders. Back then, he was clearly an outstanding technician, but now he could only work as a manual laborer. 20,000 yuan may not seem like a lot to others, but it's all Li Honglong can afford. Shen Dahai looked at the money wrapped in the plastic bag, his eyes a little moist. He patted Li Honglong on the shoulder and sighed, "Shen Dahai, to have a brother like you is proof that I haven't lived a bad life. But, Li, take the money back. Deshang is only a junior this year, so you have to think more about them. Don't worry about me, I still have the strength to support my family. And, Gui's father is here." Li Honglong's eyes flared when Shen Hai mentioned Su Heng. By the time the two old men had sorted things out, it was already noon. The fire in Li Honglong's eyes had subsided, but he kept muttering, "Brother Hai, you're right, this little rascal, is Gui's father. We don't even know if he's reliable, we have to worry about it. But since his father is willing to pay for Gui's surgery right now, you shouldn't be too tired, you're not in good health either." Shen Dahai nodded, and seeing that it was already noon, he took Li Honglong out for dinner. But Li Honglong, who had really come to deliver the money, was not really at ease, even though Shen Dahai had mentioned Gui's father. After all, he didn't feel that this suddenly appearing father was reliable. So Li Honglong secretly hid the money under Shen Dahai's pillow, and Shen Dahai didn't discover the money until he returned that night. Su Province, Wuxian County. Li Yulan, on the other hand, has been trying to make a name for herself, so she has put a lot of effort into the Cheongsam. Li Yulan doesn't like to play the marketing game, so she is not considered a top-level inheritor of Suzhou embroidery, but her craftsmanship is good enough. Under her leadership, the embroidery on this cheongsam can be considered perfect. Zhang Xingtao was originally going to return to Haicheng, but Su Hong ordered him to stay in Wuxian County until the cheongsam was finished. So Zhang Xingtao didn't just sit around idly. He set up a large Su garden as a workshop for the nearly 30 embroideresses. While the embroideresses were busy with the cheongsam, he was busy organizing the workshop, such as deciding how many dishes to offer for the staff meals, and which brand of mattress to choose for the embroideresses' dormitory. In short, Zhang Xingtao was very busy, and he even prepared more than 10 kinds of tea on the table. Anyway, Chairman Su said that these embroideresses are high-tech talent and must not be treated badly, they must be treated to high standards. So Zhang Xingtao can be described as being very busy. At this time, he is discussing the menu with the chef in the studio. He shakes his head and says seriously, "Don't think that what you do is just preparing work meals. You have to cook with love to make it taste good. My brother Lao Zhou once said, eating is the most important thing in life." When Zhang Xingtao was about to say something else, he saw his phone ring. It was his friend Lao Zhou calling. He answered the call quickly and asked excitedly, "Lao Zhou, does Chairman Su mean that I can go back to Haicheng? I'm really going crazy here. You have to know that roofing's factory needs me." Stop. Zhang, calm down. I'm just letting you know that the United States of Beauty is visiting, and the higher-ups want to put out a tender for a gift to be presented to the President of the United States of Beauty. The word is already out, and the official tender will be issued on the 20th. So what the boss means is, whether Ru Feng can take a step further, and whether this series can become high-end luxury, depends on this cheongsam. In other words, you, Zhang Xingtao, have to honestly stay in Wuxian for now. Zhang Xingtao was still wondering when he would return to Haicheng, but when he heard the news, he was dumbfounded. He shouted at the top of his voice on the phone, "What? In other words, if we win the bid, our series will be able to go further? Bidding, Suzhou embroidery, cheongsam, Ru Feng, high luxury." This series of things kept flashing through Zhang Xingtao's mind. After he had finished connecting the dots, his eyes were shining. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that if the bid is successful, the brand significance of roughing will be different. After Zhang Xingtao had finished thinking, he said mysteriously into the phone, "Lao Zhou, do you think that Su Dong already knew about this and that's why he prepared this Suzhou embroidered cheongsam?" Zhou Shou at the other end of the phone coughed and did not answer this question, but just imitating Su Heng's tone said, "The boss said that if anything happens to the cheongsam, you will bear full responsibility." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xingtao flopped down in his chair and began to fantasize about the scene after winning the bid, where his brand truly made an international impact and became famous at home and abroad. What a boost! What a rush! Zhang Xingtao raised his fists and shouted at the chef, who had not yet left the door, "From now on, the embroideresses must eat well. Make 20 more dishes every day so that they have more choices." Chapter 31, Inviting Shen Manru to the auction. After the bidding date was announced, preparations were also underway in full swing on the cheongsam side. As for the Haohan auction that Su Hong had been waiting for, it would also be auctioned tomorrow. In his office, Su Hong sent Shen Manru an invitation from Haohan and said to her in the WeChat message, "I'm going to this auction tomorrow to buy something to give away, so you accompany me tomorrow." Haohan's invitation is divided into a paper version and an electronic version. The paper version is very grand, while the electronic version is a bit flashy. Shen Manru opened the link to the electronic version. Although it is flashy, the information about the auction items is still very complete. However, Shen Manru doesn't really have any thoughts about these auction items. She simply thinks that these items may be bought by Su Hong and given to customers. The electronic invitation did contain an introduction to the mystery auction item, but it only mentioned the price, which was 100 million yuan. Shen Manru glanced at the so-called mystery auction item, which was simply described as a hairpin to symbolize the union of husband and wife. Then there was a dark and mysterious image, with the starting price of 100 million yuan standing out prominently. Shen Manru directly skipped over the mysterious auction item and said, "Can something like 100 million be sold at auction? I don't know which sucker is going to pay for it." Yes, Shen Manru defined it as a sucker. The 100 million bank card given by Su Hong has given Shen Manru a new understanding of 100 million. For example, if she saves money, she can make the three of them happy for 100 years. Right now, an item without any introduction is daring to start the bidding at 100 million, so Shen Manru feels that it is a bit too expensive. After reading the invitation and confirming the address and time, Shen Manru hurriedly replied to Su Heng's V message, "So I will go find you tomorrow on my own, or will you come pick me up? Do you have any requirements for what I wear?" Su Hong, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wear whatever you like, even a sack, I'll still think it looks good. Seeing these words, Shen Manru's mouth finally broke into a smile when she heard her daughter's voice from the side. Mom, you must be talking to Dad. Because you look so happy. Shen Manru put her phone away, held out her white fingers and tapped her daughter's little head, smiling. Mom has discovered that you are learning from Dad and getting more and more sweet talking. Shen Guer was drinking a medicinal soup. Because it was too hot, she kept opening her little mouth to blow on it. Perhaps she was a bit tired of blowing on it, because she blinked her eyes and looked pitifully at Shen Manru and said, Mom, hey, Guer is tired. Although Shen Guer was 4 years old, Shen Manru had always cultivated Shen Guer's ability to be independent. In the beginning, because of her surgery, she had always been fed by adults. Once she was well enough, Shen Manru put on her stern motherly face and prepared a small bowl and spoon for her to eat on her own. So, Shen Guer, who had been fed for a long time, suddenly wasn't used to eating on her own. Especially since her father secretly fed her every night when he came home. So now Shen Guer was tired of holding the spoon and wanted her mother or her sister to feed her. Zhao Tian, who was standing nearby, looked at Shen Guer with love because she had been expressly forbidden by Shen Manru, but she did not dare to come forward and feed her. Zhang Yimei was the only one who could not bear to watch any longer. She threw the sweater she was knitting for Shen Guer onto the sofa, walked over to Shen Manru and said, Guer is so young and still sick, and we are all willing to feed her, but you have to stop it. Shen Manru is a very gentle woman, but when it comes to child education, she can only say firmly, Mom, you can't spoil the child. Since her father came back, Shen Guer has become more and more spoiled. Okay, I don't care, Zhao Tian, go with me to the lounge to knit a sweater. Your Aunt Mei will teach you to knit sleeves. After Zhang Yimei and Zhao Tian had left Shen Manru's ward, Shen Guer's mouth began to pout, and tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. If Su Hong were here, he would definitely say that the way these two mother and daughter looked at each other was really exactly the same. Then Su Hong would definitely pick Shen Guer up and do whatever she said. Unfortunately, Su Hong was not here. Since Su Hong spoils his children the most, Shen Manru feels that she must take on the responsibility of being a strict mother and absolutely cannot spoil her child. Seeing that being cute is useless with her mother, Shen Guer is also a sensible child and immediately lowers her head and starts eating by herself. Shen Guer doesn't show her mother the empty bowl until she has finished eating, and with a greasy little mouth, she says proudly, Mom, look, Guer finished eating, Guer is great. Seeing that her child had finished eating, Shen Manru resumed her smile. After praising Shen Guer, she began to reason with and tell stories to Shen Guer. In no time, the mother and daughter once again began to love each other. The designer that the Waynean group hired this time is the famous Western designer Carlton. He has presided over 20 seasons of Chanel's haute couture series and was also the costume designer for the Queen of the Lion Country, who even specially bestowed a title on him. After designing a wedding dress for the Queen of the Lion Country, which won universal acclaim, Carlton also retired. This time, Courtyard was able to invite Carlton, but it cost a super price, with the design fee reaching a full 600 million yuan. For this reason, Wan Hongyi felt uncomfortable. Not only was the design fee outrageously high, but Carlton was also insufferably arrogant. Carlton was not able to come over, and only sent his assistant to sign the contract. After Carlton's assistant signed, he observed Courtyard for a while, and then said proudly in his poor Chinese, After seeing some of your group's styles, I deeply regret your country's fashion aesthetic, but please rest assured, our great Carlton designers will show you what fashion is all about. You are smart to be able to hire our Carlton designers for just 600 million yuan. Working with the Carlton Masters will be the greatest honor for your group in the future. Throughout the entire process, Wan Hongyi controlled his hand that wanted to hit someone so that the signing ceremony could proceed peacefully. At this time, Wan Hongyi, sitting in his office, kept breathing deeply, and after calming down for a long time, he instructed his subordinates. 600 million in design fees, Master Carlton, tailor-made, truly fashionable. Make this news go viral, the hotter the better. Chapter 32, Value is greater than profit. Su Hong now has a very regular schedule. In the morning, he has breakfast with Shen Manru and goes out together. Shen Manru goes to the hospital to accompany Shen Guer and goes to work by himself. After finishing up at the office, Su Hong goes to the hospital to accompany Guer and picks up Shen Manru on the way home. At 8:20 p.m., at this time every night Su Hang would already be at the hospital visiting Shen Guer, but today he is still working on company matters. In fact, before Shen Manru and Shen Guer appeared, Su Hong could be said to have been working overtime every day, and sometimes he would even just sleep at the office. It was only recently that Su Hong started to live like a normal person, going to and from work on time and eating on time. Except that today there really are some problems. Hongqing's industrial chain is actually mostly industrial, but in the current environment, the advent of the internet age has had a huge impact on industry. Therefore, Hongqing has made many adjustments. Although it focuses on independent research and development, it is also very active in investing in other internet projects. As a result, over the past few years, Hongqing has been quite successful in terms of investment. The main reason for Su Hong to stay today is that Hongqing has a total external investment of 2 billion yuan in November. The finance department of Hongqing has initially selected 17 projects, and this selection is coming to an end. However, there are some problems with the selection of these projects. In terms of proportion, the finance department of Hongqing has done a risk assessment, so 30% of the investment this time wants to be invested in the game sector. However, the game that the finance department reported wanting to invest in was surprisingly vetoed by Su Hang. At this time, Yan Hua, the head of the finance department, a 40-year-old man with gold-rimmed glasses, was clearly in his prime, but he had dyed his hair white. Yan Hua sat across from Su Hang's desk, and instead of arguing with Su Hong, he just carefully arranged his cufflinks. Yan Hua has a keen eye for investment in the industry. Many of Hongqing's senior executives only came to work for Hongqing after the company had already become successful, or were poached. Yan Hua was the only one who initially took a fancy to Su Hong and left behind his high salary and position to join Hongqing. At the time, Su Hong didn't have much money and could only offer Yan Hua, a talent like him, an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, but Yan Hua agreed without hesitation. With Yan Hua's help, Hongqing won big in the real estate development projects that followed. So Yan Hua is someone that Su Hong values very highly. Even today, Yan Hua is no longer someone who receives an annual salary at Hongqing. He has shares in the company. The money he receives each year is enough to cover what he told Su Hang at the beginning. I don't want $1 million annual salary, I just want to earn enough money to support my retirement in a few years and retire. The annual dividends are really enough for Yan Hua to retire and enjoy his old age. However, Yan Hua is even more determined. He is a cultured person who is engaged in finance. He once said, "A true friend is one who would die for you." Lao Yan, these games you have picked out, the amount of investment you have given, how do I feel that you are messing with Su Hong? After leaning back in his chair and getting this investment list, Su Hong actually understood what Yan Hua was really trying to do. Yan Hua stopped organizing his cufflinks, sat up straight, and sighed helplessly. "Chairman Su, you are right, this time I was being selfish. I have money, so I started thinking about pursuing my dreams. But I also read the article you posted about Suzhou embroidery, and I saw your support for the national style in the article, so I dared to do this." In this office, apart from Yan Hua and Su Hong, there is also Zhou Shou. Zhou Shou is very comfortable in Su Hang's office, and he asked the delivery guy to bring him a watermelon. Then he messed with the juicer in Su Hang's office, and after spending a long time trying to squeeze a glass of watermelon juice for himself, he leisurely walked over with the glass. "Old Yan, don't look at me, you don't like watermelon juice, so if you want something to drink, make it yourself." After taking a sip of the watermelon juice, Zhou Shou continued, "Lao Yan, to be honest, the two games you chose are really unreliable. Those Chinese-style games are all extensions of LP, and players are attracted by the nostalgia. But look at the two games you picked, one is completely in black and white ink painting style, not to mention there are no LP hotspots to copy. How many players would accept this style? The other one is even more outrageous. When it comes to investing in games, who doesn't know that the game Songshi makes are off limits? Songshi is toxic, and whoever invests in him will lose their shirt. And look at these two games. Let's not talk about the 100 million yuan you'll invest in the black and white style. You're actually going to invest 300 million yuan in Songshi's game. Do you know that the investment cost of World of Warcraft is only 300 million yuan or so? Zhou Shou is very clever, he just said what Su Hong wanted to say. The first of the two games that Yan Hua chose is a black and white ink style academy cultivation game called I Learn Cultivation in the Academy. Because it has an open world map, the development cost is higher. As for Songshi's project, it is a true martial arts game called Wulin Overlord. This game is particularly large in scale and scope. Regardless of the game itself, it is mainly Songshi himself who really strikes fear into the industry. It has to be said that Songshi is a genius. He has developed the industry's highest-grossing game of the year, but 3 years ago, Songshi said that he no longer wanted to make commercial games, and that he wanted to develop a game that truly belongs to us for the sake of his dream. At that time, some people still shook their money and went to invest in Songshi, but what followed was losses, huge losses. In the past 3 years, Songshi has gone even crazier, and even if he makes an indie game, he can still lose money. So, who would dare to invest in Songshi? Wouldn't that be like a meat bun hitting a dog and never coming back? However, our investment genius Yanhua was actually moved by this genius Songshi. After Zhou Shou finished speaking, Yanhua ignored him. The two men never got along, and Yanhua just looked at Su Hong and said, "Chairman Su, I've talked with Songshi, and I'm extremely confident in him. When doing business, we can't just look at the benefits very often, we also have to consider the impact. In the cases I've invested in, I've always believed that value is more important than profit." Su Hong looked at Yanhua very seriously. Perhaps this was the reason why Yanhua had followed him without hesitation back then. Value is a very mysterious thing. Businessmen pursue profits and want real money. Su Hong doesn't really care about those intangible dreams, about values like the rise of the national style or the idea of making a game that is truly representative of one's country, which are just hot air. However, Su Hong nodded and agreed with Yanhua. "Okay, for the sake of dreams and values, I approve of this investment project." At the moment Su Hong agreed, Yanhua smiled. This 40-year-old man was no different from a child at this moment. Chapter 33, Shen Gui, the Complainer. At the moment Su Hong agreed, Su Hong heard a ding-dong sound in his head. Based on the choice made by the host to give in to his dream, the system will provide a perspective map of major future events for the host's reference. In December, Dream Chaser Studio released the indie game My Town, which sold tens of millions of copies once it was released. Su Hong had originally thought that the system would tell him about the future of the two games he was about to invest in, but he never imagined that the system would be talking about another game. An indie game that sold tens of millions of copies? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Su Hong glanced at Yanhua and asked hurriedly, "Of the games that need to be invested in, is there one called My Town that was developed by Dream Chaser Studio?" Yanhua has a good memory. He must screen the final investment projects. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, but I'm still evaluating whether this game is worth investing in." Su Hong's eyes lit up when he heard Yanhua say this. He didn't expect that this My Town is still looking for investment now, so he asked, "How much do they want?" 2 million. But I don't think 2 million is enough. Invest, double the funding, and let them develop it for me properly. Su Hong felt that this was really a good deal. A cost of 4 million, and sales of over 10 million, amazing. Yanhua didn't really have any thoughts on the matter. He originally felt that My Town was investable, but since the investment in the game aspect was already too large, he was considering whether the game was worth investing in. Since the boss had already made the decision, let's invest. It wasn't until Yanhua left Su Hong's office that Zhou Shou rolled his eyes at Su Hong. "Boss, I've figured it out. I played the part of the stern one, but you've been giving everyone favors. Look at Yanhua, he's so annoying. In fact, everyone needs to understand that I, Zhou Shou, am the pure idiot." Su Hong didn't really want to pay attention to Zhou Shou, but just tidied up the documents on the desk. He looked at Zhou Shou's glass of watermelon juice with great puzzlement and asked, "Why is there a juicer in the pantry of my office?" Boss, well, the main reason is that I can't claim the juicer as a business expense." Zhou Shou moved his watermelon juice to the side. "I just can't figure it out. You're not badly paid, and you get a bonus every year, so why are you so stingy?" Su Hong folded the documents and glanced at the message that Shen Manru had sent him on his phone. "Shen Manru, Su Hong, if you're going to be late, you don't need to pick me up. I asked Zhou Shou to put a bottle of tangerine peel in your office. Remember to drink the water, you've been coughing a bit lately." Su Hong looked up and scanned the pantry, but didn't see any tangerine peel, so he asked, "Zhou Shou, did your sister-in-law put a bottle of tangerine peel in my office?" "Oops, yes. Boss, that old man's son doesn't even care about me anymore, he actually sold that 100-year-old tangerine peel to my sister-in-law. I'm so angry that my heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys all hurt." Zhou Shou pretended to cover his stomach, ran to the storage room of Su Hong's office, and took out the 100-year-old tangerine peel. "This stuff can't just be left in the pantry, it's really expensive. If Sun Futai hadn't been a national chef, who would have had such an heirloom?" Zhou Shou looked at the tangerine peel in the bottle and swallowed. Why is Zhou Shou poor? Other people's money is used to buy a house, invest, and buy a car, but Zhou Shou's money is used to buy food, buy weird and strange food, and buy rare treasures to eat. This kind of tangerine peel is hard to find in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is not even common in the eyes of people like Su Hong, but Zhou Shou's family actually has this kind of century-old tangerine peel. So it can be seen how reasonable it is for Zhou Shou to be poor. Su Hong didn't choose to drink it now. After all, he had to go home from work, so he got up and said to Zhou Shou, "You should buy fewer weird and strange things. When you have a family, you'll know that raising children is expensive." For example, Li Jin is renovating the villa for Su Hong, and the quotation just sent has just been sent, 200 million yuan. So, raising children is really expensive. Zhou Shou looked puzzled, and dared only to quietly complain inwardly, "What the hell? Who raises children and has to build a castle and playground for their children?" Su Hong left the company and went straight to the hospital. As soon as he entered the ward, Shen Guer, with her short little legs, rushed over, grabbed hold of Su Hang's leg, and cried out in complaint. "Dad, you weren't here today, so your wife bullied me. Guer's mouth is tired from blowing, the food is too hot, and my mom won't let the adults help me." Shen Manru looked at Shen Guer with a dumbfounded expression. Obviously, before Su Hong returned, Shen Guer was a good boy. After Shen Manru gave her a lecture at noon, Shen Guer promised to do better. At dinner that night, Shen Guer looked at her food and ate quietly. Shen Manru even felt that she had done a particularly good job with her education. Who would have thought that as soon as Su Hong arrived at the hospital, this little girl stopped watching the cartoon and immediately pounced over to start telling tales. This angered the gentle Shen Manru. Her face changed, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to spank Shen Guer's little bottom. Su Hong saw this and wanted to pick up Shen Guer up and comfort her. After all, whenever Shen Guer cried, Su Hong's heart would ache. But when he saw that Shen Manru had already turned ugly, Su Hong hurriedly took a step back and said to Shen Guer, "You need to know one thing, in our family, your mother is the boss, and she calls the shots. Dad, I can't save you this time." After Su Hong finished speaking, he closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Shen Manru educating her daughter. He was afraid that he couldn't hold back. Alas, Su Hong couldn't help but lament, "What good is it for a man to be capable outside? When you go home, your wife is angry, and you don't even dare to protect your own little cotton-padded jacket." Shen Manru was probably afraid that Su Hong would stop her, so she took Shen Guer directly to the small waiting room in the ward and began to educate the complaining Shen Guer. Su Hong could only stand outside the door with his mother-in-law, worried, and pricked up his ears to hear if little Guer was crying. As it turned out, the soundproofing in the waiting room was particularly good, and the two of them standing outside the door could hear nothing. Zhang Yimei frowned and asked uneasily, "Hong, how come I didn't realize that Manru has such a violent side? I always thought that my Manru was very gentle." Su Hong also nodded, thinking about the scene just now when Shen Manru dragged Shen Guer into the parlor. "I really didn't expect Shen Manru to get angry. Sure enough, being a mother is tough. No matter how gentle a woman is, she will be forced to be fierce by her child." Chapter 34, The Haohan Auction. Su Hong didn't know what Shen Manru had told Shen Guer, but after coming out of the house, Shen Guer honestly accepted a reality: no matter how much her father dotes on her father is also afraid of her mother. So Shen Guer clung to Su Hang's neck, buried her fluffy little head in his arms, and pondered the true meaning of life. Su Hong carefully held Shen Guer in his arms, watching the little one contemplate life. He wanted to comfort the little one, and whispered in her ear, "Sweetheart, when you get out of the hospital, will Daddy take you to the amusement park?" Hearing the word amusement park, Shen Guer lost her mood to contemplate life. Her little head tilted up, her big eyes twinkled as she looked at Su Hong. "Daddy, Pinky swear." After the two of them had Pinky promised, Su Hong took Shen Manru home first. At present, the two of them go back to Haicheng number 1 every day, but they still live in their own rooms. After leaving the hospital and getting into the car, Shen Manru glared at Su Hong and said in a bad mood, "Su Hong, you can spoil your child, but you can't pamper him. I also want to be a gentle mother, but I can't let Shen Guer be a brat." After Su Hong had signaled the driver to drive, he reached out and took Shen Manru's hand, sighing. "Manru, you have to trust our Guer. Guer is not a brat. I don't think it's necessary to be so nervous about raising a child. Just let her grow up freely for a while, and then we'll guide her along. If that doesn't work, I'll hire a team of experts to help you with the child rearing." After Su Hong finished speaking, he directly contacted Zhou Shou and asked him to prepare an expert education team, and to invite them home with high salaries and generous benefits to specifically educate Shen Guer. Shen Manru was dumbfounded by Su Hang's approach. She opened her mouth, blinked her eyes, and asked incredulously, "Su Hong, isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Guer is only 4 years old, we can just educate her ourselves." Su Hong put the phone aside, squeezed Shen Manru's hand, and laughed. "It's not an exaggeration, just now our mother was shocked and said, 'I didn't know my Manru had such a fierce side?' So, in order for my wife to always be gentle, we have to hire someone to properly educate Xingguo so that she doesn't become a brat and anger my wife. Shen Manru is a strict mother in front of her children, but in front of Su Hong, she is a spoiled girl. She blushes whenever Su Hong calls her wife. Su Hong shook his head at this and waited until the next day. After that, the word wife would truly be worthy of the name, and he would see if she was still shy. The second day, the auction at Haohan started at 3 p.m., so Su Hong left the company at 12 o'clock, thinking about picking up Shen Manru for lunch. Who knew that as soon as he arrived at the ward, he saw Shen Manru already wearing her makeup and a Rufeng haute couture style dress. The black tulle complemented the diamond necklace around her neck, making her look like she had come from heaven. Shen Manru usually didn't wear black, but today, the serious color combined with her gentle temperament made her look both noble and approachable. Su Hong reached out and pulled Shen Manru into his arms. He sniffed and whispered, "What perfume? It's all peach-scented." Shen Manru opened her innocent eyes and shook her head. "I don't like to wear perfume, and I didn't wear any today." Su Hong was about to argue with Shen Manru about the peach scent when he heard his mother-in-law coughing nearby, and the momentary beauty between the two of them vanished. Zhang Yimei couldn't help it either. She didn't want to cough either, but the children were still there. Zhang Yimei just couldn't figure it out. What was wrong with these two? Why were they getting more and more affectionate? Although, for Zhang Yimei, the two getting affectionate was a good thing, you have to pick the right occasion. If you don't stop them, won't Xiaoguo see everything? After Zhang Yimei finished her fake cough, she didn't look at the two of them, but just smiled awkwardly. "Why don't you two go to the rest room or the meeting room to continue?" Zhang Yimei's omission was fine, but as soon as she mentioned it, Shen Manru was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. She grabbed Su Heng's hand and walked outside, humming in a mosquito-like voice, "Mom, I'm going out with Su Hong, I'll be back later." "It's fine, you don't have to come back, I'll be here." Zhang Yimei immediately picked up the conversation without thinking. Shen Manru, who was angry, turned around and looked at Zhang Yimei, stamped her foot, and then dragged Su Hong away. The auction venue is the Haohan Auction House's own building, located in the Dongcheng district of Haicheng. Although it is not in the city center, the land price here is also extremely high. Haohan Auction House has always done business with the wealthy, so it has put a lot of effort into the venue. As soon as you enter the Haohan Auction House building, you are greeted by an overwhelming sense of luxury. Although Tang porcelain and Song paintings are not everywhere, there is one or two in this hall. In particular, there is even a bronze tripod in the exhibition area at the entrance. Therefore, the building of Haohan Auction House is heavily guarded. Especially for today's mysterious auction collection, the starting price is as high as 100 million, so Haohan has applied for national security personnel to protect it. As soon as Su Hong and Shen Manru got out of the car, Shen Manru looked at the security guards on both sides and then at the guns they were holding, before nervously tugging on Su Heng's arm and whispering, "Su Hong, I have a feeling that those are real bullets." Su Hong glanced around and nodded at Shen Manru, smiling, "It's okay, let's go straight to the 8th floor." The 8th floor is where the action is today. The main venue on the 8th floor is a large, circular-shaped reception room. The stage is the auction item exhibition area, and the audience is made up of guests in the 88 private boxes below. All the guests here are important and well-known figures. Either they were personally invited by Haohan, or they are bosses who have voluntarily registered and must have a capital of over 1 billion. Obviously, the 88 private boxes are not enough. Therefore, on Haohan's side, those invited will decide whether to come first, and those who volunteered to register will come last. A box can seat up to 3 people, and Haohan's side will not let in more people. Don't think that Haohan only earns a commission from the auction. These 88 boxes all have a box fee. If you promise to come here, your entry fee is 100,000 yuan per person. Su Hong and Shen Manru, 2 people, 200,000 yuan admission fee, 60,000 yuan for refreshments, and the auction hasn't even started yet. That's already 260,000 yuan down the drain. So, if you go home empty-handed and don't buy anything, you've really lost out a bit. You can only consider it a long and informative trip. Chapter 35, Mysterious Collectibles. Su Hong and Shen Manru's box was number 8. The box was not big, about 5 square meters, with a leather sofa and a wooden tea table, and that was about it. On the tea table, tea guanyin was being brewed, with a fragrant aroma that told you the tea was delicious. But to say that this pot of tea was worth 60,000 yuan, it really wasn't. On the armrest of the sofa is a small remote control, which will be used to bid after the auction starts. Other than that, everything and all the services are in this small 5 square meter box. Shen Manru sat on the sofa, shook her head, frowned, and whispered to Su Hong, "Isn't the box fee a bit too expensive?" Su Hong laughed, got up, poured a cup of tea for Shen Manru, and said, "You are only seeing the services provided in front of you, so you don't think it's worth it, but you don't see the invisible services provided by Haohan. Manru, look at the first 6 private rooms and see the difference with our private room." After Su Hong finished speaking, Shen Manru stuck out her little head and looked around. After a moment of confusion, she asked, "Yes, if you look closely at our private room, you can still tell who is sitting inside. Those 6 private rooms are completely sealed off. Those 6 boxes are not just sealed, there are even separate passages inside the boxes. You have no idea when the people inside will enter or leave. The privacy of guests who can sit in these boxes is protected in great detail. Su Heng's identity is rich enough, but he is not yet wealthy enough, so he is not qualified to sit in this kind of box." Su Hong pointed to some unboxed seats at the back of the meeting room and said to Shen Manru, "Those seats are all taken by reporters. The media coverage of reporters who can come here must be in the hundreds of millions. Later, if any boss wants to publicize or attract attention after they have purchased a lot, these media outlets can definitely satisfy them. So, the invisible services provided by Haohan not only ensure that those who want to attract attention can do so, but also ensure that those who want privacy can have it." Shen Manru finally understood, sat down next to Su Hong, looked at Su Hong with her big round eyes, and whispered, "The auction items here will definitely be sold for a lot of money later." Su Hong just wanted to reach out and rub Shen Manru's head, but she immediately grabbed Su Heng's hand and covered her head in alarm, saying, "No, I've been working on my hair for a long time. Okay, I won't move. If you like something later, you can just bid on it. Your husband is rich. I'm not going to bid on anything. And you shouldn't bid on things either. After buying gifts for our clients, let's not buy anything else." After Shen Manru finished speaking, she seemed to feel that what she had said was not right. After all, some things can appreciate in value and can be considered an investment. So she added, "Of course, things that can appreciate in value can still be bid on." While the two were joking, the guests all sat down in their own boxes, and the auction officially began. The auctioneer hosting this time, Ji Changshu, is actually a doctoral supervisor in the history department of a 985 university. Not only is he knowledgeable, but he has also hosted a variety show called Dreaming Back to History, which is very popular online. The auction hosted by Ji Changshu can be described as a history lecture, with allusions coming easily and vividly, and even the unofficial history being described vividly. There were more than 20 lots in a row, and Su Hong originally only came to buy the last mystery lot, but as a result of Ji Changshu's explanation, he also bought a blue and white porcelain. After the blue and white porcelain was auctioned off, Shen Manru blinked when she saw the final transaction amount of 20 million, and kept telling herself that she wasn't spending 20 million on a vase, but on an antique that would appreciate in value, which was an investment. Finally, she persuaded herself for a long time before her heart stopped beating so fast, and Shen Manru let out a long sigh of relief. After Su Hong took a photo of the bottle, he glanced at Shen Manru and noticed that she was surprisingly accepting. He couldn't help but smile, thinking that she had made progress. Until the last mysterious auction item appeared, the entire venue instantly became a bit more tense. It seems that there are quite a few people who like this collection. Ji Changshu pointed the auction item in the box at the light and displayed it for a while before smiling and saying, "Lot 32. A hairpin given by Emperor Xiaozong to Empress Xiakangjing. Since ancient times, it has been considered the law that there are 3,000 concubines in the harem of an emperor, but Emperor Xiaozong of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuzhang, only had one empress in his life. They were friends in times of trouble and also close confidants. Their lives were harmonious and their love for each other was deep. Emperor Xiaozong loved only one person in his life, and he also gave this gift of a hairpin to his wife, which imbues it with so much charm and meaning. The hairpin represents a token of love, expressing the meaning of being married. Giving the hairpin shows devotion, and being married shows affection, without doubt. The starting price is 100 million, and the price cannot be lowered by more than 1 million at a time." After Ji Changshu's introduction, the hairpin given to the wife was displayed to everyone in all directions under the lighting. This hairpin can be used as the final mystery item for 2 reasons. First, because the empress wore it, it has the value bestowed by a celebrity. Second, because this hairpin was given by the only empress in the history of the harem, Xiaozong, then this hairpin naturally has a kind of representative significance of being a pair for life. Third, the hairpin is in good condition and has excellent craftsmanship. It has been passed down because someone has preserved it for generations. In short, this hairpin is worth the price. Su Hong did not rush to bid first. He just looked around and noticed that the guest in box 9, the seat he was leading, also seemed determined to win the hairpin. In box 9 sat a well-known rich second-generation internet celebrity who had smashed dozens of luxury cars, including Ferraris and Lamborghinis, in the street because of a broken heart. This rich second-generation man, Yao Ji, was most talked about online for his love life. Yao Ji had recently started seeing a new girl, who was pure-looking and had a slender waist. Overall, Yao Ji felt that he had finally found the person he was destined to be with. Therefore, he had to bid for this hairpin to show the girl how sincere he was. The current bid had reached 120 million yuan and was in a white-hot state. After all, there were not many wealthy people who could shell out hundreds of millions of yuan in liquid funds to buy a hairpin. In his private box, Yao Ji leaned back in his chair, stretched his legs out on the table, picked up the remote control, and directly pushed a price that made everyone step back. 150 million. Yao Ji, looking determined, shouted not too softly in his own box. My family has been extremely wealthy for 8 generations. Are you really being so presumptuous as to compete with me? I advise you local business owners to stop. Don't blow all your business's working capital, or you'll be bankrupt and that won't be fun. Chapter 36, Will You Marry Me? Yao Ji dared to speak so recklessly because he really had the means to do so. Unlike these Haicheng businessmen, his family specializes in banking investments in the Jingang province. Although Yao Ji is famous, his father's Dayo Group is even more famous. With the port as its backing, special policies, a prosperous gambling industry, and the privately owned Dayo Bank making a splash. As Yao Ji said, their family has been in business for 8 generations, and compared to the Dayao Group, these Haicheng groups are really nothing. What does it mean to have been in business for 8 generations? It means that they have been rich for 8 generations. So in Yao Ji's eyes, are all the businessmen who have come to Haohan today suddenly rich local bosses? Especially since Yao Ji has seen the guest list for the event, apart from the people in the first 6 boxes, whom he doesn't want to offend, there really aren't many others who are worthy of his attention. And when it comes to auctions, you have to have the air of someone who is determined to win, so that everyone who wants to compete with you will back off. Especially since Yao Ji has already bid 150 million yuan. You have to know that in the whole country, there aren't many people who are willing to spend 150 million yuan on a hairpin. First of all, businessmen definitely consider the return on investment when they spend money, and their liquid capital can create even greater benefits. So Yao Ji felt 100% confident that he could win the hairpin. However, there was a bid from box 8. 160 million. Su Hong wanted to swear. What a coincidence, he had to deal with a rich second generation coming to stir up trouble. It was obvious that the 120 million was raised to 150 million by that idiot second generation, and he had to buy it, so he had to raise the price. After Su Hong quoted the price, Shen Manru immediately reacted, looking at Su Hong with disbelief in her eyes, and anxiously asking in a small voice, Su Hong, isn't this price a bit high? What do you want this hairpin for? To propose to you. Su Hong looked at Shen Manru, leaned over and whispered in her ear, we will be husband and wife after tying the knot, and our love will never waver. Will you marry me? Su Heng's gaze was burning, like a fire, fixed on Shen Manru. For a moment, all the sounds outside the box seemed to be suspended, and in the 5 square meter box, only Su Heng's voice was drifting. Will you marry me? Yes. Shen Manru looked up at Su Hong, her eyes full of stars, without the slightest hesitation. I do. As soon as Su Hong made his offer, Yao Ji in the next booth immediately followed suit, but this time he learned his lesson and didn't raise the price by tens of millions, just offering 165 million. When Shen Manru saw that Su Hong was about to bid again, she immediately held his hand and shook her head vigorously. Don't buy it, I've already agreed, there's no need to bid on this hairpin. Shen Manru understood the significance of this hairpin, so for her, there was no need to bid on it. You want me to propose with a blank check and wait 100-odd years, and then what if you bring up old business with me? Shen Manru's small hands could not hold Su Hong back, and Su Hong directly raised the price to 170 million. At 170 million, Yao Ji in box 9 stopped bidding. It wasn't that Yao Ji didn't want to continue bidding, but mainly because he didn't have enough funds. Yao Ji's father gave him money every month, 200 million yuan every month. As a result, the top second-generation rich man was a spendthrift every month, especially since it was already the end of the month and the funds in his account were running low. He could ask his family for money in an emergency if he ran out of money, but it would probably be inappropriate to ask his family for money to buy his girlfriend a hairpin. In booth 9, Yao Ji was anxious, but he didn't dare to press the bid button again. If he won the bid, but didn't have the money to pay, it would be a joke. Especially now, Yao Ji was a little embarrassed. He had already told his girlfriend Xia Xia that he wanted to bid on the hairpin. But now, someone else was about to win the bid. This was so embarrassing. Yao Ji glanced at box 8, recalled the guest list, and muttered to himself. Su Hong from Hongqing Group? I'll just buy it back from him later. If I give him a few more tens of millions, he'll be over the moon. Yao Ji reassured himself, and with no interest in seeing someone else buy the hairpin, he simply chose to leave. If Yao Ji wasn't bidding, then no one else would. Ji Changshu was on the stage, and after shouting 3 times and seeing that no one followed the price, the hammer that symbolized the transaction fell with a loud thud. Congratulations to box 8, which has won this hairpin for his wife. Shen Manru in the box, tightly hugging the remote control that bid, her little face full of disbelief. Why didn't the next box bid? 170 million yuan. Just buy this? Will this appreciate in value? Will Su Hong lose money? Okay, don't be silly. Su Hong gently tapped Shen Manru on the head. When he saw that Shen Manru had come to her senses, he laughed and said, "This is your engagement gift. Don't think about the money." But Su Hong, it's so much money, I feel bad. Shen Manru put down the remote control in her hand. Her eyes were a little red, and tears were hanging in them, about to fall. Su Hong looked at Shen Manru in this state and felt both amused and distressed. He extended his arm and slowly put his arm around Shen Manru, while with his other hand he wiped away the teardrops that were about to fall. He said, "Don't feel distressed. Tell me, are you happy?" Shen Manru found a comfortable position in Su Heng's embrace and nodded. She said, "Not only am I happy, I'm also touched. I'm especially happy. This hairpin is not only expensive, but most importantly, it has a special meaning. Not your hair as husband and wife, no doubt about your love. This is Su Heng's promise to Shen Manru. It is also Su Heng's promise to Shen Manru, using the story of Emperor Xiaozong's love for Empress Zhang throughout his life, that they will be together forever. Su Hong is rich, has status, and an unlimited future. But Shen Manru is just a girl next door, the most ordinary kind. So this marriage proposal is of infinite significance. It allows the inferior Shen Manru to see clearly Su Heng's love for her, and it also makes the inferior Shen Manru become more and more confident in this love. The two are obviously so mismatched, but they are especially well suited for each other. Because they love each other. Then, I want a couple's ring, so we can wear them together. Shen Manru broke down into tears and laughed. After figuring something out, she dared to make some small requests. For example, wearing matching rings will let others know that Su Heng is already taken. For the first time, Shen Manru had the thought of wanting to hold on to Su Hong tightly. In the past, she didn't dare to, thinking that Su Hong was so outstanding and deserved an outstanding girl, not necessarily herself. But right now, she just wanted to hold on to this person tightly. As long as Su Hong doesn't let go, she will definitely not let go. Chapter 37, we are now husband and wife, and our love for each other is unquestionable. Su Hong had a company meeting in the afternoon, so our new boss, Shen Manru, obediently returned to the hospital by herself. Shen Manru carefully held the hairpin the whole way, as if she were a thief, afraid of being seen. After returning to the ward, Shen Manru stayed alone in the restroom for a long time. She drew lines on her head with the hairpin, stared at it for a long time, and then gently touched it. When Zhang Aimei opened the door and came in, she saw her daughter, like a possessed, smiling at a hairpin. "Manru, what are you doing?" Zhang Aimei asked worriedly. Unexpectedly, this sentence did not wake up Shen Manru from her blissful state. She just kept laughing, then looked up at Zhang Aimei and continued to laugh. She didn't stop laughing for a long time before she said, "Mom, Su Hong proposed to me, and I said yes. After Guire is discharged from the hospital, we will go see Dad first, and then we will start preparing for the wedding." When Zhang Aimei heard the words propose, her mind buzzed. Were these two finally getting married? For more than half a month, Zhang Aimei had refused to go to Su Heng's house, and instead stayed in the hospital room with Shen Guer. She was just too worried. Although later, Su Hong and Shen Manru's relationship grew better and better, and the two even started dating, Zhang Aimei was still worried. Young people nowadays are always talking about breaking up, so it's never really settled. Zhang Aimei is 100% satisfied with her son-in-law Su Hong. He's rich, affectionate, responsible, and most importantly, the two of them have a daughter together. Especially the rich part, Jean Aimé would be lying if she said she wasn't satisfied. Jean Aimé is not a snob who loves wealth and is vain, but she knows too well the suffering of being poor. Su Hang is so rich, and in the future, her daughter's family will definitely be able to live well. So, for several days in a row, Jean Aimé kept dreaming about when these two children could settle down for good. Well, now, what she had been thinking about day and night had been settled. Jean Aimé was so happy that she gave Shen Manru a firm slap on the shoulder, and then burst into tears. She cried and laughed at the same time, saying, "Good, good. This is the happiest news I've heard. It's good that they can get married." Jean Aimé slowly stroked Shen Manru's hair, her tears falling non-stop. She thought about the years of hardship her daughter had endured, and how now the hard times were over and things were looking up. The mother and daughter both let out their emotions as they cried together. When they had both calmed down, Jean Aimé, true to her nature as a middle-aged woman who loves gossip, asked curiously, "My daughter, Hangzi proposed to you. Let me see the diamond ring he gave you." "He didn't propose to me with a diamond ring." Shen Manru smiled and glanced at the hairpin in the brocade box. "It's really pretty. What did he give you?" Jean Aimé was even more puzzled. Nowadays, don't all proposals involve a diamond ring and flowers? Shen Manru looked at the hairpin in the brocade box again, and asked with a happy face, "It's a hairpin that binds the hair of a married couple. Isn't it pretty?" Jean Aimé only then shifted her gaze to the hairpin, and this time her eyes really bulged. In the eyes of Su Hong and Shen Manru, the significance represented by this hairpin was too expensive, so the two of them collectively ignored the appearance of the hairpin. The hairpin might have looked very good back then, but after so many years, it has oxidized in places and no longer looks as good as it once did. At this moment, in Jean Aimé's eyes, it is just an ordinary gold and jade inlaid ruby hairpin. The top of the hairpin is a peony flower embracing a ruby, and the two sides of the peony are carved with openwork phoenix patterns, which look both cumbersome and exquisite. However, this hairpin is really too old. You can't even see a little of the luster it should have. The gold is a dirty old color, the jade is quite translucent, and even the carved patterns are not clear enough due to the passage of time. At first glance, these hairpins are not even comparable to the ones sold for 3 for 10 yuan at street stalls. Jean Aimé touched her own little heart and really couldn't understand why the couple's wedding proposal was such a thing. So Jean Aimé swallowed, her voice very small, not daring to dampen her daughter's high spirits, and said carefully, "These hairpins don't look good, they were bought second-hand, how much did they cost? It's not pretty? I think this hairpin is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Shen Manru looked at the hairpin again, and thought it was still very pretty. She smiled and said, "Well, this hairpin was originally given to Empress Zhang by Emperor Xiaozong, so it's considered second-hand, and it's worth 170 million. What?" Jean Aimé jumped up in the air, and this time she wished she could throw her eyes out. How can such an inconspicuous object be so expensive? Are young people proposing marriage in such an introverted way these days? Do they need to spend 170 million to propose? Jean Aimé rubbed her eyes and looked at the hairpin again. She noticed that after learning the price, the hairpin suddenly looked a lot better. Yes, the hairpin is really beautiful. Although there were reporters at the Haolan auction, they were all sensible and knew what they could and could not write. In particular, Su Hong had specifically instructed them not to write the name of the person. So these reporters did not dare to write such a sensational news story. However, even if they could not write about the news that the husband of the nation, Su Hong, spent 170 million yuan to buy a hairpin as a gift for his wife and gave it to a mysterious woman just to propose to her, these reporters could write about the news that a certain rich man spent 170 million yuan to buy a hairpin as a gift for his wife to propose to her. What kind of divine love is this? As a result, the 170 million yuan hairpin gift went viral. It immediately topped the trending list, and netizens commented, "While someone else spent 170 million yuan to propose, I spent an extra 1.7 yuan for an egg when I bought a pancake. Am I the only one who wants to know who this rich guy is? I guess the one who can spend so much money is some old bald guy with a big belly. Unlike my husband Su Hong, who only needs to spend 1.7 yuan to propose to me, I'll say yes. Su Hong, come and propose to me soon." This hot search has attracted a lot of discussion and triggered a lot of hotspots. For a while, the hot search list was full of discussions about the gifts for the wife, who the rich man is, 170 million, marriage proposals, and even Su Hong, the national husband, was on the hot search again. And, today, Wani also spent a lot of money and bought the hot search for 600 million in design fees, tailored by Master Carlton. As a result, this hot search is now cold and no one cares. Most of the comments in the comments section are also from internet trolls. It's not that this hot search doesn't have explosive properties, it's just that it happened to coincide with the even more explosive incident of the wife's hairpin gift, so it's a bit cold and pitiful. Chapter 38, the bidding officially begins. The Wanqiu group, in order to save face, started at 8 p.m. Many big Vs who had received money began to speak out first, discussing Master Carlton. As more and more big-name V bloggers joined the discussion, the topic started to gain momentum. Although it was not as popular as the discussion about the wife's hairpin, it still attracted the attention of netizens. Throughout the day, Wan Hongyi kept checking the online buzz from time to time. He was relieved when the topic started to gain momentum after 8 p.m. At this moment, Wan Hongyi was lying at home on a handmade leather sofa, drinking wine from his private winery, accompanied by a beautiful young secretary. Everything seemed extraordinarily beautiful. The young secretary cooed sweetly, "Mr. Wan, I want a custom-made piece of Carlton Master's work too. I'll wear it for you, you'll like it." Wan Hongyi pinched the young secretary's chin and said, sipping his red wine, "Even you know the charm of the Carlton Master, maybe my gift will be given as a present by the head of the company." Seriously, although I don't think much of that Carlton guy, when I think about it, I'm afraid the clothes made with Suzhou embroidery really can't compare to Carlton's. Maybe by then, Hongxing Group's Suzhou embroidery clothes will make the foreign guests look foolish. The secretary is very obedient, and she never disagrees with Wan Hongyi. She nods her head in agreement. "Mr. Wan, you're right. The foreign guests definitely won't be impressed by their shabby clothes. With Carlton's masterpieces as a reference, who would still look at those rags?" A few words from the secretary made Wan Hongyi feel much better. After firmly squeezing the secretary's hand, Wan Hongyi pounced on her. Sure enough, as more and more detailed information about Master Carlton appeared online, netizens began to admire him. In particular, those who chase after luxury goods and designer brands were simply crazy about Master Carlton. A certain fashion influencer even posted a blog praising Master Carlton and the Courtyard Group. What is craftsmanship? People in China should learn from this. Master Carlton spent 18 days, 14 hours a day, hand-sewing a tuxedo. In our country, masters like this no longer exist. This is the Western spirit of craftsmanship. I would also like to thank the Courtyard Group here in particular for spending a sky-high design fee just to invite Master Carlton to tailor-make the beautiful country move for the beautiful country. I believe that compared to those flashy things, the beautiful country's national gift will definitely touch Courtney's heart. Support Courtney and support Master Courtney. Looking forward to Master Courtney's new work. The significance of this blog post by Demi is extremely obvious. First, it praises high and tramples low, trampling on the lack of skilled craftsmen in China, and then it praises Courtney and the Western designers, which can be considered extremely annoying. However, in the comments section of Demi's post, there is unanimous approval. Demi is right, all we have to do is send a few local specialties as a bonus, and for the real gift, we have to look to the Western designers. According to reliable sources, hundreds of companies are preparing gifts for the Queen of the United States, but only 2 companies are qualified to prepare clothes: Rufeng, a subsidiary of the Hongxing Group, and Wanjing Clothing. Right now, Wanjing has sent Master Carlton, so it seems that Hongxing is doomed to lose. In Su Heng's last post, it is possible that Hongxing plans to use Su embroidery as a gift. I don't mean to look down on Su embroidery, but compared to Master Carlton, it is indeed a bit lacking. Perhaps there were a few dissenting voices, but they were all silenced. The famous designer Carlton is really powerful, especially for netizens who worship Western luxury goods. They all feel that Hongxing can be said to have no chance of winning, and it can even be said to be a bit presumptuous. A security center in Kyoto. There are only 3 days left until the public bidding begins, and the process from bidding to winning the bid will only take 10 days. At the moment, public opinion online has begun to favor designer Carlton, which Zhang Guohua never intended. As the main person in charge of entertaining foreign guests, Zhang Guohua wants to properly promote our domestic culture to outsiders. Our country, if you say whether it is strong or not, it is definitely strong. No one doubts the strength of the country. However, when it comes to culture, we have really been overtaken. It's not that Western culture is superior, but cultural invasion has made the Chinese people think that Western things are good and that Western air is fragrant. So Zhang Guohua was really looking forward to this gift giving, and he wanted the world to see how good our domestic culture, domestic gifts, and domestic manufacturing are. As a result, Zhang Guohua is so angry at these heartless comments online that he now wants to just kill the courtyard group. However, he is now in a really difficult situation. Alas, if I fire the designer Carlton without giving a reason, I don't know how people outside will laugh at us. I guess by then, we will be blamed for all sorts of things, like lacking cultural confidence, imposing a cultural blockade, and so on. Zhang Guohua sighed and could only pin his hopes on Hengxing, hoping that the Suzhou embroidery from Hengxing Group would be beautiful enough to suppress Carlton's design. 3 days later, the bidding officially began. Zhang Xingtao set off from Wuxian County, bringing the Suzhou embroidered cheongsam with him, and rushed to Kyoto. The louder the outside world's rumors became, the more composed Li Yulan's state of mind became. It was as if she was determined to get her revenge, and she was determined to make this cheongsam perfect. In the last few days, Li Yulan could be said to have been inseparable from this cheongsam. Therefore, this cheongsam was not only expected by Zhang Guohua, who hoped that the appearance of this Suzhou embroidery cheongsam would suppress Western designers. It also contains the hard work of these craftsmen like Li Yulan, hoping that this Suzhou embroidery cheongsam will restore the reputation of traditional Suzhou embroidery. When Zhang Xingtao rushed to Kyoto, he happened to meet Wan Hongyi, who came to Beijing to participate in the bidding. Enemies meeting each other are extra jealous. Su Hang is the chairman of the Hengxing Group, and Ruffing is just a subsidiary of the group, so Zhang Xingtao's presence here is enough. However, Wan Hongyi is different. Wan Yi is a garment company, and garment manufacturing is its core business. In particular, Wan Yi attaches great importance to this bidding process, so Wan Hongyi has put aside all his other business and chosen to come in person. So, on the first day of bidding, these two men met. Zhang Xingtao's Suzhou embroidered cheongsam was already a finished product, but Wan Hongyi's tuxedo had not yet been completed. Chapter 39 Xingbui is going to the amusement park. Master Carlton refused to deign to come to courtyard, so the tuxedo is still in the lion country where Carlton is located. According to Carlton's assistant, the tuxedo will be completed this afternoon and then sent to Kyoto by Wan Hongyi's private jet. Although it is a day late, according to the requirements of the bidding side, it is still completely in time. Zhang Xingtao does not hate Wan Hongyi much, but in this battle, they have carried too much. Hengxing must win. Ruofeng must win. Even if both suits are ultimately selected, there must be a main and secondary officiants, and they must compete to be the main or secondary officiant. Zhang Xingtao was only the head of a branch after all, so out of courtesy, he still took the initiative to nod to Wan Hongyi, as a way of saying hello. Wan Hongyi glanced at Zhang Xingtao. Although he was resentful, as a businessman, he had to put on a friendly face. He didn't want to lower his status and make things difficult for Zhang Xingtao, so he also nodded in return. After this brief exchange, the two men dispersed, with Zhang Xingtao going to the foreign bidding office to register. This foreign bidding office is located in the administrative office of the government hall. A man in his 30s is responsible for registration, while security personnel are guarding the gifts. When Zhang Xingtao arrived, there were quite a few people, and he was prepared to line up. However, he was unexpectedly called away, saying that Zhang Laoyu was asking for him. So, Zhang Xingtao was followed by the security personnel carrying the gifts, and then confusedly went to an old mansion in Kyoto. This house is an old quadrangle courtyard in Beijing, with red walls and tiles, very stylish, and it is Zhang Guohua's private residence. When he met Zhang Guohua, Zhang Xingtao's eyes bulged, and he looked at Zhang Guohua for a long time before thinking to say, "Hello, old Zhang, I am the general manager of Ruofeng Garment, a subsidiary of Hengxing Group. My name is Zhang Xingtao. I apologize for coming here in such a hurry today and not being able to show you the proper etiquette." If this were anyone else, Zhang Xingtao would add that he would like to treat them to dinner. However, in the face of such a figure as Zhang Guohua and the security guard with a loaded gun at Zhang's side, Zhang Xingtao asked himself if he was really qualified to treat such a figure to dinner. Zhang Guohua was not at all interested in Zhang Xingtao, and at the moment his eyes were full of the gift box Zhang Xingtao had brought. What was inside was the Suzhou embroidery dress that Zhang Xingtao had entered the competition with. Whether or not he can finally make a name for himself depends entirely on the contents of this box. Zhang Guohua couldn't care less about being polite, and after exchanging a few words with Zhang Xingtao, he asked to see what the Suzhou embroidered clothes looked like. Normally, gifts of this nature are sealed and should not be opened without permission. But Zhang wanted to see it, so Zhang opened the box without further ado and let Zhang have a look. When the box was opened, Zhang Guohua stared intently at the dress inside for a long time. After a long time, Zhang Guohua laughed out loud, stood up, patted Zhang Xingtao on the shoulder, and said 3 good words in a row. "Good, this cheongsam is good. It is really embroidered with emeralds and golden threads, embroidered into a song and dance costume. Zhang Guohua couldn't stop smiling, and then said to Zhang Xingtao, "This Chongsam is good, and so is your Hangsheng." To Hangsheng, being able to get Zhang Guohua's praise was very important. So when Zhang Xingtao left Zhang Guohua's private residence, there were no more gifts behind him, because Zhang had just personally promised that if Feng's bid was successful, he would be the one to receive the reward. However, the process still had to be completed, and the announcement of the successful bidder would not be made for 10 days. As Zhang Xingtao walked along, he felt as if he were walking on clouds. The bid had not even been submitted yet, and he had not even queued up to register, and yet he had already won? And he had won with the permission of the big boss? Zhang Xingtao didn't know if he would be selected by Courtyard, but he knew that Zhang Lao didn't seem to like Courtyard's gift this time. What a cow! Our Hangsheng is really a cow. Zhang Xingtao's mouth was stretched to the root of his ears. He had been working on clothing brands for so many years, and he really wanted Rufeng to truly go international. He really wanted there to be a real luxury clothing brand in China. Really wanted it. Shen Guer's big day is approaching, when she will be discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Su Hong did not go to the office, but followed Shen Manru to the hospital early to welcome the little princess home. In the meantime, because Shen Manru has agreed to the proposal, the relationship between Shen Manru and Su Hong has improved by leaps and bounds. For example, now, when Su Hong calls her wife, Shen Manru will still blush, but she will always say yes. By the time the two arrived in the hospital room, Shen Guer had already packed her things. Even Zhang Aimei had packed her own luggage and left it by the door, waiting to be discharged. After all, so many days in the hospital were really exhausting. Shen Guer had gotten up early because she knew she was being discharged that day. After putting on a cute princess dress, Zhao Tian helped her put her hair up in a pretty princess bun and put on a few shiny diamond barrettes, and the whole person looked like a princess in a fairy tale. As soon as she saw her parents, she ran over with short little legs, hugged Lulu in her arms, and excitedly told Suong, "Dad, you said you'd take me to the playground as soon as I got out of the hospital." Shen Guer had only been to the playground once, and that was when Shen Manru's company gave out New Year's gifts and gave Shen Guer 2 tickets to the playground. Therefore, the word amusement park is the best place for Shen Guer. When she was in kindergarten, the monitor of the junior class said that the amusement park was so much fun and there were lots of princesses. Unfortunately, the tickets to the amusement park were too expensive, and Shen Guer didn't want to let her mother spend so much money. But Dad is different. It's not that Shen Guer doesn't know how to save, it's just that children are aware of their surroundings. When Shen Guer discovered that she no longer had to worry about money, she didn't think about money at all. She was just filled with joy, thinking that her mother finally didn't have to work so hard and that she could finally have some of the things she liked. So, although the ticket to the amusement park costs 180 yuan, Shen Guer thinks about it and realizes that her father can afford it. Okay, let's go now. We can go every day from now on. Su Hong crouched down, looked Shen Guer at eye level, dressed up as a little princess, touched her head, and then picked her up in his arms. Hearing Su Heng's promise, Shen Guer's eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Her small hands waved wildly in jubilation, and she said happily, "You don't have to go every day, it's too expensive, Guer will be very happy just going once." Only Shen Manru looked at Su Hong suspiciously. How come she didn't remember Su Heng buying tickets to the amusement park? The amusement park in Haicheng is very popular, and you have to book tickets 3 days in advance. If you go buy tickets now, I'm afraid it won't be in time, right? Chapter 40, Shen Guer's discharge from the hospital. Although Shen Guer had completed the surgery and the doctor had said that the postoperative recovery was very good, the condition required long-term maintenance. Therefore, Su Hong had decided earlier to form a medical team to take care of Shen Guer. During Shen Guer's hospitalization, Zhao Tian had indeed taken very good care of her, so Su Hong had discussed with Zhao Tian to switch from hospital care to Shen Guer's personal care, with double the salary. So today is also Zhao Tian's last day working at the hospital. Starting tomorrow, Zhao Tian will be working at the Su family home. After hearing that Su Hong was taking Shen Guer to the amusement park, Zhang Aimei shook her head. She is an old woman, and she really doesn't like amusement parks. "Hengzi, you 3 go to the amusement park, don't buy my ticket, I'll just wait for you at the entrance." In Su Heng's arms, Xiaogua suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in a baby voice, "If grandma doesn't go, then I won't go either." Zhang Aimei was about to persuade Shen Guer to listen when she heard Shen Manru, who was checking the ticket price on her phone, say, "We probably won't be able to go at all, there are no tickets left." Shen Manru held up her phone, and on it were the words sold out in big letters about the ticket sales for the amusement park today. In an instant, tears welled up in Shen Guer's big eyes. She turned around and looked at Su Hong with watery eyes, pleading, "Daddy, then I'll go tomorrow." "You must take me tomorrow." "Don't worry, we'll go today." Su-hong reached out and wiped the tears from Shen Gyur's face, hugged her, and left the hospital room, not forgetting to turn back to Zhang Yimei and Shen Manru and say, "Mom, Manru, let's go, we're going together." The car was divided into two cars, and Su-hong took Shen Gui in his own Bentley. Shen Manru and Zhang Yimei rode in Shen Manru's Lexus. Zhang Lili had already received Su Heng's instructions, saying that he wanted to surprise Shen Manru, so she only needed to take the boss's wife to the suburban villa. Along the way, Zhang Yimei was a little nervous. After all, this was her first time visiting her son-in-law's home. Shen Manru probably sensed Zhang Yimei's mood and reached out to hold her hand, whispering gently, "Mom, everything at home is ready, just waiting for you to go over. Don't worry. In a couple of days, after Su-hong has made arrangements, we'll go back together to see Dad." Yesterday, Shen Manru thought that after Zhang Yimei was discharged from the hospital, they would live together in the Haicheng No. 1 community, and she had specially chosen the bedroom next to hers for Zhang Yimei. Then she specially chose her mother's favorite aromatherapy for her mother. In short, Shen Manru understands Zhang Yimei's feelings, so she prepared everything a long time ago, hoping that Zhang Yimei can feel more comfortable these few days. Although, last night when Shen Manru was busy going in and out, Su Heng kept following behind her, nagging, saying that there was no need to prepare, that our mother likes that room and that's the one she'll live in. But Shen Manru was still very serious and prepared everything. But looking at the direction the car was heading, something didn't seem right. Shen Manru had been going back and forth between the hospital and Haicheng No. 1 every day for the past month, so she was very familiar with the route. This should clearly be the direction to turn left, but Zhang Lili had actually driven straight out of the city. "Lily, did you make a mistake?" Shen Manru looked out the window and asked with certainty. Zhang Lili was a little panicked. The boss had said that he wanted to give the boss's wife a surprise. What on earth should she say? What if she ruins the surprise? Zhang Lili felt sweat starting to form on her forehead. Was she going to offend the boss or the boss's wife? Well, the boss said to drive him to his villa outside the city. In the end, Zhang Lili decided to tell the truth. After all, she was the boss's wife's driver, so she might as well ruin the surprise. She couldn't afford to offend the boss's wife. Shen Manru was a little confused, so she didn't ask any more questions. Since Su-hong had said that, she would just go and take a look at the suburban villa. As for Zhang Yimei, she didn't really care either way. Living in a large flat in the city center or a suburban villa was pretty good. On the other hand, Shen Gyur has been like a bird that has come back to life since she was discharged from the hospital. Although Shen Gyur is a very good child, she must have been very frustrated being stuck in the hospital for such a long time. "Dad, it's really beautiful outside." Shen Gyur sits in the safety chair, but keeps her eyes on the window, not moving a muscle. For the past 5 years, the place Shen Gyur has been most familiar with is the hospital, whether it is Dongcheng Hospital, Huaxing Hospital, or any other hospital. The scenery she has seen the most is the ticking loss of the hospital's 4 drip, and the smell she has smelled the most is the strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital. Today, Shen Gyur seems to have understood one thing, and that is that she no longer has to go to the hospital every day. She no longer has to miss school to go to the hospital for chemotherapy. No longer have to be afraid of dreaming about being in bed. And no longer have to be teased by children who say she is a sickly child who will die young. It's great to be discharged from the hospital. It's great to never have to get another injection. It's great to never have to worry about dying again. The car continued on its way, and when it turned into a large iron gate, Shen Gyur got a puzzled look on her face. After all, this place didn't seem like a playground at all. Su Heng's villa covers an area of 400 acres. From the gate, there is a long driveway lined with transplanted flowers, trees, and plants. On the left side of the road is a small private park, while on the right is the ocean and a man-made beach. From an aerial perspective, the villa is rectangular in shape and surrounded by an artificial river. There is no way to enter or exit from anywhere other than the main gate. Therefore, Su-hong has strengthened surveillance and guarding on the road leading to the gate, which can be considered very safe. This villa originally had no name. Recently, Su-hong gave the villa a new name, which is still called Ru. Aru, Agua, these two are probably the most important people in Su Heng's life. There are 160 people working at the Rugua Manor, from the butler to the servants to the security guards. The butler is called Gung Ji, 46 years old, and was hired by Su-hong from the Lion Country. He speaks 5 languages, has a wealth of knowledge about life, and is highly professional. He is familiar with all kinds of etiquette, famous dishes and wines, and the maintenance of crystal silverware. In short, he is knowledgeable about everything from shopping and sending children to school to entertaining guests and astronomy and geography. Su Hong also has a lot of trust in Gung Ji. Although the two have only been working together for less than 3 years, Gung Ji is outstanding, knows when to advance and retreat, and understands loyalty. Chapter 41, Welcome Xinguer to the family. Gung Ji has long known that starting today, the lady and the young lady will officially be living in the manor, so he brought people out early in the morning to welcome them. The 160 staff members, led by Gung Ji, lined up neatly on both sides, ready to welcome the real owners of the place. The manor has a total of 19 buildings, which are also divided into 19 styles. The main central building in the manor is a magnificent 6-story building, which is also the main place where the Su Hong family of 3 lives. With this main building as the central axis, on the left is the newly built Pink Castle and playground. The Pink Castle is not built towering into the sky, but in the Gothic style, and it is decorated inside with girlish pink and dreamy crystals. This Pink Castle was built by Su Hong according to Xinguoye's dream. At the beginning, Zhou Shou gave Xinguoye the investigation data, which included the following incident. When Xinguoye was in the 1st grade, the teachers asked everyone to describe what my dream home looks like. According to the information, Xinguer was too young to express herself clearly, but she did say, "My dream home is a pink castle with lots of crystal decorations and lots of dolls to play with. I'll be like the princess of Didini. There will be Guer, Dad, Mum, Grandma and Grandpa in the house, and everyone will love Guer very much." So, that's why Su Heng's initial request to the designer was so strange. As soon as the car entered the gate, Xinguer's eyes were overwhelmed with sights. She looked at the security guard at the gate who saluted her, then at the forest and beach on either side, and then at her father again, a little confused as to where she was. Xinguer had been to the playground in Haicheng before, but it was completely different from the one here. "Dad, is this a new amusement park?" Xinguer was sitting in a safety seat, so her movements were greatly restricted, but when the car drove straight towards the building inside, Xinguer saw the pink castle at a glance. The castle, which was specially built for Xinguer, was next to the main building and had a total of 3 towers. The top of the first tower was designed with stars, which was requested by Su Hong, who wanted Xinguer to know that she was as bright as the stars. The next tower behind it has a drawing of Xinguer dressed as a princess, with decorative elements such as crystals on the bottom, and the very top of the 3rd castle's spire is a crown supported by auspicious clouds, which just so happens to form a kind of crown that is worn on the head of Xinguer's princess drawing. Xinguer looked at the pink castle, her eyes unblinking, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, look, that's the pink castle, it's the home of the princess in my dreams. Daddy, the princess on the castle looks just like me." After parking the car, Su Hong got out and picked up Xinguer and pointed at the castle in front of them. "Baby, because you are the little princess, the princess up there is a picture of you. From now on, this will be your home, and it will also be the home of Mommy, Daddy, Grandma and Grandpa." Su Hong walked towards Gung Ji and the others, holding Xinguer in his arms, and pointed at the main building in front of them, at the entire manor, at the pink castle, and still further to the playground behind the castle. "Xinguer, my precious, this will be your home from now on." Xinguer's attention was caught by the castle in front of her, and she didn't see anything else. Only now, under her father's guidance, did she realize that there were so many people here, and even more houses. Gung Ji walked up to Xinguer and, after bowing, whispered in her ear, "Welcome home, little Princess Xinguer." This scene left a deep impression on the 4-year-old girl. A pink castle, a big home, and everyone calling her a princess. The romance of that moment, when her dream came true, will stay with Xinguer for a long time. Because Shen Manru's car was 1 step slower than Su Heng's car, but the moment Zhang Lili drove into the gate, Zhang Aimei couldn't sit still. Zhang Aimei sat up nervously and looked around at the scenery. Starting from the gate, there was a long driveway, and the different scenery on both sides made Zhang Aimei feel that something was wrong. She asked stupidly, "Is this an amusement park?" But adults are always perceptive. Where would there be no one at an amusement park, especially since Zhang Lili had said before that they were going to a villa in the suburbs? "Isn't this villa a bit too big? Why does it feel like the land it occupies is bigger than our old home?" Zhang Aimei was like an old woman visiting a manor for the first time. She found everything incredible. Zhang Aimei had been prepared for the luxury of the Haicheng No. 1 residence, as her daughter had told her. But was this really comparable to the word luxury? Especially when the car pulled in, and 160 people shouted welcome home at Zhang Aimei, and a butler called her madam. Zhang Aimei felt dizzy. Zhang Aimei is old and doesn't know much, but Shen Manru is not much better. Shen Manru kept her mouth open the whole time, dumbly listening to Gengji's introduction. She heard Gengji shouting, "Madam, this is the cloakroom prepared for you. Building 9 also has high-end brands from various brands. You can go over there to choose if you have time. The clothes, bags, and jewelry here are mainly placed according to your usual habits. Madam, I have arranged for a special caretaker and hairdresser for you. Please take a look and see if you like it. If you don't like it, I will help you hire someone else. Madam, these 12 people are mainly responsible for the Chinese kitchen, and they can cook all 8 major cuisines. Madam." Shen Manru looked at Gengji, then at the main building in front of her, which Gengji introduced as the main building for living, and then at her dizzy mother. She said to Gengji, "Su Hong? Are you calling Mr. Su? Or are you calling? You were saying, sir. Sir has gone with Miss to the playground next door. Are you going to go and find her?" Gengji waved his hand, seeing that Shen Manru might want to go and find the book, so he told a servant to follow with an umbrella, and said to Shen Manru, "Madam, it's too sunny outside, you must be careful not to get sunburnt." Shen Manru looked at the servant with the umbrella, sighed, and didn't choose to refuse. This is a rather strange experience, looking for your husband at home while carrying an umbrella. After leaving Gengji, Zhang Aime's dizziness eased a little. She looked at the servant leading the way with an umbrella in one hand and then at the huge courtyard in front of her. Zhang Aime suddenly understood something. What is meant by a long-distance relationship between security and cleaning? I couldn't understand it before, no matter how big the house was. Today, I finally know how superficial I was. Chapter 42, Guer wants to sleep with her parents. Su Hong built this playground for Xin Guer, which covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters. Although it can only be considered a small playground, it has all the necessary amusement facilities. From the indoor naughty fort, building blocks, ball pit, and adventure climbing, to the outdoor carousel, roller coaster, bumper cars, and even a Ferris wheel, there are also video game facilities, and even more than 10 claw machines. The playground is built behind the castle, and the words Guer Paradise are written on it, making it Xin Guer's exclusive paradise. Guer Paradise is divided into 4 areas, each of which is supervised by a dedicated person, so there is no need to worry about Xin Guer's safety at all. When Shen Manru and Zhang Aime entered the park, even Shen Manru was overjoyed and lost in a dream, because the park was really amazing. Have you ever imagined that when you can't sleep at night, you can go for a ride on the Ferris wheel at home and look at the stars at night? When you're unhappy, you can drive a go-kart on the track at home and feel instantly relaxed? Shen Manru never imagined that there could be an amusement park at home. Zhang Aime's mind is already spinning. She has been reminded of her long-forgotten girlish heart by the Pink Castle, and she can't wait to go inside. After all, Gengji just told her that there are 13 princess-themed rooms inside the castle, as well as 16 Chinese-style palace rooms. Shen Manru and Zhang Aime are looking for the father and daughter throughout the amusement park, while the father and daughter have already gone up into the sky on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel was also built in a pink and pastel color scheme, which completely fulfilled Xin Guer's princess dream. After Su Hong hugged Xin Guer and got on the Ferris wheel, the people below pressed the start button. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose, Xin Guer wriggled around on Su Hong's body, pointed to the castle that belonged to her, and happily shouted, "Dad, Guer's castle." When the Ferris wheel reached the top, the entire If Manor was in full view. In Su Hong's vision, he had originally wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with Shen Manru. When the Ferris wheel reached its current height, he could have put his arm around Shen Manru's waist and told her, "This will be our home from now on." Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by his own little girl. Shen Guer had been completely unable to walk when she saw the Ferris wheel, and she insisted on taking a ride with her father, no matter what he said. So at this time, Su Hong could only take his daughter to watch this romantic scene together, and then gently tapped Shen Guer's little head and said, "You just promised your father, if you don't keep your word, I will lock up your Guela paradise so that you can't enter either." Shen Guer's little face was pressed against the window, and she looked back at Su Hong. After rolling her eyes, she hurriedly nodded. "Dad, Guer keeps her word." It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that Shen Guer came reluctantly out of her Guerland. Su Hong dragged Shen Guer's little buttocks, holding her up, and entered the main building. Gengji immediately came over and said with a smile, "Sir, the food is ready." "Where's my mom and wife?" Su Hong glanced around and noticed that neither Shen Manru nor Zhang Aime were there, so he asked. It's mainly because the whole day, Xiaoguo was at the park having so much fun that she didn't want to go home at all, except for lunch when Su Hong had time to run out and settle his mother-in-law and Shen Manru. The master bedroom in this building is for Su Hong and Shen Manru, and it has also been redecorated according to Su Heng's requirements. On the east side of the master bedroom is the best lit and best laid out room in this house, except for the master bedroom, which Su Hong has arranged for Zhang Aimei. At noon, Zhang Aimei said she had a headache and chose to go back to her bedroom to lie down. As a result, it was almost time to eat dinner and she still hadn't seen her mother-in-law's figure. Su Hong asked a little worriedly. "Is my mother not feeling well? Let's call Dr. Zhang to take a look." "No, it's not that." Gengji hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The old lady's bedroom has been moved to the castle, and the food is also placed there according to your wife's wishes." Dad, let's go, let's eat at the castle." Shen Guer, sitting on Su Heng's arm, got excited when she heard that dinner would be served at the castle. She hugged Su Heng's neck and said coquettishly, "Dad, I want to stay at the castle tonight too." "No way." Su Hong rubbed Shen Guer's little head and said sternly with a stern face, "You promised Dad, don't forget your task." After thinking about the task she had promised to do, Shen Guer sighed and said in a small, plaintive voice, "Okay, then I'll just complete my task and go to sleep at the castle." Regarding today's dinner, there were a total of 16 dishes, plus Shen Guer's individual medicinal meal, so the dinner in the castle restaurant was very sumptuous. Su Hong is actually a person who upholds thrift and frugality. According to normal, the meal for the four of them should be 8 dishes. But today is Guer's discharge date, and also the first time that her mother-in-law has come to the house. So at this time, having a lot of food means that you value the occasion. Damn face. Everyone at the meal was happy. In the evening, Zhang Aimei chose to sleep in the castle for the night, so Su Hong took Shen Manru and little Guer back to the main building. Seeing that Shen Manru was about to take Shen Guer to the bedroom next to the master bedroom to sleep, Su Hong hurriedly squeezed his daughter's little hand and gave Shen Guer a wink. Shen Guer then put down the doll in her hands and started to pout in her little baby voice. "Mommy, Guer wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight." After saying this, Shen Guer hurriedly ran over with her little short legs, hugged Shen Manru's thighs, and started to use her big, sparkling eyes to give off electricity at Shen Manru. "What?" Shen Manru panicked. She looked up at her daughter and then secretly glanced at Su Heng. Her skin, which had just come out of the shower, was naturally rosy, but now it was even more red because of what her daughter had said. Shen Manru hesitated for a moment, just about to squat down and reason with her daughter, when Su Heng hurried over and chimed in. "Right. What's wrong with a child wanting to sleep with their parents for a night? Our daughter is so well behaved, come on. Dad will carry you to bed." Su Hong was shameless, picked up Shen Guer and walked towards the master bedroom, while turning back to Shen Manru and saying, "Hurry up, Guer is waiting to go to bed." "Don't worry, I'll ask Gengji to bring your things from the second bedroom over here." Su Hong relied on his cheek to make a decision, and even the things that Shen Manru had put in the second bedroom were all plundered. In this way, they would have to sleep in the master bedroom every day in the future. Chapter 43, Why Not Help Your Father-in-Law Start a New Business? That night, it wasn't Princess Shen Guer who was lying in the castle, but her mother-in-law, Zhang Aimei. Zhang Aimei didn't choose a princess-themed room, but a palace-themed one. Men are boys until they die, and women are girls until they die. It has to be said that no matter how old a woman is, she will always have the heart of a young girl who dreams. When Zhang Aimei was young, she fantasized about getting married in a castle. Unfortunately, she didn't get to live in a castle until she was already a 50-something old woman. Still, she is blessed with a son-in-law and a granddaughter. This palace-style bedroom is about 150 square meters, with a walk-in closet and a separate bathroom. The bedroom is full of fantasy, even the relief on the table is carved with little Guer dressed as a princess. And from the window of this bedroom, you can see the view of Guer paradise directly. Zhang Aimei was originally embarrassed to move in, but thanks to Gengji's sharp eyes, he took the initiative to ask Zhang Aimei if she liked it here, and also suggested the reason that the husband and wife had reunited after a long time and were like newlyweds, which made Zhang Aimei brazenly move in. "Hey, when you get old, it's great to be able to fulfill a childhood dream." Zhang Aimei sent a video to her husband Shen Dahai, and then took a photo of the furnishings in the room before continuing, "Dahai, you have no idea how big this manor is. Although it is big and looks good, I always want to go home." Zhang Aimei sighed, looked at Shen Dahai on the other side of the video, and saw that the corners of his eyes were a little bruised and he looked tired. She couldn't help but complain. "I told you not to work so hard anymore, Manru and Guer, we don't have to worry about them anymore." Shen Dahai still had a smile on his face, wiped his face, and laughed happily to comfort his wife. "Okay, if I'm not so tired, I'll think about our girl getting married. Since Su Heng is so rich, we have to give our girl some dowry, even if it's a little bit less, it's still a token of our affection. The word dowry suddenly touched Zhang Yimei's heart, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Zhang Yimei injured herself when giving birth to Shen Manru, so the couple wanted to take good care of their only daughter and shower her with all their love. For this reason, the couple were particularly hardworking and started a small plastic factory in the area. Shen Dahai said at the time, "This plastic factory is our daughter's dowry. We must run it well so that our daughter will never have to worry about food or drink and can hold her head high and not take any abuse when she gets married." Unfortunately, no amount of hard work or hardship was of any use. Shen Dahai offended someone, and the factory was eventually ruined when it was squeezed by others. With the factory gone, so was the dowry for their daughter. Don't work alone, then. When I go back, we'll work together to save a dowry for our daughter. Zhang Yimei quickly blinked her eyes to blow away the tears before continuing to chat with Shen Dahai on the video. Su Hong was preparing to go back to Amman County with Shen Manru and his mother-in-law to meet his father-in-law as soon as the tender was announced. So before the visit, Su Hong asked Zhou Shou to help prepare a gift that would please his father-in-law. Zhou Shou was very good at picking gifts, but after pondering for a long time, he chose to ask Su Hong, "Boss, have you inquired about your father-in-law's family situation and found out about it?" Su Hong folded the documents in his hands, looked up at Zhou Shou, and saw that Zhou Shou obviously had something on his mind, so he said, "If you have any ideas, just say so. I'm very busy and don't have time to play charades with you." "Boss, come on." Zhou Shou looked at Su Hong disdainfully, and then continued, "Boss, let me briefly explain the situation to you. Your father-in-law is also a kidney transplant recipient, and the Shins were once very poor because they went bankrupt. If your sister-in-law has another brother, according to current parlance, this is marrying Voldemort. But don't be afraid, you're loaded. The most important thing is that your father-in-law is a man of principle and will never let you marry Voldemort. And I've done some research before, and your father-in-law is quite capable. He started a plastics factory on his own, and made a lot of money at the time. He was quite a character. It's just that he went bankrupt overnight and no one helped him, so he got worse and worse. Zhou Shou feels very good about Shen Manru, but he is a bit worried about the Shen family. After all, the Shen family's conditions are really poor. As the saying goes, bamboo door against bamboo door, wooden door against wooden door. So in Zhou Shou's opinion, since the eldest brother has chosen to marry Shen Manru, he must be prepared. This is not about marrying one person, it is very likely that he is marrying the whole family. Fortunately, the eldest brother is rich. Therefore, I don't know if Su Hong has noticed this situation or not, so Zhou Shou said these words. Su Hong looked at Zhou Shou and smiled. He first appreciated Zhou Shou's concern, and then said, "Manru's parents, like Manru, are self-respecting and self-reliant. What I'm more afraid of is that they are unwilling to accept help. In the past 5 years, if it weren't for the help of Manru's parents, the little cotton-padded jacket might have long since disappeared. And I appreciate the brotherly love." While there was still time before the tender, Su Hong had also been considering what kind of help he should provide to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Hong had previously asked Shen Manru to give Zhang Yimei some money, but Zhang Yimei had never touched the money, and had instead saved it for a rainy day. Su Hong was also aware of Shen Daha's current situation. Even today, his father-in-law was still working odd jobs. And his mother-in-law was probably thinking about returning to Amman County to continue working. Su Hong knew exactly what kind of life Shen Manru had been living for the past 5 years, and what kind of life his father-in-law and mother-in-law had been living. Because of Shen Manru and Shen Gur, Su Hong really feels grateful towards these two elderly people, and wants to let them enjoy their twilight years in peace, and to be as filial to them as he would to his own parents. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son, and Su Hong really wants to honor these two elderly people. But it's difficult. Not to mention giving them money, it may not even work to help them improve their living environment. "Boss, why don't we help your father-in-law start a business again? Help him make a comeback. Let him support himself." After listening to Su Heng's words, Zhou Shou didn't dwell on whether the boss would marry a Voldemort. As long as it was harmless to the boss, Zhou Shou was willing to agree, so he quickly helped Su Hong think of ideas. "Boss, someone like your father-in-law is worth investing in. Maybe by then, your wife will also be a rich second generation." Su Heng's eyes lit up, as if he were thinking about something. Chapter 44, Winning the Bid. October 31st was the last day of October, and the winning bidder was announced. Su Hong had learned the news a long time ago, but when the official document arrived at Hongxing Group, Zhang Xingtao was still very excited. Especially when Zhang Guohua said that Su Feng's Suzhou embroidery cheongsam would be presented as the main gift. Zhang Xingtao's tears almost fell. In Su Heng's office, they had just received the notification documents. There would be a total of 3 officiating gifts. The first was the Suzhou embroidered cheongsam, named Full Moon and Blossoms. The second was 13 sets of porcelain from the most famous porcelain town in China, named Prosperity and Peace. The third was 5 types of tea, selected from 7 major manufacturers. It can be said that among these 3 officiating gifts, Hangxing's Suzhou embroidered cheongsam really stole the show. The Hangxing group is really in a good mood at the moment, but the Wanqi group is not very happy. Wanqi spent 600 million yuan on the design fees and hired Master Carlton. Although the tuxedo was selected, it never became the host in the end. That's 600 million yuan. Including the later online hype, Wan Hongyi also specifically allocated tens of millions of marketing expenses, but the result is this situation, which really makes Wan Hongyi spit blood. A shabby cheongsam can be better than the dress I had Carlton make? Wan Hongyi threw the document in his hand onto the floor and began to swear at Wang Zhe, the director of the marketing department. Every year, the marketing expenses you are given, do you feed them to the dogs? I spent 600 million yuan on the design fees, and it just lost like that. Wan Hongyi took out his anger completely on Wang Zhe. He thought about it over and over, but just couldn't figure out why his 600 million yuan design fee dress could not even beat a Suzhou embroidery cheongsam. It's so damn ridiculous. Wang Zhe hurriedly crouched down to help Wan Hongyi pick up the documents, and then respectfully placed them on the desk before smiling and saying with a low voice, "Mr. Wan, you think it's impossible, so let's just find someone to start writing the script, saying that Hangxing cheated, otherwise how could it possibly compare to Master Carlton?" Wang Zhe is a specialist in marketing, and he is best at planting evidence to frame people. He is really cunning. Sure enough, Wang Zhe's words made Wan Hongyi sway, so he waved his hand and told Wang Zhe to hurry up and take action. So that afternoon, some small online media started questioning the topic, led by a big V called Pineapple Media. He wrote in the article, "It is reported that the main winner of the bid to present gifts to state guests this time is actually Rufeng Clothing, a subsidiary of the Hangxing Group. The one selected is a cheongsam with Suzhou embroidery produced by them. However, not long ago, Rufeng went bankrupt and was acquired by Hangxing. So I ask, with a clothing brand like this, which was acquired due to bankruptcy, does it really have the strength to make a cheongsam for foreign guests? However, not long ago, the Courtyard Group spent 600 million yuan in design fees and hired the well-known designer Master Carlton to design a dress that didn't even become the main gift. There is no cat and mouse behind this matter, and we don't know anything about it." With these words, the true intentions of Pineapple Media's Sima Zhaoshan are clear to all, and it's just a matter of saying outright that Hangxing is cheating and there is something fishy about this tender. Sure enough, netizens were provoked. After all, the 600 million design fee was a hot search. Master Carlton, and he has never done a piece of Suzhou embroidery cheongsam? This is simply ridiculous. Could it be that talent will ultimately lose out to capital? And last time, during the 600 million design fee hot search event, a certain fashion industry big V, Rice, who jumped for joy the most, once again came forward. She also posted in support of Pineapple Media. Only here will talent ultimately lose to capital, which is a kind of sadness. Even a masterwork like Carlton's is forced to become a secondary gift, which fills me with humiliation. I feel sad and I feel sad. I am heartbroken that talent cannot compete with capital. I feel sad for the Courtyard Group, which is willing to spend money to support the arts. A few words from Demi have completely determined the nature of this matter, and netizens have begun to comment. Yes, there must be something fishy going on. If such a masterpiece cannot be the main attraction, then what about the cheongsam? If Master Carlton's work is not the main attraction, and instead a cheongsam is chosen, it's not embarrassing. Some of the people in charge behind the scenes, you better watch out, or you'll lose your hat. Wait, I don't mean anything by this. I just want to ask, isn't the Courtyard Group and Master Carlton considered capital? There must be a reason for not being selected as the Master of Ceremonies. No matter how many awake netizens there are, this matter has been instigated by the marketing department of the Courtyard Group, and the whole thing has changed its flavor. Now, most people feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Not choosing Carlton and choosing a cheongsam as a gift is a disgrace. No one is better than Master Carlton. A center in Kyoto. Zhang Guohua looked at the online public opinion and simply didn't care. Even if the Suzhou embroidery cheongsam really wasn't as good as the Carlton tuxedo, he would still put the cheongsam in the main position. Not to mention that Suzhou embroidery cheongsam was really good enough. So at the moment, Zheng Guohua was not afraid at all, and his reputation was just fine. He just wanted to see how many people with ulterior motives there were online. The security center knows exactly who is stirring up public opinion online. The main source of this matter is the work of the Courtyard Group. But as the matter developed, many people with ulterior motives emerged, such as that person called Dammy. Zheng Guohua has every reason to suspect that this Dammy is definitely the so-called 500,000, and his heart can be condemned. Zhang Lao, according to this investigation, there are 68 suspicious self-media and 82 suspicious Big V as Zheng Guohua's subordinates submitted the investigation results. Currently in China, there is such a group of people, their hearts are crooked, towards the Western countries. They even use every means to spread their opinions, trying to help the Western countries do evil. Such people should be killed. Zheng Guohua took the list and, after reading a few lines, his eyebrows furrowed more and more. The number of followers of these big Vs on the list is really not low. If they are allowed to speak randomly online every day, won't netizens be brainwashed by these people with ulterior motives? After Zheng Guohua put the list together, his eyes were solemn, and he had already made up his mind. To deal with this group of people, you really have to do something serious, otherwise this group of people will never know fear. Chapter 45, Departure for Amman County. The next day, as online opinion continued to intensify, Mama Media No. 1 released a video. In the video, two outfits were worn on separate mannequins, which were then placed next to each other to allow for a comparison. On the left is a nude-colored evening dress with silver sequins and rhinestones that sparkle like dewdrops on the dress, and each sequin and rhinestone makes you feel the ethereality of the sea. The dress flows with the wind, and with the transparent tulle sleeves and delicate embroidery, it has a kind of elusive girlishness, but the heavy work on the hem reveals the cut and lines, and it makes you feel that solemnity in the dreaminess of the dress. It can be said to be perfect. But when you watch this video, your eyes will inevitably turn to the Suzhou embroidered cheongsam on the right. It is exquisite, beautiful, like a lonely orchid in the valley, like a bright crescent moon. It is the style that belongs to the very soul of the Chinese people. In this Suzhou embroidered cheongsam, you can almost see a gentle lady in the rain-drenched lanes of the Jiangnan region, holding an oil paper umbrella. With her curvy figure, she is beautiful wherever she goes. In particular, the exquisite embroidery pattern brings the whole cheongsam to life. Every stitch contains charm. In particular, the characteristics of Suzhou embroidery are that it can express the interest of mountains and rivers in the distance, the depth of pavilions, the vivid emotions of people looking into the distance, and the intimate relationship of flowers and birds. When the artistic effect of Suzhou embroidery is combined with the graceful cheongsam, it is a kind of charm that cannot be described to outsiders. The video posted by Mama No. 1 Media is accompanied by a paragraph. It is not talent that has been defeated by capital, it is talent that has truly defeated capital. This was made by Li Yulan, the inheritor of Suzhou embroidery, and 28 embroideresses, taking 29 days to complete, stitch by stitch. This is true craftsmanship. Don't let people with ulterior motives sway the rhythm. A comment from Mama No. 1 Media has completely sealed the fate of this matter. The comments are beginning to pour in, expressing joy. I'm so happy. Yesterday's hot search was ridiculous. I don't know what everyone thinks, but I'd rather believe that a foreigner's design will work. But don't you want to think about how beautiful our country's Suzhou embroidered cheongsam will be? The funniest thing is that someone actually said that talent has been defeated by capital. Open your eyes and see who is capital and who is talented. To put it bluntly, some people just think that foreign air smells better. Come on, open your eyes and take a look. When compared to a Suzhou embroidered cheongsam, the evening dress of some famous designer is nothing but trash. One is tacky beauty, the other is soulful charm. This is the aesthetic of our country, the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that Ruofeng Clothing is going to sell Suzhou embroidered cheongsams to the public. I really want to buy one. Zhao Tianjin has always believed in Western manufacturing, and in her heart that is what is luxurious and beautiful. She was so angry that her work was not selected because it was a copy of Master Carlton's work. In the dormitory, she was furiously pounding on the keyboard, trying to do Master Carlton justice online at the same time. She was whining and complaining. Our country should open its eyes and not let talent defeat capital. Master Carlton is so good, how can you treat him like this? Will there be any more talented people willing to stay in the country in the future? At this moment, Zhao Tianjin watched the video posted by Mama No. 1. The cheongsam in the video really struck Zhao Tianjin's soul. Compared to the cheongsam, the dress designed by Master Carlton really paled in comparison. Zhao Tianjin closed her eyes and began to imagine in her mind what it would be like for her to wear this cheongsam. This was the first time that Zhao Tianjin had started to think about it, and she realized that the cheongsam made with traditional Chinese Su embroidery would be so beautiful. It could completely outshine those masterpieces designed by Westerners. Was she, perhaps, too lacking in confidence in her own country? Was she, perhaps, a little too blindly trusting of the Western world? Li Leilei is a young girl who has loved traditional Chinese culture since she was a child. When the piano became the mainstream instrument, she became fascinated with the guzheng. When her parents wanted to send her to study abroad when she grew up, she firmly decided to stay in China. When she grew up, Li Leilei even went out of her way to learn some traditional arts. Just like Su embroidery, she also studied it, but because she was clumsy, she didn't end up learning it. However, what made Li Leilei feel most sad was that her classmates ignored the traditional arts of the Dragon Kingdom and were obsessed with Western culture and aesthetics. She once had a fight with her classmates over this, but she never got any recognition. Not long ago, she read an article by Hangshan Group's Su Hongfa and agreed with it. As a result, yesterday's event talked about how a talented master tailor like Karl Lagerfeld would fail in the Dragon Kingdom. It's as if talent was defeated by capital. Li Leilei was so angry that she wanted to cry. As a result, today's video has made Li Leilei so excited. This is proof. See, our traditional Suzhou embroidery really makes a beautiful cheongsam. Our culture, our aesthetics, are truly excellent. For Li Leilei, that is heartfelt pride. So what if the Carlton master charged 600 million for his design fees? That is truly talent defeating capital. The aftermath of this incident has made many people in the Dragon Kingdom feel a strong sense of pride, and they are becoming more and more confident in their own culture. People like Demi have all been banned, and some have even been taken away for questioning. For a while, public opinion on the internet has become much more normal. Su Hang is also preparing to go to Amman County to visit his father-in-law, along with Shen Manru, Goyer, his mother-in-law, and others. This time, Su Hong did not want to bring Shengor with him when they went back. After all, Shengor had just been discharged from the hospital, but because Shengor strongly wanted to see her grandfather, Su Hong specially invited a private doctor in Shengor's medical team to go with them for Shengor's sake. Even Josho insisted on going along, saying that the buns in Amman County were especially famous and he wanted to try them. So there were a lot of people going, and originally they were going to drive there, but with so many people around, Su Hong could only take people to ride in the private jet that he hadn't flown in a long time. After applying for a good flight route, Su Hong walked into the airport VLP channel with the family of three, while holding Shen Guoye in his arms and holding Shen Manru's hand at the same time. Shen Manru looked at Su Hong and smiled, but then she became a little nervous again. She whispered to Su Hong, "Su Hong, I haven't returned to Amman County for 3 years." Ever since giving birth to Shen Guer, Shen Manru fled from Amman County with her, and she was afraid to go back. Chapter 46, Picking Up at the Airport. Amman County is a square place that is not too big, so any slight movement will be spread throughout the world. An unmarried mother is naturally a hot topic in such a small county. When Shen Manru saw her parents being gossiped about and unable to hold their heads up in front of their relatives, she chose to take Shengor and leave Amman County. After getting on the plane, Shen Manru's mood still could not be calmed for a long time. She knew that many of her stupid decisions had made her parents unable to hold their heads up, which was a kind of unfilial piety, so she felt a lot of guilt inside. Su Hong sat down next to Shen Manru after settling Shen Guer down, gave Shen Manru a thin blanket, touched her head, and said in a very soft voice, "Our Manru is really a fool. Are you scared to go back this time?" Shen Manru leaned her head against Su Heng's chest, her furry head nodded, and a small came out of Su Heng's chest. The night before Shen Manru fled Amman County, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Shen Manru went with her parents to her grandfather's house to celebrate the holiday. That day, all the relatives were there, and Shen Manru, under the pointing fingers of others, dared only to shrink her neck and sit quietly on the side. She didn't dare to look up, make any noise, or even breathe, for fear of attracting attention and being seen. Shen Manru didn't want to go out, but her grandfather insisted on seeing her, so she had no choice but to go and celebrate the festival together. As a result, that day, at Grandpa's behest, Shen Manru's eldest aunt brought along an unmarried 47-year-old man. Her eldest aunt pointed at Shen Manru's nose and said to the man, "Take a good look, this is our Manru. What a pretty girl she is, and she's still a university student. If you agree, we can have the wedding in a couple of days, and the girl will be yours." All of a sudden, all the relatives started chiming in, trying to get rid of Shen Manru's shame as quickly as possible, no matter what kind of person the other party was. At that time, Shen Dahai was so angry that his face turned green, and he almost overturned the table before the farce ended. But Shen Manru still remembered what her aunt and the others had said. It's a disgrace that the Shen family gave birth to such a thing as you. Who knows where the child Shengyur came from? Maybe you were a prostitute and got pregnant with a bastard. Ugh, it's so dirty, it's a real shame. If she won't marry a man who's 20 years older than her, who else will she marry? I only have the best intentions, I hope she can get married. Shen Manru may have been at fault, but these insults were even more at fault. After that night, Shen Manru never dared to stay by her parents' side again, and never dared to stay in Amman County. She knew that even if she left, the scandal would not go away, but as long as she disappeared, her parents would face less gossip. Su Hong looked down at the increasingly pale face of Shen Manru in his arms, and quickly squeezed her hand, sighing gently. Don't be afraid, little fool. Your husband is going with you this time, to slap them in the face for you. I have always believed that a woman's right to give birth is a freedom. Although we have skipped many steps, having children before marriage, we will not allow some people to say nonsense. Su Hong knows what Shen Manru has faced before, so when he goes to Amman County this time, he wants everyone to see that Shen Manru will live a very good life, and Shengyur is not some kind of bastard. Shen Manru looked up, her eyes full of love, and smiled. With you, I'm not afraid of anything. Amman County, although a small county, does have an airport. It's just that the airport is particularly small and only has one flight a day. Since Zhang Aimei took the private jet, she had given Shen Daha a few points of arrival information, so Shen Daha had been waiting at the airport for a long time, waiting for his wife, daughter, and granddaughter. The person who came with Shen Dahai to pick up the plane was Li Honglong. The main reason was that Li Honglong's family had a car that could pick people up. At this time, Shen Dahai was restless. After all, his son-in-law was also coming. Shen Dahai really didn't know what kind of attitude to face Su Hong with. Li Honglong scratched his head. Today, he had changed into a neat suit of clothes, just to meet people. He beamed at Shen Dahai and said, Brother Hai, I haven't seen Manru for a few years either. The last time I saw her in Guo was when I went to Haicheng for a physical examination. Back then, they both worked in the factory. As soon as Shen Manru was born, she recognized Li Honglong as her godfather, and Li Honglong also watched her grow up. So how could Li Honglong not feel distressed about Shen Manru's experiences? Li Honglong sighed, quickly tugged at the jacket on his body, which was pressed flat, afraid that there might be a wrinkle and he would lose face. Brother Hai, I won't be ashamed of this suit, will I? When Shen Dahai saw Li Honglong mention his suit, he didn't sit down either, quickly standing up, afraid that there might be a wrinkle. Shen Dahai was still wearing the suit he had worn when he got married. Although the style was a bit old-fashioned, the material was good enough. Before leaving in the morning, he had ironed the suit several times to make sure it didn't look shabby. Oldly, if you're embarrassed, my clothes are even more embarrassing. If that kid dares to look down on us two brothers, we'll look down on him even more. Shen Dahai puffed out his chest and deliberately put on a confident appearance. But inside, he was extremely insecure. How exactly should he treat such a wealthy son-in-law? So, in the airport arrivals hall, these two old men, proud and arrogant, didn't care if they looked ridiculous or not, they just had to look imposing. Su Heng's plane was a very ordinary business jet, mainly for business, and enjoyment was secondary. Therefore, Zhou Shou particularly disliked Su Heng's private jet, which is rigid and boring, and not at all luxurious. Fortunately, the whole journey from Haicheng to Amman County only takes 40 minutes, and the plane is about to land before it has even taken off completely, so Zhou Shou can bear with it. Amman County is a subsidiary of Hongxing Group, and Hongxing Trading is located in Amman County. After all, there is a customs office in Amman County, so the location is still quite good. As soon as they got off the plane, Zhou Shou had already arranged for someone to pick him up, and he could leave directly from the special airport access, without going through the airport pickup hall. Hongxing Trading's general manager, Chang Yunxin, was overjoyed, personally leading the way to greet them at the airport. However, when he drove up to the airport in $3 million Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars and two vans, Su Hong simply did not choose to get in. Because Zhang Aimei's phone received a message from Shen Dahai, which read, I'm in the airport lobby, I'm at the A2 pickup point, have you guys landed yet? Old Li is driving. Zhang Aimei glanced at Su Hong, not knowing what to say for a moment. If she had known, she would not have let Shen Daha come to pick her up. After all, this was Zhang Aimei's first time on a private jet, and who would have thought that the private jet would be so buggy, taking a different passage? And why did the car that was picking her up appear here? Didn't she just get off the plane? Isn't this the inside of the airport? So, Jiang Aimei frowned, hesitated for a long time, and then said to Su Hong. Hengzi, Manru's father is here, waiting for us at the A2 pickup gate. Chapter 47, The Van. Su Hong didn't mind, and since he didn't have to go through a special channel, he told Zhou Shou to go make the arrangements first. The main reason was that there were indeed too many people on his side. Su Hong was not sure if there would be enough seats in Shen Dahai's car, so he asked the medical team to follow Chang Yinxin first. Su Hong then led Shen Manru, Gui'er, and Jiang Aimei towards the A2 pickup point. After arranging these people, Zhou Shou did not choose to follow Chang Yinxin. He carried 2 big bags of gifts and turned to chase after his boss. From getting off the plane to the A2 pickup point, it was about a 7 to 8 minute walk. When Su Hong appeared in the lobby of the pickup point with Shen Guo in his arms, he saw his father-in-law from afar. Even if Shen Dahai couldn't recognize Su Hong, just by the fact that Su Hong was carrying Shen Guo in one arm while following Jiang Aimei and Shen Manru with the other, Shen Dahai knew that this was Su Hong. Shen Dahai had made a lot of preparations for this meeting. But when Su Hong appeared, Shen Dahai suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Su Hong was tall, and because he had held a high position for many years, he had a very strong aura about him. Even when he was wearing casual clothes, you could feel the extraordinary quality of the clothes from the cut and fabric. But even though he is clearly such a person who is unreachable in terms of both status and wealth, at this moment, while he is holding the baby, Shen Guer's little shoes, although she is very well behaved, have stained Su Heng's black shirt, and because Shen Guer is being held, there are many folds in Su Heng's clothes. However, Su Hong doesn't care about any of this at all. He was obviously very tall, but he would bow his head and follow Jiang Aimei with a friendly smile, and even Jiang Aimei could affectionately call him Hengzi. As for Shen Manru, the gentleness that she showed in the details was unmistakable. For example, Su Heng's eyes were always on Shen Manru. During the walk just now, Shen Manru was distracted and almost bumped into someone, but Su Hong was able to protect her in time. At that moment, Shen Dahai's heart sank. He approved of this son-in-law from the bottom of his heart. When the two sides met, Su Hong was not quite sure whether to call him dad or not. After all, Shen Dahai did not seem to be as gullible as Jiang Aimei. Especially since Su Hong had become a father himself, he absolutely followed a policy of killing on sight any pig that dared to come near his cabbage. So, when he considered Shen Dahai as a father in his capacity as a father, he felt a little intimidated. However, Shen Dahai first nodded to Su Heng. Although he couldn't manage to smile broadly, he spoke in a gentle manner. You've had a hard time along the way. Su Hong, I, Shen Dahai, am especially grateful to you. Shen Dahai's words of gratitude were not empty. From the moment Su Hong appeared, Shen Dahai had actually been grateful to him, from the bottom of his heart. Shen Dahai didn't dare imagine what consequences his granddaughter Shen Gui would face if it weren't for Su Hong. Fortunately, Su Hong appeared. Su Hong saw this and understood the thoughts of this father-in-law, and he felt relieved. Su Hong had already imagined that if his father-in-law started beating him as soon as they met, he would just say that he was responsible for Shen Guer. Dad, we are all family, there is no need to be grateful, but I will accept your thanks, so that you can always trust me with these 2 treasures in the future. Su Hong solemnly promised. At that moment, the father-in-law and son-in-law reached a consensus, and both knew each other's character. When they got out of the airport, Zhou Shou and Li Honglong were having a lively chat. They talked about the buns of Amman County and the pastries of Amman County. Li Honglong was an old Amman County native, and there was nowhere he didn't know. So he promised Zhou Shou that he would take him out to eat everywhere starting tomorrow. Li Honglong's car was parked outside the airport. When the group of people reached the curb, Li Honglong took a few short steps and ran to unlock the car. At this moment, Zhou Shou finally got a good look at what kind of car Uncle Li drove. A Wuling Hongwang van. And it was a van with a very nostalgic feel. If this car were put on the used car market today, it would probably sell for 6,000 yuan at best. Li Honglong's wife sells vegetables from a stall on the street, so the car is mainly used for deliveries. But today, Li Honglong cleaned the car very well in order to pick someone up. Zhou Shou is dumbfounded. How much is the boss worth now? Has the boss ever ridden in a car like this? If a reporter saw this, it would definitely be the headline: Su Hong, chairman of Hongxin Group, is suspected of going bankrupt and has switched his mode of transportation to a van. Zhou Shou didn't know what to do. Should he invite the boss to ride in the van, or should he refuse in all righteousness? Zhou Shou realized that this was the first time in his many years of work that he had encountered such a dilemma. The question was, how should I, as the assistant, help the boss out of this situation when his father-in-law has asked the multi-billionaire to ride in the van? Zhou Shou closed his eyes, shook the gift in his hands, and began to play deaf and dumb, refusing to answer. As for the tension, it wasn't just Zhou Shou, but also Zhang Yimei and Shen Manru. However, Su Hong smiled and began to chat with Shen Dahai and Li Honglong. Sorry, Uncle Li, please take us to Dad's place, and then we'll go out for dinner together. Dad, you know that Guire is not well, so I brought the doctor along. Every night, Guire has to go to the doctor's for a checkup. Su Heng's few words abruptly ended the awkward atmosphere at the scene. When Su Hong arrived, he was actually prepared to adapt to the situation at Shen Manru's house. Eating, clothing, housing, and transportation are based on the situation at the Shen family's house. This is polite. It is also a sign of respect for Shen Manru. So whether they are in the minivan or living in Shen Manru's small house, Su Hong can adapt. After getting in the car, Shen Dahai sat in the passenger seat, and he and Li Honglong exchanged glances. They were both happy and satisfied. Manru really has found a good husband. Hengzi, we're not going out to eat. I'm ready. Dad is going to show you what I can do today, let you taste my cooking. Shen Dahai was happy with Su Hong, and his smile grew wider and wider. After the minivan left, Chang Yunxin, who was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, was dumbfounded. Did he just see something wrong? Chang Yunxin was originally a little uneasy after Su Hong refused to take the cart he came to pick him up, fearing that it was because he did something not so good that made Chairman Su unhappy. So after arranging for Su Heng's people to be sent to the hotel, Chang Yunxin himself dawdled for a while, trying to see what the boss wanted to do. As it turned out, this was a big deal. The boss would rather take the van than his own car. Oh no. It's really not easy being a worker these days, you can't guess what the boss is thinking no matter how hard you try. Chapter 48, A Gift from Su Hong. Shen Dahai's family only had 3 small bungalows. The middle room held a large round table, which would be used for dinner. As soon as she returned to the house, Zhang Yimei felt more at ease. She quickly changed into the clothes she had worn when she worked, and began cleaning the house, which was free of dust. She also did not forget to chat with Su Hong. Hengzi, I'll make you a pot of good tea. This tea is your father's private reserve. Zhang Yimei felt at ease, but Shen Manru felt a little apprehensive. The wall surrounding the small courtyard outside the bungalow was not very high, and when they had just returned, a neighbor had already noticed. Shen Manru was afraid that in no time at all, everyone would know that Shen Dahai's worthless daughter had returned home. Shen Manru hid in the house, afraid to go out and help. Su Hong patted Shen Manru on the shoulder, handed Shen Guerher to Shen Manru, and told the little girl to go comfort her mother. As for Zhou Shou and Li Honglong, they were both busy in the kitchen with Shen Dahai. Since the dishes had been prepared in advance, the meal was ready at a little after 12 noon. There were fish, shrimp, and crab, meat, vegetables, and good wine. There were a total of 18 dishes, all of which were prepared by Shen Dahai. Although they were not as exquisite as those prepared by the chef at Su Heng's home, they were full of color, fragrance, and taste, and looked very attractive. Li Honglong refused to sit down and eat with them no matter what, grabbed his jacket and ran, leaving behind the words "call me if you need me." After driving over to pick them up, he took off. At the dinner table, after drinking 3 rounds of wine, Su Hong said to the 2 elderly people bluntly, "Dad, Mom, in theory, this matter should be brought up by my parents and the matchmaker, but I, Su Hong, have no parents, and there is no matchmaker between Manru and I, so I can only bring this matter up. If I have not done the etiquette properly, I hope you 2 will forgive me." As soon as Zhang Yimei heard Su Hong say this, she became excited and said, "Perfectly thorough." Shen Dahai also had a grave expression on his face, resting his hands on his knees. Because they were sitting across the table, you couldn't see that his hands were shaking slightly. "Dad, Mom, this is my gift to you both. I hope you like it." Su Hong glanced at Zhou Shou, who hurriedly went to get the 2 gift boxes he had been carrying around. One gift box was for Zhang Yimei, and it wasn't big, just the size of a file folder. The gift box that Zhou Shou gave Shen Dahai was also very small and light. When Zhang Yimei and Shen Dahai opened the gift boxes, their eyes widened in surprise, and then they collectively went dumb. Shen Dahai picked up a stack of papers in the gift box and then looked at the stack of papers in Zhang Yimei's gift box again and again, before looking at Su Hong and shaking his head. Shen Dahai's hands trembled a little, and the few pieces of paper in his hands felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. "Why can't we accept it? Dad, do you think this is a gift?" The gift boxes that Su Hong gave to Shen Dahai and Zhang Yimei were actually 2 contracts.
The contract in Zhang Imei's hands was an acquisition contract for an Amman County weaving factory.
And the contract for Shen Dahai was a cooperation contract between the Hongxing Group's roughing garment factory and the weaving factory. Since that day when Zhou Shou mentioned to Su Hong that he should let Shen Dahai start his own business, Su Hong had known what to do. After picking up Zhang Imei and Shen Gur at the manor, Su Hong had also wanted to buy some clothes for his mother-in-law or do something for her, but Zhang Imei had refused to accept anything. Moreover, from the conversations he had had with Zhang Imei, Su Hong was certain that all Zhang Imei had been thinking about was going back to Amman County to work hard and never become a burden to Su Hang. Especially when he saw Shen Dahai again today, Shen Dahai's attitude completely put Su Hang's mind at ease. People are sometimes very strange. When someone shamelessly tries to take advantage of you, you will definitely be calculating, but when someone doesn't want anything, you will want to help them. Especially the couple Shen Dahai and Zhang Imei, they made Su Hong feel especially warm. Su Hong looked up, put away his smile, pointed at the papers, and said to Shen Dahai, "Dad, if you're worried, you can read the third major clause and second minor clause in the contract. If the materials provided are insufficient, you will have to pay double compensation. So this contract is completely based on commercial choices. Business is business, and I'm not in business to lose money. Amman County has two major characteristics: it's close to the sea, which is convenient for transportation, and it's abundant in cotton, which is of top quality in the country. So it's reasonable for me to use the fabric made in your factory." Shen Dahai's face turned red, his eyes a little sore, and his whole brain buzzing. He took the acquisition contract from Zhang Imei's hand, swallowed, and only then remained conscious. He said to Su Hong, "Su Hong, I can consider the contract in my hands reasonable, but what about this one? How much does it cost to buy a textile factory like this? Your mother and I don't have the capital for it at the moment. Su Hong, I know you're thinking about us and want to help us. But Dad is also a man, and I feel guilty towards Manru and Guyer. I won't be able to help you in this life, so I hope that Mei and I will not be a burden to you. You must never feel that our family is a burden." After Shen Dahai finished speaking, he raised his hand to wipe away the corner of his eyes. His weathered face beamed as he smiled at Su Hang. "Hangzi, don't worry, I'm not old yet, I can still earn a living, I will definitely be able to do it. I will definitely be able to make a comeback." These words made both Zhang Imei and Shen Manru feel envious. Shen Manru didn't know about the gift that Su Hong had prepared, and just thought it was some gifts or something. So when the two contracts were taken out, Shen Manru was also very surprised. She originally wanted to persuade Su Hong to take them back, but now Shen Manru was a little hesitant. Because in Shen Manru's memory, as a child, Shen Dahai always exuded confidence, even when he was tired, and his back was straight. Since going bankrupt, Shen Dahai still wears a smile on his face, but his back is getting more and more bent. Shen Manru wanted to say something, partly out of selfishness for her father, but also because she knew that her parents shouldn't take so much money from Su Hang. Su Hong, on the other hand, shook his head, drained the glass of wine in front of him, and laughed. "Dad, think about it this way, you can just pay me back the money you used to buy the factory. I've done some research, and I found that when you started the plastics factory, you borrowed the money from the Rural Credit Cooperative. If you could borrow from the credit cooperative back then, why can't you borrow from me now? You're not afraid of a comeback, so what are you afraid of borrowing from your son-in-law?" Zhou Shou also put down his chopsticks and hurriedly came out to add his voice. "Yes, Uncle Shen. Don't think that just because Hongxing and you signed a contract to buy fabric first, you can sit back and relax. If the goods are not good, we at Hongxing will not accept delivery. The factory you are buying has nothing in it, and there is a group of workers waiting to be paid. You will have to put in a lot of effort to get that factory up and running again. The deposit we paid for the fabric contract can be used as working capital to get the factory up and running, but if you can't deliver the goods, you'll be in trouble. Uncle Shen, you have a lot of responsibility and it's going to be difficult. Don't think it's going to be easy." Su Hong and Zhou Shou each gave a speech, both of them were deadly serious. Yes, the money is borrowed, not given away. And this factory is not something that can be taken lightly. So Shen Dahai, are you afraid? Do you want to start from scratch again, just like you did back then?" Time passed, and neither Zhang Imei nor Shen Manru dared to say a word. Shen Dahai wiped away the tears in his eyes, slammed his hand on the table, and laughed. "I, Shen Dahai, was able to make it back then, and I won't be pretentious now. Since my son-in-law is willing to help me, I will definitely be able to do it again. Su Hong, I accept you as my son-in-law. I appreciate your kindness. I will repay the money I borrowed with interest, without fail.
Hangzi, you are a good man.
From now on, I, Shen Dahai, will treat you as a dear brother. Shen Dahai had come to terms with his situation, and his whole being was filled with a sense of purpose. He was about to die, but in an instant, he came back to life. How many people are lucky enough to start over? And Shen Dahai was lucky. What kind of brother are you? You don't know what to say after a few drinks, do you? You've messed up the hierarchy. Zhang Aimei slapped the table, still angry, but then she laughed, with a few tears in her eyes. What a great day. Chapter 49, Driving Shen Manru Away. In short, Shen Dahai and Su Hong both got drunk at this meal. Su Hong was much more sober, so while Shen Dahai was high, he quickly proposed, and the marriage was successfully settled, with the wedding date set for January 1st. As for the bride price and dowry, Shen Dahai was dead set on not giving any, and if he did, he would not consider him his brother. Su Hong, on the other hand, kept nodding, saying that the bride price was the bride price and the brother was the brother. As for Zhou Shao's, he carried Shen Gui to the hotel and asked the doctor to conduct a daily consultation. So for the time being, Shen Manru and Zhang Aimei could only take care of their own husbands, two drunkards. Zhang Aimei made a cup of honey water for each of Su Hong and Shen Dahai, and instructed Shen Manru to feed it to Su Hong. Su Hong was lying in the room where Shen Manru used to sleep. The 1-meter-5 plank bed was covered with the bed sheets Shen Manru had used. It was strange to say that Shen Manru had not slept on this bed for 3 years, but she could always smell the faint smell of peaches. When Shen Manru came in to feed Su Hong, she saw that Su Hong was wide awake. She hurriedly and lovingly fed him some water, gently scolding him. You too, my father just likes to drink a little, he drinks his, why do you have to keep him company? After Shen Manru finished, she used the back of her hand to measure Su Heng's forehead and said angrily. Drunkenness is hard, does your head hurt? Su Hong pulled Shen Manru's hand over and then embraced her, looking at Shen Manru's rosy face and smiling. Your husband is not drunk. If I'm not drunk, then Dad is the only one who is. Won't he be embarrassed when he wakes up? I'm just pretending for Dad's sake. Shen Manru pinched Su Heng's waist gently with her hand and muttered, You're so full of it. Manru, let me hug you. Su Hong felt so good as he put his arms around Shen Manru's waist and looked into her big, watery eyes. Time passed by minute, but the affection between the two grew stronger and stronger. Su Hong looked at Shen Manru's lips and asked softly. Baby, we're finally getting married, are you happy? Shen Manru's face turned red with embarrassment, and she nodded, reaching out to hug Su Hong. The next day, Su Hong planned to take Shen Dahai and Zhang Aimei to the acquired weaving factory to have a look. After all, the factory is still in a state of suspension. After Shen Dahai sobered up, he started to think about what to do with the weaving factory. Although Shen Dahai used to run a plastics factory, this is a weaving factory, but the principles are the same. Acquiring raw materials, managing the factory, and selling goods. Each step seems simple, especially since the factory has not yet been set up and there is already a large order, but there are still many details involved. One wrong step and the factory will just keep losing money. The main reason was that he hadn't been involved in the business of a factory for so many years, so Shen Dahai was both excited and nervous. The information about the weaving factory has now been completely changed, and the legal representative of the factory has been changed to Shen Dahai. After obtaining the consent of Shen Dahai and Zhang Aimei, the factory was named Amman County Cotton Textile Factory. Since Li Honglong was not there today, Su Hong didn't want to trouble Li Honglong to come and pick him up, so he chose to ask Chang Yunxin to come pick him up. This time, Chang Yunxin was finally relieved, and drove 3 Mercedes-Benzes to the alley where the Shens lived. Although it cannot be said that every household in this alley is poor, the financial situation of every household here is indeed not very good. So when this Mercedes-Benz, worth millions, appeared here, and there were even 3 of them, the neighbors in the alley began to gossip. When Su Hong got into the car with Shen Gui and Shen Manru, Zhang Aimei and Shen Da, the neighbors in the alley were abuzz. These people did not dare to come up and whisper, and were instinctively afraid in the face of such a luxury car. They all spoke meanly in a low voice. Hey, is this Shen girl a rich man on the list? Didn't the eldest sister of the Shen family say that the girl Manru used to work as a prostitute, so it's possible that she's now with a rich man? Alas, she's a good girl who shouldn't have done that, but rather become the mistress of a rich man. What a shame. Didn't you see just now that the whole Shen family is shameless, all going to sit in that luxury car? If my daughter became someone's mistress, I'd break her legs. Auntie Li, who is in the crowd and not on bad terms with the eldest Shen sister, is shocked by this gossip and can't wait to go home and call the eldest Shen sister to share the scandal. The eldest Shen sister, whose full name is Shen Shulan, has 1 son and 1 daughter. Her husband works in a factory and is a small director. She herself has opened a small shop and lives a pretty good life, so she still has some status in the Shen family. When Shulan Shen received the call from Auntie Li, she heard Auntie Li sneering on the phone.
Shulan, your niece is back.
Oh, you don't know, she's dressed up so pretty. I heard someone say that the bag she's carrying must cost tens of thousands of dollars.
She's also brought a man back. That man also looks really good.
But unfortunately, your niece is someone's mistress. I heard that your niece works as a prostitute and then hooked up with this rich guy and became his mistress.
Shulan, your family may make a lot of money this time, right?
But to be honest, your niece is quite capable. After Mrs. Li finished speaking, she covered her mouth on the other end of the phone and kept giggling. Shen Shulan was furious, her 7 orifices smoking with anger. She could mock Shen Manru, but not Shen Shulan. She thought about it. Shen Shulan was not a big shot in Amman County, but her husband was successful, her children were filial, and everyone said that she was lucky and blessed. But that shameless Shen Manru had really humiliated her.
How dare that little brat return to Amman County? Shen Shulan let out a long breath and yelled into the phone.
Don't even mention this person to me, she is not even my niece Shen Shulan, there is no such shameless person in my Shen family. That shameless little slut, whether she goes to be someone's lover or becomes a prostitute and dies of an illness, it has nothing to do with our Shen family. Shen Shulan hung up the phone, panting, and started to post a notice in the family group. Shen Shulan, Shen Manru, that shameless girl, is back. I'm going to Shen Daha's house right now to get rid of that shameless thing. Shen Shulan, Shen Daha is also a good-for-nothing, unable to even keep an eye on his daughter, no wonder he's ended up like this. As long as Shen Manru is in Amman County, our family will be ridiculed, and Shen Manru is a disgrace to our family. Shen Shulan's harsh words immediately filled the relatives in the family group with righteous indignation. They clamored to go find Shen Daha and tell him to get Shen Manru out of the house.
Chapter 50, Visiting the Textile Factory. The cotton textile factory in Amman County is located in the suburbs to the east of Amman County, covering hundreds of acres.
The facilities in the factory are all within the scope of the acquisition. Apart from a few old machines that need to be replaced, there are no major problems with this cotton textile factory.
The factory itself is a small but profitable one.
After Su Hong acquired it at a premium, he also took over all the existing employees, so after Shen Dahai had taken a look around the factory, he had a good idea of what he was getting.
The factory is ready to start work at any time.
Although most of the employees in the factory are local people from Amman County, the factory also has its own canteen and dormitories.
Shen Dahai's office is on the 3rd floor of Building 1 in the factory.
It is a very imposing office decorated in the Chinese mahogany style, with a leather executive chair, a large mahogany desk, plus a tea table and sofa.
Su Hong had all the office equipment replaced. The whole office is bright and well lit. After walking around the office, Zhang Aimei couldn't stop smiling.
Shen Dahai, this office is much brighter than the office of your old plastics factory.
The 3rd floor is entirely the office area of the factory, and the accounting room is next door. This accounting room will be Zhang Aimei's territory in the future.
Zhang Aimei also took a look around her accounting room and was extremely satisfied. She even tried out the new office chair. As for Shen Dahai, he returned to the office after a tour of the factory, looked left and right at his office, which was full of rarities, and deliberately washed the tea set before personally making a pot of tea for Su Hong. And because Shen Gui had also arrived at a new place, she followed her grandfather around. When Su Hong saw her, he was so shocked that he hurriedly told her to stop moving, picked her up, and fed her some water.
What did the doctor say to you yesterday?
He told you to move around appropriately, and you're not allowed to run around like crazy again.
Children are naturally active.
Shen Gui buried her head in Su Hong's arms and rubbed it, let out a pouty-o, and then looked up at Su Hong and said,
"Dad, there are a lot of uncles outside."
Su Hong then glanced at Zhou Shou, and even Shen Dahai, who was still brewing tea, paused for a moment. Currently, the entire factory has temporarily suspended operations due to a change in leadership, so there are not many people in the factory. And Shen Gore's sudden remark that there are a lot of uncles outside obviously means that former factory employees have arrived. Most of the employees in the factory had contracts of 3 to 5 years, and some even had 10-year contracts. Therefore, when taking over the factory, Su Hong weighed the situation and took over all the employees under these contracts. After running outside to chat with the people outside for a while, Zhou Shou went back upstairs in less than 10 minutes and said to Su Hong and Shen Dahai,
"Boss, Uncle Shen."
The people outside are former employees of the factory, including the workshop director, logistics director, and an accountant. I guess they heard that the new factory manager is taking over today, so they all came to have a look.
Shen Dahai put down his teacup and nodded, saying,
I guess they were all a little scared, so although they haven't heard any news about starting work yet, it's understandable that they all came to have a look. Hengzi, why don't you sit here for a while, and I'll go take a look. Su Hong nodded, and naturally, when dealing with his subordinates, Shen Dahai had to face them himself. Taking over a new factory, the first thing you need to do when you meet the staff is to reassure them, give them hope, and show them that you are in control. Su Hong never even considered helping Shanhai with this task. After all, how the factory turned out would depend entirely on Shanhai's abilities. After Shanhai and Zhang Aimei had gone out, Shen Manru took Shen Gyur on her lap, then peeled an apple and used a spoon to feed her the flesh. Zhou Shou did not go out with them, but after looking at Shanhai and Zhang Aimei walking away, he said to Su Hong, Boss, I don't know if you've noticed, but I always feel like Uncle Shen and Auntie Zhang have suddenly become 20 years younger. Just look at their strides, they have a kind of youthful exuberance. After Zhou Shou finished speaking, Shen Manru nodded after feeding a small piece of apple to Shen Gyur into her mouth and said, Yes, my parents really seem to have suddenly become younger since yesterday. Even Shen Gyur, who was munching on an apple with a little water in her mouth, said in a baby voice, Yes, Grandpa and Grandma, you've become younger. Su Hong smiled and didn't say anything, but just reached out and pinched Shen Gyur's little face. People are not afraid of growing old, but they are afraid of growing old without hope, especially those who have been eagles.
Shen Dahai straightened his clothes as he walked downstairs, and said to Zhang Aimei,
These people are all from the original factory management. They all came over without even being notified. They are trying to test the new boss's temper and see what kind of person he is. Zhang Aimei reached out to help Shen Dahai straighten his collar, and said with a smile, So what do you want to do, kill some and keep some? If you dismiss people right away, it will cause chaos. Let's go and see who these management staff are, who are quite profitable. They are here to test my temper, so I will also find out more about them. It's best if they can all be used. Shanhai shook his head. From afar, he could see a dozen people standing in the shade of the factory. It was estimated that these people were the original management staff. After taking a good look at the people, Shen Dahai had no choice but to walk over to them. He just told the guard to go over and notify them that they should all go to the meeting room on the second floor. It would be a bit unrefined to take the initiative to go over there. It is only superior to take the initiative to find the home court and lead the people to your home court. Seeing this, Zhang Aimei's gaze was gentle, and she kept laughing with her hands over her mouth. After a long time, she stopped and said to Shen Dahai, Shen Dahai, it's great, I finally saw that side of you again. It seems that we can earn back the dowry for our daughter.
Zhang Aimei's eyes were a little red as she spoke.
Over the years, Shen Dahai had never complained in front of her, always smiling, but she understood how sad he was. A spirited man suddenly went bankrupt, then became ill, and then his daughter suffered. The once spirited man, due to the blows of fate, had his back bent by all this. So over the years, Zhang Aimei clearly saw Shanhai's back getting more and more bent, but he was full of smiles at home, trying to shoulder his responsibilities. Zhang Aimei felt terrible. Until today, the Shen Dahai who once filled her heart with boundless joy has returned. Shen Dahai reached out to wipe away Zhang Aimei's tears, then held out his arm and said to her, Come, wife, hold on tight. My dear wife, you'll have to work hard again and go with me to earn a dowry for our daughter. Chapter 51, Oh, so my brother-in-law is the new factory manager? The conference room on the second floor of the Amman County Cotton Textile Mill. A total of 12 former management members of the textile factory, led by Dong Jigang, sat down in groups of 2 or 3. While the new factory manager had not yet shown up, everyone began to murmur. Jigang, you insisted that we come here first to see if the new factory manager is easy to talk to, but you see that he called us into this meeting room a long time ago and hasn't shown up, so it's clear that this new factory manager is not someone you can easily get along with. Yes, the new boss is on fire. Let him burn, I've never made a mistake in my accounts, and I won't be fired anyway. Dong Jigang is fidgeting with his phone, annoyed. It's mainly his wife, who keeps sending him messages, and it's making his heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys ache. Look, it's only been a short time, but the number of WeChat messages from his wife has already reached 99 plus. Dong Jigang opened his phone and saw that it was full of his wife's expletives. Shen Shulan, Dong Jigang, you hurry back to me, I'm going to Shen Daha's shitty rented house right now to kick Shen Daha's shameless daughter out of Amman County. Shen Shulan, I'm so angry. That shameless Shen Manru actually has the nerve to come back.
She's found a sugar daddy and gone off to be someone's mistress, what a disgrace.
Shen Shulan, Dong Ji Gang, hurry back to your mother.
Shen Shulan, plus 99. Dong Ji Gang's head was spinning.
He really wanted to say something back to Shen Shulan, but what the hell did it have to do with her? But then he thought about the pain in his ear when she grabbed it, and all he could say was,
Dong Ji Gang, honey, just a moment, our new factory manager is here. I need to meet him, I'll be right back.
After thinking about it, Dong Ji Gang added, just calm down, don't get worked up. After finishing, Dong Ji Gang closed the phone and thought about his brother-in-law's family.
To be honest, Dong Ji Gang really looked down on Shen Daha's family.
At the beginning, when Shen Daha was the boss of a successful business, Dong Ji Gang also tried to curry favor with him.
However, Shen Daha went bankrupt, and Dong Ji Gang didn't get any benefits from it.
The funniest thing was that Shen Daha also got sick, and out of respect for his relative, Dong Ji Gang even gave him a sponsorship fee of 2,000 yuan for free. So for the Shen family, Dong Ji Gang felt that it was best to stay away from them. The family was poor, sick, and one daughter had a child out of wedlock. What bad luck!
Ugh, bad luck.
Dong Ji Gang, as the logistics director of the Amman County textile factory, had a good job with good benefits, and really didn't want to get involved with these poor relatives.
He raised his head, looked at the management present, and said with a smile, Don't think I'm exaggerating.
I heard that the factory was bought by a big group from Haicheng, so it's likely that the management will be replaced by their own people.
If we don't talk to the new factory manager, we'll be replaced too, right?
Don't worry, the workers listen to us.
Maybe if we talk to these big leaders, we can even get the workers a pay rise. Dong Ji Gang's words were very clear. He came here today, thinking of threatening the new factory manager.
If you dare to fire the leadership and not raise wages, we will dare to take all the workers on strike. In the small world of Amman County, employees are really not a good sign, so Dong Ji Gang is a man who can be described as determined to win. At this time, Dong Ji Gang was gloating when Shen Dahai and Zhang Aimei walked in. Shen Dahai was wearing a new suit that Shen Manru had bought for him from Haicheng. This morning, Shen Dahai had also gone out of his way to get a haircut, so at the moment, he looked extremely energetic and capable.
Zhang Aimei was also wearing a suit that Shen Manru had bought for her.
Earlier, when they were at the Rugua Manor, she had followed Shen Manru and let the private styling team do her hair. At the moment, this couple, the man wearing a high-end suit, and the woman dressed like a fashionable lady.
At first glance, Dong Ji Gang couldn't quite react, and he couldn't believe that the new factory manager was his poor little brother-in-law. Shen Dahai knew exactly what these people wanted to do. After asking everyone to be seated, he said, Everyone here is the backbone of our factory in the future. Soon, a new group of people will come to our factory. I hope that the older members here can work happily with them. In a word, the atmosphere was full of hostility. If you want to go on strike, let me tell you that I have a large number of new blood on hand. Let's see who's afraid of who. Everyone knows the original situation of the weaving factory. Originally, I only liked this factory because I planned to mechanize it.
But, your original boss was a good person.
He told me that everyone was having a hard time and asked me to take on all the employees of the factory.
Shen Dahai sighed and continued. I thought about it, and I'm also from Amman County, so I must support the employment rate in Amman County, so I agreed. I hope to make progress together with everyone in the future.
The second sentence completely killed it.
Let's be clear, I don't want you guys at all, and if you dare to mess with me, I'll be more than happy. Shen Haidong was able to start from scratch and make a name for himself back then, and he was the best of the best. In just a few sentences, he instantly took control of the situation.
The crowd, who had been thinking of following Dong Ji Gang's lead, began to laugh and quickly agreed. Director, you're joking. We came here to see if there's anything we can help with.
Our factory needs to start working quickly, after all, there are still a few small orders waiting to be delivered.
Yes, Director, don't worry, with me, Lao Yuan, here, I will definitely manage the workshop for you.
Anyway, no matter what everyone thinks, the atmosphere is exceptionally harmonious at the moment. Su Hong, who was eavesdropping outside, exchanged glances with Zhou Shou, who then gave a thumbs up and whispered,
Boss, your father-in-law really is quite something.
Su Hong laughed, but looked through the glass window of the meeting room at Dong Ji Gang, who was sitting in the western seat, and sneered.
Is that Shen Shulan's husband?
Hey, boss, let's get rid of him today. Zhou Shou immediately showed his teeth and looked like a hero from the Liangshan Mountains. Su Hong looked at Zhou Shou with disgust, and when he turned his gaze back to the conference room, Dong Ji Gang finally reacted.
Isn't this new factory manager his brother-in-law?
Dong Jigang stood up with a start, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Shen Dahai and Zhang Aimei, his mouth opening and closing for a long time. In the end, Dong Jigang was very accommodating, and a smile quickly appeared on his lips. Then, just as he had done back then when he was trying to curry favor with Shen Dahai, the director of the plastics factory, he said fawningly,
"Oh, my brother-in-law, how have you been recently?"
"It's all my fault, brother-in-law.
I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to visit you.
Your sister told me this morning that she wanted to go to your house and bring you some pheasant to help you build up your strength. Dahai, don't worry, as long as I, Dong Jigang, am alive, I will help you run the factory well."
Chapter 52, the new factory director's wife is a bit ruthless. At this moment, Dong Jigang was baffled. What was going on? How had his poor little brother-in-law suddenly turned over a new leaf? Dong Jigang swallowed, thinking that Shen Shulan had just told him to go to Shen Dahai's house and cause trouble. Wasn't this like waving someone to their death in a graveyard?
Shen Dahai looked at Dong Jigang, and although he was also puzzled that his brother-in-law would be working here, he didn't say anything. When Shen Dahai went bankrupt and then fell ill, those family members who had been relying on him scattered, fearing that he would drag them down. Shen Dahai had an older sister and an older brother, and he was the youngest in the family. When he was successful, he tried his best to help his family, buying his parents a new building, his brother a tractor and a new car, and his sister a shop to run a small store. But when he fell ill, his own parents, brother and sister each gave him just 2,000 yuan to get rid of him. They even acted as if they were afraid that he would bring them bad luck. At that time, Shen Dahai understood that these relatives of his family could only share wealth but not difficulties. It is the truth that when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Shen Dahai did not want to trouble these people again, so he just maintained a relationship as relatives and exchanged visits during the New Year and other holidays. However, 3 years ago during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Shen Shulan yelled at her own daughter, Shen Dahai's anger could no longer be suppressed.
It was fine to bully him, but bullying his daughter was not. That day, Shen Haidai first fought with his brother, and after giving Dong Jigang a punch, he also broke off contact with the Shen family. To die without ever seeing each other again was Shen Haidai's idea. Now, suddenly seeing Dong Jigang, Shen Haidai didn't even bother to give him a glance, looking like he didn't know him very well. Zhang Aimei, on the other hand, stared, scanning Dong Jigang several times before smiling and saying, "Wow, I never would have guessed that our factory's logistics director would be Dong Jigang." After looking at the rest of the people, Zhang Aimei said to everyone, "Let me introduce you. I will be our factory's accountant from now on. I have reviewed the accounts and there are no problems with them. However, the accounts for our logistics department under Director Dong are not quite right. Director Dong, could you please explain the accounts to me later?" Zhang Aimei turned her head with a smile to Dong Jigang. Although her mouth was smiling, her eyes were full of murderous intent. Zhang Aimei had long wanted to get rid of the Shen family, but unfortunately she had never had the chance. As for whether there were problems with the accounts, Zhang Aimei didn't know either, because she hadn't had time to look yet. But, as an old accountant, she would be able to pick out some problems with the accounts later, right? She hated this family so much that she would take every opportunity to get even. There were indeed problems. Individual embezzlement of more than 5,000 yuan is allowed to be filed, and embezzlement of disaster relief funds in particular will be considered a serious offense. I don't think 3 years should be a problem. The door to the meeting room was not locked. Su Hong had originally planned to deal with this matter in a few days, but never imagined that Dong Jigang would actually come to him voluntarily. After Su Hong and Zhou Shou walked into the meeting room, Su Hong looked at Dong Jigang, held up 2 fingers, and laughed. 260,000, that's fine, it's a bargain. Dong Jigang's face turned white as soon as Su Hong said his first sentence, and especially after Su Hong even said the exact amount, Dong Jigang's legs started to weaken. Nonsense. Dong Jigang's legs were so weak that he instantly collapsed in his chair, desperately holding on. Logistics is highly profitable, not to mention the warehouse management of the former textile factory, which also belongs to logistics. Amman County is under the jurisdiction of Yu Province. 3 years ago, floods broke out simultaneously in 3 counties of Yu Province. The former textile factory originally wanted to prepare 600,000 yuan in supplies for donations. The supplies were all stored in the warehouse. At that time, Dong Jigang's greed came together, and Shen Shulan, who originally ran a small shop, had channels for purchasing and distributing goods. So the couple conspired together, passing off inferior goods as superior, and reporting good goods as bad, earning the difference in price. Anyway, the supplies were directly sent to the disaster area, and the factory didn't need to. The couple were really two little smart guys, and they made 70,000 to 80,000 yuan from that trip. Afterwards, Dong Jigang grew more and more daring, and he dared to meddle in everything. In the past 3 years, he had embezzled a total of more than 260,000 yuan. However, the only accounts that could be reasonably investigated were only 260,000 yuan. But this amount was enough, and since it included the amount of the disaster relief, it was completely punishable. Su Hong waved his hand, too lazy to waste time arguing with Dong Jigang, and told Zhou Shou to proceed with the next steps. There were many capable people at Hongxing, and it was too simple to investigate the accounts of a factory. The next thing to do was for Hongxing to provide evidence. When the authorities came to investigate, it would be the beginning of the end for the 3 good years. The police arrived in less than 5 minutes, as Su Hong had made arrangements in advance. Dong Jigang never expected that he would suddenly be in prison just for showing support for the new factory manager. He cried and screamed, almost scared to death, desperately trying to beg Shen Dahai, remembering that his younger brother-in-law had a soft heart. He also remembered that when his wife had just given birth to their eldest son, she had been unable to find a job. So Shen Dahai, seeing Shen Shulan's distress, bought a 200,000 yuan shop in Amman County without saying a word, and even had Shen Shulan's name specially written on the deed, so that she could rest assured. Even Zhang Aimei was supportive, helping Shen Shulan find channels to buy goods and teaching her how to manage the books. So, these two are soft-hearted. Brother, sister-in-law, think about your eldest sister. If I go in, your eldest sister will be so pitiful. Dong Jigang was pale with grief, and the policeman next to him turned a deaf ear. Zhang Aimei, on the other hand, frowned slightly. She cautiously walked over to Su Heng's side and said with some concern, "Hengzi, are you sure it's 260,000? Mom doesn't think so. I'm an old accountant, let me check again, maybe I can get this brat sentenced for a few more years." Even Shen Dahai nodded. No matter how he looked at Dong Jigang, he felt that Dong Jigang should have been greedy. Zhang Aimei's words shattered Dong Jigang's illusions. Was this still the same couple he knew? In the end, he could only shiver as he got into the police car to cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Shou was simply amazed by all this. He clapped his hands and praised Zhang Aimei again and again. "Auntie Zhang, you're amazing. I will definitely not offend you in the future. Other people are adding stones to a sinking well, but you're adding a lid to it." Then Zhou Shou turned his head and whispered to Su Hong. "Boss, you have to be careful, your in-laws are werewolves. You must be nice to your sister-in-law." Not only was Zhou Shou amazed, the rest of the management who had followed Dong Jigang began to break out in fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. This new factory manager and his wife are a bit ruthless. Chapter 53. Chang Yunxin's legs were a little weak. This time, they had thoroughly toured the factory. After selecting an auspicious day, Shen Dahai and his wife decided that the factory would officially reopen in 3 days. So the family planned to head back home and return to the alley once again. Along the way, Shen Guar was very obediently playing video games with Wu Xiaotian. Because apart from Lulu, the remaining 29 dolls were still with Wu Xiaotian, Shen Guar had not yet had a chance to move them to the If Manor when suddenly she had to come to Amman County to see her grandfather. So at this moment, Shen Guar said to the little doll called Nana on the video, "Brother Xiaotian, you must remember to help me cover Nana up, she is very weak." Wu Xiaotian has been keeping Shen Guiya's doll for a while, so his relationship with Shen Guiya has improved by leaps and bounds. He quickly promised, "Guier, don't worry, Xiaotian will take care of Nana for you. You should take care of yourself too." The two got more and more excited as they chatted. Zhou Shou, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back inside. There are more and more flatterers these days. If he doesn't work harder, he'll be surpassed. When Shen Guer got off the phone, Su Hong reached out and stroked her furry little head, teasing her. "Guier, Nana is weak because she doesn't eat her vegetables, so you have to eat more vegetables and fruits in the future." As a result, Shen Guer looked at Su Hong with full of questions, and even wanted to hold out her little hand to her father to take his temperature, and asked in horror, "Dad, don't you know that those are all dummies? And Nana can't even eat?" Su Hong turned his head and looked at Shen Guiya, who had an expression of "Is my dad retarded?" on his face. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. How did a child's brain grow? Hey, if you knew they were dummies, why did you let Uncle Xiaotian take care of them? 1 minute he was giving medicine, the next he was giving water. "Dad, I like dolls, so I think every doll has a life." Shen Guer's little face fell into deep thought, racking her brain for a way to explain to Su Hong.
With a sigh, she continued with her rounded profile.
But that doesn't mean that Guer doesn't know they're dummies. So, Daddy's being silly, Nana can't even eat.
Shen Guer's little face had already become a bit plump, like a little steamed bun, soft and squishy. She sighed, and the soft flesh on her little face trembled a little.
Shen Guer suddenly felt that her father was silly. What should she do? Su Hong.
Su Hong glanced at Shen Guer and resisted the urge to smack her bottom.
This is a cotton-padded jacket, you can't hit it, you have to spoil it.
Chang Yunshin had insisted on being the chauffeur for the big boss, so at this moment his hand holding the steering wheel was shaking a little from smiling.
No, I'm an outstanding general manager in the workplace, I can't smile.
By the time Su Hong got out of the car with Shen Guer, Shen Manru and the others had already left, so as soon as Su Hong got out of the car, he heard a woman screaming in the alley.
Shen Dahai, I'm warning you, get your daughter out of Amman County. My daughter Chang'er is going to marry into a good family soon. If people find out about our family's bad reputation, will she still have a place there?
Chang'er is really pitiful, to have such a cousin as Shen Manru. This shrewish voice scolding in the street, there is no doubt that it must be Shen Shulan. Shen Shulan pinched her nose while standing in front of Shen Dahaim's house, disgusted. She hadn't contacted Shen Dahaim for several years, and she really didn't expect that their living environment could be so poor. No wonder, the diligent couple from before would agree to their daughter becoming someone else's mistress this time.
I guess it's all because of this poverty. Shen Shulan glanced at the exquisite hairdo done by Zhang Aimei and found it a bit of an eyesore.
Really, her daughter is on the list of the rich and famous, so she can afford to get her hair done? Shen Shulan snorted, ran her hands through her own hair, and glanced at her second younger brother, Shen Dahai, who had come with her. Of the three Shen children, Shen Shulan is the eldest, and Shen Dahai is the second eldest. When Shen Dahai was rich, Shen Dahai followed closely behind him, and when Shen Shulan had a bit of money, Shen Dahai fawned over her. So this wallflower, seeing that Shen Dahai is dressed quite decently today, immediately shuts up. He doesn't care if his niece has landed a rich husband or not, he just needs to find out if his brother will ever get rich again. If he does, Shen Shulan can go to hell. So Shen Dahai quietly moved a little closer to Shen Shulan, letting the bullets fly for a while, so he could size up the situation first. Although Shen Dahai had moved closer, he couldn't control his wife Li Chanxian's mouth. Li Chanxian always deferred to her husband Shen Dahai. If Shen Dahai said he wanted to ingratiate himself with Shen Shulan, then she had to ingratiate herself with Shen Shulan. So, without thinking, Shen Dahai forgot to tell his wife to keep quiet for the time being.
As a result, Li Chanxian rushed forward and first gave Shen Shulan a compliment.
She imitated Shen Shulan's shrewish manner, stuck out her waist, and started to howl foolishly.
Sister-in-law, it's not me saying this to you.
Don't take that, niece, it's true that you shouldn't be too casual, you have to find a man properly. Look at the husband I found, how reliable he is. Dai, you must know that Dong Qiong is going to marry into the Chang family soon.
What does the Chang family do? Xiao Chang's father is the general manager of Hongxing Trading in Amman County.
Xiao Chang is a second-generation rich kid, and wealthy families like his value their reputation. So you should ask your niece to leave Amman County for a while to avoid the storm.
As long as we let Dong Qiong marry into the Chang family, everyone will benefit.
Li Chanxian thought about how Shen Dahai had beaten her husband 3 years ago, and in the end, she did not dare to imitate Shen Shulan and shouted Shen Manru to be shameless. Before she could say anything else, Shen Dahai pulled her away from Shen Shulan and motioned for her to be quiet, whispering,
"Don't pick a side yet.
We don't know if it's Manru's nephew who's rich, or the Chang family that Dong Qiong is marrying into.
Let's wait and see."
Li Chanxian quickly shut up and moved her feet secretly, standing a little further away from Shen Shulan. Although Li Chanxian had shut up, she had indeed finished flattering Shen Shulan. She held her little bag with an orchid finger, tilted her head, and snorted with disdain, saying with a dignified air,
"You heard it, don't you know where our Chang'er is going to marry?
They are all from Amman County, so they must know how big Hongxing Trading is. Shen Dahai, you are ruining my daughter's reputation, so don't blame me for being rude."
At this moment, Su Hong, who was holding Shen Guer in one hand, slowly walked into the alley. Behind Su Hong were Zhou Shou and Chang Yunshin. Zhou Shou walked with his back exceptionally straight.
However, when Chang Yunshin heard all this, his legs were exceptionally weak.
Chapter 54, Shen Manru finally learned to hit people.
Zhou Shou also deliberately glanced at Chang Yunshin, laughed twice, and deliberately said, "President Chang, this is your future-in-law, quite special." Chang Yunshin was teased by Zhou Shou like this, and he carefully glanced at Su Hong. He found that Su Hong had an expressionless face and didn't make any overtures, and instantly became even more panicked. He shook his head frantically.
Chairman Su, Assistant Zhou, you have to believe me. I don't even know this shrew.
I, Chang Yunshin, have high standards when it comes to choosing a daughter-in-law.
I'm an outstanding branch manager. Why would I face such a problem? Where did this false-in-law come from?
Chang Yunshin wanted to cry, but had no tears. When he got home, he would ask his son if there was something wrong with his eyes and if they needed to go to the hospital. Su Hong was holding Xinggui, and from a distance he could see Shen Manru's frail figure and pale face as she withstood the aggressive attacks of Shen Shulan. Shen Manru kept her head down, trying hard to huddle up. In particular, Shen Shulan was standing in the doorway causing a commotion, and as a result everyone around them was coming over to join in the fun. More and more people were joining in, and Shen Manru's figure looked increasingly frail. Su Hong handed Xinggui to Zhou Shou, walked over, supported Shen Manru with one hand, and said in a sonorous and forceful voice,
Shen Manru, look up, you haven't done anything wrong at all. You're a little rich woman with 100 million in the bank, and you have your husband backing you up here, so you have a lot of confidence. Are you just going to stand there and watch your relative call your husband a rich jerk and your daughter a little bastard?
Su Hong doesn't care about Shen Shulan at all, she's just a spent force. Once the investigation on Dong Jigang's side is over, Shen Shulan will probably still be considered an accomplice. She married into a wealthy family, but it's all a joke. With a criminal record like that, any sensible family would probably be afraid to become related to Shen Shulan's family. Su Hong only cares about Shen Manru. He knows that the reason she dares not return to Amman County is because of her aunt, Shen Shulan. Shen Shulan can be described as a shadow in Shen Manru's heart.
Since it is a shadow, then face it, and then shatter it, and only then can you face it squarely. Still, as usual, she was a shrew. It was such a shrew who said ridiculous things and drove her into a dead end. It was such a woman with mean eyebrows and lips turned downwards who, despite being a close relative, could say such cold and heartless things. Why should she be afraid of her? Why should she cower? Why should she let such a person become her shadow? Shen Manru's eyes grew more determined, and her small hands had already been clenched into fists. If this were a fantasy novel, then she would definitely be able to see the blazing fire starting to rise above her head. Su Hang added fuel to the fire for Shen Manru at the right time, pointed at the large broom in front of Shen's house, and said to Shen Manru, "See that broom? Beat her to death with it, I'm not afraid if she gets hurt. Our family is rich, we can afford the medical fees. And Hanxing Law Firm has never lost a case. If you don't behave, I won't let you go to work anymore." After encouraging Shen Manru, Su Hong added a little threat, which made Shen Manru's face turn red. She glared at Su Hong, then gave him a look that said "I'm awesome," before entering the fray. In addition to the broom, there was also an axe placed in front of Shen Dahai's house. Shen Manru touched the axe, a little scared. What if she got hurt? Could Hongxing's lawyer defend her? Forget it, I'd better just use the broom. The broom was made of bamboo, and the bristles were tied with bamboo strips, making it very hard and suitable for sweeping up dirt and stones from the outside courtyard. Nowadays, this broom has a new use. It's perfect for sweeping shrews off your back. Shen Manru picked up the broom, cheered herself up, and launched a verbal attack on Shen Shulan. Shen Shulan, our family has long since cut off contact with you. I don't know if your daughter can marry into a rich family, but my daughter is a rich kid. So you scared my daughter at my house, and I'm asking for some compensation for emotional distress. But my family is rich, and your family is too poor. I don't think you can afford to pay for the mental distress. So don't blame me. This silly person's words pierce my heart. Shen Shulan is stunned. What? You poor person, how dare you look down on me? How dare you say my family is poor? What? You call your daughter that little brat a rich second generation? Shen Shulan was furious. Just as she was about to continue her tirade, Shen Manru took a broom and swiped it at Shen Shulan's face, then started to beat her up. Shen Manru, the one who was hitting her, was still incredibly clumsy. Because Shen Manru simply could not hit people, she only got the upper hand, which is why Shen Shulan was temporarily suppressed by Shen Manru. When Shen Shulan came to her senses, she grabbed the broom and tried to hit Shen Manru, when suddenly there was a loud thud in the alley. Shen Shulan lay straight on the ground, with a huge footprint on her chest. She looked stupidly at the three burly men who had suddenly appeared and restrained her. These three burly men, perhaps not quite satisfied, put her hands behind her back, and after making sure that she could no longer harm anyone, the leading burly man walked up to Su Hongdao and said, "Director Su, this person is involved in affecting the personal safety of you and your wife. I reasonably suspect that she is trying to kidnap and extort, so I suggest that we take her directly to the police station." Shen Manru was also dumbfounded, and quickly dropped the broom and ran back behind Su Hong, staring at the burly man in front of her with wide eyes. Just then, the three of them immediately struck, acting nimbly. These are obviously Su Hang's bodyguards, but Shen Manru suddenly realized that she had never seen them before. Where the hell did they come from? Well, let's just take them to the police station. They caused this commotion, and I also feel that they are trying to attract attention and then wait for an opportunity. Let's see if there are any accomplices, and send the accomplice who helped her for investigation as well. Su Hong nodded and looked at the couple of wallflowers, Shen Dahua and Li Chanxian. This time, it was finally Shen Dahai and Li Chanxian's turn to tremble. They now had one feeling: this death stare came so quickly. We clearly didn't do anything. What does it have to do with us? How did this involve attempted kidnapping? The two of them were shaking so much that they couldn't even speak, and they just looked at Shen Dahai with pleading eyes. Chapter 55, Household Register. Shen Dahai looked unhappy, and after giving Zhang Yimei an unhappy look, he sighed. Zhang Yimei patted Shen Dahai's shoulder lightly and whispered, "Don't be sad, even though we weren't able to help this time, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Look how valiant our daughter just was, she even knows how to hit people." Shen Dahai nodded, and whispered to Zhang Yimei, "I regret that when she was little, I only sent her to learn useless things like piano and dancing. If I had known, I would have sent her to learn martial arts and taekwondo. Look at the way she just hit someone. She can't even hold a broom steady, so she'll be at a disadvantage if she ever has to fight." Zhang Yimei shook her head, not quite agreeing. What fights is she going to get into in the future? Can't you see that Su Hong has bodyguards? I just felt it, and I think there are more than just these three hidden bodyguards. The couple muttered to themselves, not noticing Shen Daha and his wife at all. As the chairman of Hongqing, Su Hang is extremely wealthy, and he always has hidden bodyguards around him. He just found an excuse to get Shen Shulan and Shen Daha out of the way, so they wouldn't be an eyesore. However, this reason was not going to get them sent in for a few years. They were just going in for a few hours to take their statements and to keep these people busy. Chang Yunxin was extremely proactive when the three burly men escorted the people in. He patted his chest and said to Zhou Shoudao, "Assistant Zhou, you have to put in a good word for me later. I really don't know these people." Zhou Shou was accompanying Xingui, and in order to prevent the child from seeing what she shouldn't, he had been staying outside the alley the whole time. At that moment, Zhou Shou was braiding Xingui's hair. While watching an online instructional video, he braided a centipede-like plait for Xingui and said to her in a deliberately sneaky voice, "Gui, is Uncle Zhou better than Brother Xiaotian?" Xin Guer was very understanding of the times. Since Wu Xiaotian was not there, she nodded vigorously and kept praising Uncle Zhou as the best. Delighted, Zhou Shou gave Chang Yunxin a few good looks, and he said to Chang Yunxin, "Then you go deliver it. Do you know anyone here?" Chang Yunxin nodded busily, and whispered to Zhou Shou with a wink, "Of course I know them. Hongqing Trading donated a building and 20 cars to the police station last year. I'm not trying to obstruct justice, I just want them to investigate properly. This is no small matter, trying to extort and kidnap our boss." So after a while of winking and nodding, the two of them together, Chang Yunxin ran over to hand over the suspect. The gossiping neighbors who had gathered around were shocked and wanted to disperse in all directions. They were afraid that if Su Hong thought they were accomplices, it would be terrible. But Su Hong looked at these people and smiled, saying, "Shengui is my child. Shen Manru and I got married a long time ago, but we didn't have a wedding, which caused a lot of trouble. So this time, in order to put an end to this trouble, we chose to get married on January 1st. They hadn't even gotten a marriage certificate yet, but Su Hong had no choice but to make up a story for the sake of Shen Manru's reputation. For many old-fashioned people, having a child out of wedlock is different from having a child with a marriage certificate. It's just that they didn't do it, and everyone can understand. So these neighbors began to congratulate them, and everyone began to say, "Oh, Shen Shulan's mouth just spouts nonsense. I'd say that Manru is such a good girl, unlike what she said. Manru is such an honest and well-behaved girl, and when someone throws dirty water over your head like that, you don't know how to defend yourself. I don't think anyone will dare to spread rumors in the future and turn a nice girl into something like that." That's really mean.
The people saying these things at this time did not mean that they had not previously spoken ill of Shen Manru. It was just that circumstances had forced their hand. Shen Manru's husband was obviously a powerful man, so everyone collectively chose to be submissive. Su Hong didn't care what these people thought, as long as they kept their mouths shut. He reached out and rubbed Shen Manru's head, and the family could finally enter the house with peace of mind. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Aimei hurriedly took out the household register and placed it in Su Heng's hands, saying, "Hengzi, here, Manru's household register. Mom knows that for someone like you to get married and get a certificate, you have to sign a prenuptial agreement first, and there are also other agreements so that the company shareholders can rest assured. So I'll leave the household register with you for now. Once your lawyer has finished preparing the contracts and Manru has signed them, you can just pick a good date to get the certificate. There are 4 people on this household register: Shen Dahai, Zhang Aimei, Shen Manru, and Shen Gyur."
Zhang Aimei is very reluctant.
After the marriage certificate is issued, it is estimated that only she and Shen Dahai will remain on the household register.
Su Hong took over the household register and did not refute what Zhang Aimei had said.
This is the truth. His wealth does not just belong to him, but also to Hongxing Group. He had long wanted to discuss signing these agreements with Shen Manru, but had been worried and had not spoken up.
Who would have thought that Zhang Aimei would speak up first? After Zhang Aimei finished speaking, she patted Shen Manru's small hand and whispered to the two of them.
"Although you have to sign an agreement first, it will not affect your relationship, it is just for the better." Shen Manru blinked, nodded, and smiled at Su Hang. She didn't care about any of this at all. Even if she really couldn't get a penny from the divorce, she didn't care. Shen Manru glanced at the red booklet Zhang Aimei handed to Su Hong, and remembered that there was only Su Hang's name and Su Hang's household registration. Suddenly, she felt a little heartbroken for Su Hang. When they were in college, Shen Manru had tried very hard to find out everything about Su Hong. At that time, she simply wanted to understand Su Hang's past. However, after learning about Su Hang's past by chance, Shen Manru felt exceptionally sad.
Orphan.
Entered the Welfare Institute at the age of 9, and left the Welfare Institute at the age of 14, starting to support himself. Until today, he has become the chairman of Hongxing Group. Shen Manru hugged Su Hong with pain in her heart, and pointed to her own household registration booklet and said,
"Su Hong, there will be 3 people in our family register in the future. You will no longer be alone." When Su Hong took Zhang Aimei's household register, he really felt that his own was quite thin.
Thinking about his own affairs, his heart really felt uncomfortable. But seeing Shen Manru's innocent expression, his mood improved a lot.
Yes, he will finally have a family. It's still a family of 3.
He reached out and pinched Shen Manru's little face.
It felt good, soft and plump, so he teased. "Yes, your little face is rounder and plumper, you can eat it."
Shen Manru hurriedly held her little face and frowned.
"You can't pinch it anymore. If you pinch it too much, what if it drools?" Chapter 56, Su Heng's Family Matters. The next day, Su Hong took Shen Manru and Shen Gyur with him as he chose to return to Haicheng.
After what happened yesterday, Su Hong discussed with his father-in-law and mother-in-law about changing the living environment for the two of them. However, Shen Dahai firmly disagreed, saying that his factory was about to start up, and if he was given some time, he would definitely be able to improve it on his own. So Su Hong gave up, and with the textile factory getting busy, it is estimated that his parents-in-law will also put all their efforts there. What is more, there are dormitories in the factory area, so it is unlikely that the 2 elderly people will live in this old alley again in the future. There is no feast that does not end, and with Shanghai and Zhang Aimei having the support of their future business, and their own wedding date with Shen Manru set, there is nothing left to settle. Zhang Aimei gave Su Hong 2 bags of specialty wild mushrooms from Amman County, and then cried as she said goodbye to the group. Shen Manru wasn't doing much better, her eyes red as she kept tugging on Su Hang's sleeve. Shen Gyur was too young to feel much about the separation, but she was still hugging Zhang Aimei's arm, her eyes full of little tears as she cried and cried, calling out to her grandmother. The 3 women were on the verge of crying their hearts out. Shen Dahai was busy comforting his old wife, vowing, "Don't worry, next year we'll buy a house in Haicheng. We'll expand the factory and do business in Haicheng." Su Hong saw this and really wanted to agree right away, so he simply followed her back to Haicheng and offered to help out, and naturally the factory would become big. He would save himself the trouble of dealing with the 2 people in front of him, one big, one small, crying like a baby. But as soon as Shen Haixia finished talking, Zhang Aimei really stopped crying. She wiped the tears from the back of her hand and, seeing that Shen Manru was still crying, said disdainfully,
Your mother is not like you. I am a career woman, unlike you, who is still crying.
Just you wait. Next year, your father's factory will become bigger and bigger, and you and I will be even more different. Your mother has to manage so many things.
Ouch, a strong woman like me can't cry anymore.
After Zhang Yimei finished speaking, she carried 2 sacks of wild mushrooms from home and handed them to Zhou Shou. Zhou Shou was already carrying 2 sacks of wild mushrooms, and now he had to carry 2 more sacks.
He obviously couldn't hold on to them anymore.
Just as he was about to throw the mushrooms to Chang Yinxin, he heard Zhang Yimei say, "Shou, these 2 sacks of wild mushrooms are for you.
Don't you think the mushroom buns in our county are delicious?
It's the wild mushrooms that give them that fresh taste.
Go back, you can make it into soup or stir fry, it's delicious either way."
Hey, okay. Zhou Shou grabbed back the handful of mushrooms he had just handed to Chang Yinxin, and started excitedly discussing with Zhang Yimei what other recipes there were for wild mushrooms. Shen Manru was the only one with red eyes, and she shook Su Hang's sleeve, complaining in a small voice. "My mom dislikes me, she mocks me for not being a career woman." Su Hong hurriedly patted Shen Manru's head and, holding back his laughter, consoled her.
It's fine.
When you go back, you'll be going out to work, right?" Shen Manru then stopped sobbing, her eyes brightening up as she waved her little fists and, with her head held high, she beamed at Su Hang.
"Well, at least I'll be earning money.
Although I can only earn 4,000 now, if I work hard, I can become a strong woman."
Yes, our Manru is really great. Haichang, Hongxing Group.
Shen Manru stayed at home with Shen Guer. In a few days, Shen Guer would go to school, and then Shen Manru could finally go to work without worries. As for Su Hong, he had to go to work because he had more things on his hands. After finishing everything, Su Hong glanced at the 2 household registration books. He placed Shen Manru's household registration booklet together with his own and smiled. He had already made a special application with the Civil Affairs Bureau, and a specialist would be at their door in 3 days to carry out the marriage formalities.
After that, Shen Manru and Shen Guer's household registration booklets would be moved to Su Hang's name.
Right now, there was a question as to whether Shen Guer's name needed to be changed when the household registration was moved. "Boss, the surname definitely needs to be changed. I'm not being male chauvinist, but your reputation on the internet is huge. When the time comes, some media outlets may see that Guer's surname is Shen and make things up, saying things that are hard to hear. Why bother?" Zhou Shou shook his head, while eating a mouthful of mushroom sauce made from mushrooms brought back from Amman County. Zhou Shou wouldn't make the mushrooms himself, so he went to the Lan restaurant and asked the chef under Sun Futai to help make the mushroom sauce. It was really superb, and the taste was great when mixed with the noodles that Zhou Shou had brought back from the group restaurant. Su Hong, however, ignored what Zhou Shou was saying and just opened his own household register and looked at his information on the head of household page.
The character Su was like a thorn.
Su Hang wasn't even sure if he had the surname Su or not, or if he should have the surname Su. When he was 9 years old and moved into the welfare institution, he was asked his name and he chose to be called Su Hang. In Su Hang's childhood memories, he remembers a vague figure who would hold toys and keep teasing him. "Su Hong, be good, eat some more, and mommy will give you the toy to play with." He remembers the man who called himself his father would also lift the little him up high and smile kindly with him.
Our Su Hong has grown so tall that even daddy can't lift him anymore.
But then, one day, his name suddenly became Gao Sheng Tian, and he got new mommy and daddy. And those new mommy and daddy chose to abandon him when he was 9 years old because they finally gave birth to their biological son. So, Su Hong himself is not sure whether his name is Su Hong or not. It wasn't until he grew up that Su Hong realized that he had been abducted once. He just didn't know if the person who sold him was the kidnapper or his biological parents. After all, when he was a child, he had heard the couple surnamed Gao talking about how his family was poor and sold him to their family. Su Hang smiled indifferently as he remembered these past events. Over the years, he has suffered so much, but he has been able to stand up on his own and achieve what he has today. As for the pain of the past, let's just pretend it was a dream. Nowadays, he has a wife and a daughter. Although his wife is a bit silly, and although the little cotton padded jacket occasionally leaks air, he really likes this kind of life. Let's call her Su Guer, and when we change the household registration in 3 days, we'll change her name to Su Guer. Su Hong deliberated for a long time, and finally decided to change Shen Gui's name. After all, Shen Manru also agreed. Little cotton padded jacket, after taking his surname, it may not be easy to leak wind. Chapter 57, Things Will Get Better and Better. In the Dongcheng district of Haicheng, in an old office building, There is a place called Dream Chaser Studio, as prompted by Su Heng's system. It is already very cold in the Haicheng November sky, and in this old office building, the air conditioners in other small companies have already been turned on. The only people in Dream Chaser's studio are the 12 people inside, each curled up on one side while frantically coding and drawing. The head of Dream Chaser's studio is Cheng Hongyi, 22 years old and fresh out of college. Of the 12 people here, including Cheng Hongyi, 8 are recent graduates who came here with their dreams, while the remaining 4 came here after being frustrated by other companies. So these 12 people, with a passion, want to make a game that will amaze the world and make them stand out from the crowd. Cheng Hongyi stopped frantically tapping on the keyboard, scratched his head in pain, and after a long while, as if having made a big decision, he said to the remaining 11 people, "If we can't find any more investment, we'll have to castrate this game and put it on the shelves for sale next month." After Cheng Hongyi said this, it was as if the entire studio had been hit with the pause button. They had been working hard on this game for a long time, and everyone knew that there wasn't enough funding, so they had saved as much as they could. Especially in the past month, everyone has run out of money, but they still can't bear to give up. They would rather live on instant noodles and hope to save enough money to release the game successfully. However, the money is still not enough. In fact, everyone here knows that success is difficult. The number of new games on Steam in the past year has even exceeded 10,000. But not every independent game can succeed, and 99% of these independent games have disappeared without a trace. There are 50,000 independent game developers in this industry, and 99% of them are dead. Everyone knows that they may be the next to die. But they still scream like crazy every day, cheering themselves on. If you want to castrate this game, I agree. Meng Xiaohao rubbed his eyes, reluctant but unable to do anything but agree. It will be released in December, and this game will no longer be the game everyone had in mind back then. It can be said to have been castrated by half. But so what? Meng Xiaohao knows that everyone can't hold on any longer. Castrating the release is the only way out. After Meng Xiaohao finished speaking, the entire studio fell silent again, and an atmosphere of reluctance, conflict, and sadness spread through the studio. But everyone knew that the person who had put the most effort into this game was actually Cheng Hongyi, and that Cheng Hongyi was the one who was suffering the most. When everyone wanted to comfort Cheng Hongyi, they heard Cheng Hongyi shout, screaming frantically, "Ah! I didn't read it wrong. Hongxing Group has invested in us." Cheng Hongyi's eyes were full of blood, and he looked at the letter on the screen nervously, his eyes about to pop out of his head. It was a communication letter from the finance department of Hongxing, which had decided to invest 4 million yuan in his Dream Chaser studio. Cheng Hongyi blinked and carefully counted the funds on the letter again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. After confirming that it was 4 million yuan, Cheng Hongyi began to laugh. He pointed at the notification on the screen and said to the crowd, "Hongxing is going to invest in us. We can hang in there. We have money. We don't have to castrate our game. No one wants to give up their game, but no one can keep generating power with love." Hongxing's investment was like a shot in the arm, bringing the entire studio to life. Meng Xiaohao's eyes were even redder. He had fallen out with his family in order to develop this game. Everyone said he was stubborn and ignorant. They forced him to give up and go out to work. Only he himself knows that he wants to go crazy for his dream. Cheng Hongyi laughed and cried, and while crying, he started pounding on the keyboard again. He said to everyone, "Since Hongxing Group can invest for us, then we should work even harder. Get to work. Ha ha ha, come on. Yu Province, Amman County. Shen Dahai's factory is also officially up and running, and the new logistics director is Li Honglong. Li Honglong was once an old technician at Shen Dahai's plastics factory, but he lost his job when the factory went bankrupt. Now Li Honglong works odd jobs, his wife only sells things at a stall, and the family has a child going to college, so the family is also in relatively difficult circumstances. Shen Dahai is a person who knows how to repay kindness. When he was in trouble, all his relatives abandoned him, but Li Honglong has always treated him like a brother. The second reason is that the factory needs someone reliable for logistics. Dong Jigang, the logistics director, is like a rat. To find a logistics director who is not trustworthy is no different from putting a rat in a rice container. At this time, Li Honglong had already got up at 6 a.m. Li Honglong's home is an old-fashioned building. Although the house is very run down, the couple live a very warm life. He first made breakfast for his wife before starting to wash up. Today is Li Honglong's first day working at Shen Dahai's factory, so he deliberately wore a new shirt and combed his hair before saying to his wife, After all this fuss, I feel a few years younger. Li Honglong finished and deliberately laughed a few times.
Yes, you've definitely become younger.
Li Honglong's wife, who had been getting up early to sell vegetables for many years and had wrinkled hands, helped Li Honglong straighten his clothes and continued with a smile on her face.
The Daha family really appreciates you. For so many years, Li Honglong's family has not been wealthy.
Li Honglong has worked odd jobs outside the home, which are tiring and hard, and he doesn't earn much money. Li Honglong's wife felt so much pain.
But what could they do?
They had to suffer to make a living. Now, finally, they have a good job and good times are finally here. For a family like theirs, monthly expenses are just a little over 2,000 yuan. Now, with 15,000 yuan a month, they can save up for their son's down payment. Li Honglong's wife is beaming with joy, and she feels so good inside. Li Honglong stroked his wife's hand, looked at the scars on her hand, and said with a heavy heart. Dai Hai said that if the factory's profits are good, we will have a bonus at the end of the year. In the future, you don't have to go out and suffer by setting up a stall.
Our family will get by. Don't worry.
The husband and wife smiled at each other, and their hearts were filled with warmth.
Life is finally getting better. Chapter 58, They got their marriage certificate.
3 days later, Su Hong and Shen Manru officially became legal husband and wife after they picked up their marriage certificate. Each of them held a small red book in their hands, feeling both sacred and happy. Shen Manru looked at the small red book again and then looked at Su Hong carefully, very excited. Su Hong, with this book, I am protected and recognized by the state, and you can never bully me again.
You're wrong, it should be that I can bully you openly.
Su Hong reached out and pinched Shen Manru's little nose. Shen Manru's face was rosy and tender, like a fragrant and delicious apple, making people want to take a bite.
For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was beautiful. Today, not only did they get their marriage certificate, they also officially changed Shen Guer's name. From now on, she will be called Su Guer. Su Guer's health is getting better and better.
Su Hong has discussed with the family education team that he has hired, and originally wanted Su Guer to take classes at home. However, the education team believes that a better education is to let Su Guer integrate into social groups first, and they are more supportive of letting Su Guer go to kindergarten. So, Su Hong discussed with Su Guer to see if Su Guer wanted to go to the previous kindergarten or go to a different kindergarten. In Su Heng's mind, he wanted Su Guer to transfer to another kindergarten, but he was afraid that the child would like the familiar environment, so he wanted to discuss it with Su Guer. When Su Guer was with Shen Manru before, she attended classes at the Happy Tree Kindergarten in Haicheng East District. This kindergarten is a public kindergarten, but it is not a key kindergarten, so the monthly tuition fee is 900 yuan. Su Hong wanted to ask Su Guer for her opinion and see what the little girl thought. At that moment, little Guer was playing with her Lego, while Zhao Tian was by her side. Zhao Tian was like a child who never grew up, and these past few days she had followed Su Guer around and explored the If Manor. Right now, the two of them were playing with their toys, one after the other, having a great time. Su Hong walked over, rubbed Su Guer's little head, and asked her, Guer, tomorrow you'll have to go to kindergarten. Do you want to go to your old kindergarten or switch to a different one? Su Guer's hand suddenly stopped playing with the toy. She looked up at Su Hong with some fear in her eyes and asked carefully, Dad, is it okay if I don't go to school? Su Hong was about to shake his head and say no, but then he thought about the educational concepts he had learned from the education team, and chose to sit down and play Lego with Su Gelly. Then he began to talk to Su Gelly. It's okay not to go to school. Can Gelly tell Daddy why she doesn't want to go to school? Su Gelly stopped playing with her toys, just blinking her big eyes and looking at Su Hong with a clear expression in her eyes. After saying this, Su Guer sighed, and she lost interest in playing with toys. She chose to leave the playroom and go find her mother. Su Hong was left with a lot of question marks in his head. Those so-called education experts are all liars. What children like is equal communication, understanding children, and interaction. Bullshit. What the hell is this nonsense? Su Hong has suffered losses in negotiations in business situations before, but this was the first time he had been so frustrated in a negotiation. Zhao Tian was the only one who was hunched over, giggling quietly. She pretended to be absorbed in her own thoughts when Su Heng's face turned increasingly green from anger. Do you know why she doesn't want to go to kindergarten? Su Hong was worried that Su Guer had some bad experiences at that kindergarten in the past, so he was anxious. Seeing that Zhao Tian always seemed to get along well with Su Guer, he chose to ask Zhao Tian. However, after rolling her eyes for a while, Zhao Tian didn't know what to think, and after thinking for a long time, she said to Su Hong, Su Dong, although I am your home medical staff, responsible for Guire's medical care, and although I have a good relationship with Guire and I like her very much, it seems that education is not my responsibility as a medical staff.
Do you want more money?
Su Hong interrupted directly, not very patient.
No, Chairman Su, it's not about money.
Zhao Tian shook her head furiously. Even if she didn't have any conditions, she was prepared to talk to Sister Manru about this matter. Now that Chairman Su had taken the initiative to come over, she only thought about mentioning her conditions.
No money?
Su Heng's eyes immediately filled with caution. Generally, as long as a woman asks for no money in front of him, then she is up to no good, and it's usually about a man. Su Hong glanced at Zhao Tian and took a few steps back, choosing to stay away from her. He planned to call Hua Xing later and get rid of her. This was in his own home, and the appearance of someone with malicious intent made Shen Manru furious. Zhao Tian was mortified at Su Heng's behavior. Zhao Tian gritted her teeth, wishing she could resign right now, but she held back. After adjusting her mood, Zhao Tian smiled very artificially, but still managed to keep herself smiling, and said politely, Chairman Su, I just hope you can help. I want to get in touch with Assistant Zhou.
Can you ask him to add me on WeChat? Zhao Tian was mad.
She had wanted to maintain her feminine reserve, but because of Su Heng's misunderstanding, she could only blurt it out. After she finished speaking, Zhao Tian held her breath to recover, her hands still slightly shaking. Su Heng glanced at Zhao Tian and sold his brother some information in return for some information about his daughter.
It seemed like it was quite worth it.
When Su Hong learned from Zhao Tian what Su Guire was thinking, his face instantly turned dark and scary. Su Guire was in the younger class at Happy Tree. Because she was always sick and weak, and because she didn't have a father, she was often teased. The cruelty of children is often inexplicable. They may do it for fun or just to follow the crowd. They don't know right from wrong, but they can cause a lot of harm. No matter how tough she is, Su Guire is just a little 4-year-old girl.
Once, Su Guire's best friend, Lulu, was pushed into a puddle to protect her.
As a result, Su Guire and Lulu were ostracized by everyone, until Su Guire was hospitalized.
So when Su Hong asked, Su Guire didn't want to go to kindergarten at all, but she didn't know how to describe it.
Because she had also told on her teacher before, but the teacher said everyone was just joking.
So little Guire didn't want to go to school anymore.
Zhao Tian didn't dare speak after Su Hong left, and shook her head at Su Heng's back, muttering,
Bah, pu xin nan.
Assistant Zhou is so outstanding, but she's not as confident as you.
Chapter 59 The Evil of a Bratty Kid.
When Su Hong came out of the game room, Su Guo ran over with her little short legs and hugged him. With her little head held high, her eyes full of stars and the sea, she whispered,
Dad, Guo has thought about it and still has to go to kindergarten. Because she wants to see Lulu.
She promised Lulu that she would go and see him as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, and she wants to keep her word. Su Hong picked up Su Guire in his arms and, after thinking for a moment, said to her,
Okay, then tomorrow Daddy will take you to kindergarten, and then we'll go and see Lulu together, okay?
Yes, together.
Su Guire smiled happily, showing a few small front teeth. The next morning was a very special day for the Su family.
Shen Manru was going to work, and Su Guire was going to school. Shen Manru was carrying her bag, her face hesitant. She didn't want to go at all, and just nervously looked at Su Hong. While Su Guire was putting on her jacket, she said to Su Hong,
I want to go to school with her too. You're not thinking of doing anything today, are you?
Su Hong reached out and brushed the bangs in front of Shen Manru's forehead, put his arms around her waist, helped her into her business car, and told Zhang Lily to drive carefully before turning to Shen Manru and saying,
Don't worry, I can't do anything, I won't do anything. I hope you do something about it.
Shen Manru sighed and said with some self-reproach, I didn't know she would be so unhappy. If I had known, I would not have sent her to kindergarten. I would rather play with her myself.
Everyone told me that children are happy in kindergarten.
I even chose that kindergarten carefully, but it still made her so unhappy. Shen Manru had no choice at the time. She had to work and take care of her child at the same time.
Sending her child to kindergarten was the only way.
When children grow up, they always need to go to school. Plus, at that time, Su Guo would come home every day and report only the good news, so Shen Manru really felt self-reproach and guilt.
Fine, just leave it alone and go to work first. Didn't you say that if you are late for work 3 times in a month, you will not have perfect attendance for that month?
After sending Shen Manru away, Su Hong went to pick up Su Gui in his car and planned to take her to kindergarten.
Since this was the first time Su Hong had taken Su Gyur to kindergarten, Zhou Shou also came early in the morning to the manor to witness the scene of his boss sending his child to school for the first time. When Zhao Tian handed Su Gyur's school bag to Zhou Shou, the atmosphere between the two of them was a little awkward. The bag contains fruits that Gyur likes to eat, and I can make mushroom sauce too.
Zhao Tian looked up sharply at Zhou Shou, and with a determined look, she began to speak. I can make not only mushroom sauce, I can also make many other dishes. I can make steamed lamb, roasted duck, roasted goose, marinated pork, marinated duck, soy sauce chicken, bacon, pork belly, air-dried meat, sausages, assorted pickled vegetables, smoked chicken with rice wine sauce. Zhou Shou looked at the young girl in front of him, who started naming dishes at top speed, and suddenly laughed, waved his phone, and said to Zhao Tian,
I messaged you through WeChat.
Zhao Tian immediately shut up after Zhou Shou finished speaking, quickly picked up her phone, and her eyes lit up as she looked at the new contact on the phone screen. After the car drove out of the If Manor, Su Heng patted Xinggui's head and said to Zhou Shou in the passenger seat,
This girl is quite simple. I think she's much better than Bai Mengyu. Hey, boss, Bai Mengyu is all in the past, why do you still mention her? The little girl was just naming a dish, and she didn't say anything.
Zhou Shou immediately put on a smirking face, except his eyes were a little contracted and his hand trembled slightly.
Who is Bai Mengyu?
Zhou Shou had a girlfriend for nearly 8 years, from high school to college, and then the year he graduated. As soon as Zhou Shou graduated and started hanging out with Su Hong, Bai Mengyu ran off with a rich kid when they rented a 20-square-meter apartment.
Zhou Shou swallowed, looking carefree and indifferent.
When they arrived at Happy Tree Kindergarten, Su Heng's Bentley really attracted some attention, but there were also many other fancy cars in front of the kindergarten. Su Hong got out of the car first, took Su Gui'er down, and just as he was about to take Su Gui'er's hand and go to the kindergarten, he heard a voice behind him shouting, Gui'er, you've finally come to school, Lulu has missed you so much. Su Gui'er immediately turned around to look for Lulu. When she saw Lulu, Su Gui'er was so excited that her eyes were about to smile. She rushed up to Lulu and gave him a big hug. At the entrance to the kindergarten, the friendship between the two 4-year-olds is growing strong. However, Su Heng's eyelids were twitching furiously. He resisted the urge to reach out and grab his daughter back, and kept telling himself that it was just a simple friendship. But how the hell could a child named Lulu be a boy? Su Hong never would have thought that Lulu was a boy. And his own precious girl had even hugged someone else without saying anything. Seeing how happy Su Gui'er looked when she saw Lulu constantly irritated Su Heng's nerves. Su Hong wanted to roll up his sleeves, but Zhou Shuyi held him back and shook his head.
Boss, calm down. These two kids are only 4 years old.
After a long while, Su Hong calmed down and walked over. Lulu was a cute 4-year-old boy with a round face, a small shaved head, and a blue jacket. At this moment, he took out an iron box from his school bag and handed it to Su Gui'er, saying,
Gui'er, this is my gift to you. There are my favorite candies inside.
After receiving the iron box, Su Gui'er also took out a small gift box from her school bag and handed it to Lulu.
Lele, these are my favorite fruits. I wrapped them up and gave them to you.
The two little brats looked happy as they shared with their best friend, and Su Hong could only force a smile. But just as the two children were happily sharing, 7 or 8 kids came out of the shadows behind them, pointed at Su Gui'er and Lele, and started laughing.
Little fat boy is shy, he likes nobody's girl Shen Gui'er. Shen Gui'er is shy, and likes Lulu, the little fat boy. Shen Gui'er is unwanted, the little fat boy is annoying, both are annoying.
Those kids are also good looking, but they pointed at Su Gui'er and Lulu while laughing, as if they had done something remarkable.
See, this is the kind of game kids like to play. Chapter 60, My Father is Superman. 1 second, Su Guihua and Lulu were happily sharing their gifts.
The next second, the two children's faces instantly turned pale, and they shrunk back, afraid to move. Su Guihua glanced at Su Hong, her eyes full of fear. She grabbed Lulu and hid behind Su Hong, holding onto his arm tightly, afraid to look at the ridicule of the children in front of her.
If only we could pretend we didn't hear, then we'd be fine. If only we could pretend we didn't see, then we wouldn't be sad.
The two children clenched their hands together, trying to hide their heads like a turtle, not facing the world.
Su Heng's face grew more and more gloomy.
He looked down at the group of children. The one in the lead was taller and dressed better. The other children, seeing that Su Gui'er was hiding behind an adult, were afraid to laugh at her anymore, except for the brat in the lead, who was still smug and complacent.
Oh, you must be Shin Gore's parent. I'm Wang Jipeng's father. I'm really sorry. Our kid is really naughty. It's mainly because he's young and doesn't know any better. I'll educate him when I get home, and you shouldn't argue with a child. The parent of a naughty child is indeed a naughty parent.
Wang Jipeng's father is a man in his 30s, with a pompadour, a suit and tie, and BMW car keys dangling from his hand. He seems to be persuading Su Hong not to be angry, but is actually showing off to him.
Su Hong glanced at the parent, nodded, and smiled. Yes, they're just kids, so it's understandable that they don't know any better.
After Su Hong finished speaking, Su Guier, who was hiding behind him, looked even paler, and her already shrinking eyes revealed even more disappointment. Little Su Guier didn't know what she was disappointed in, but she just hunched her neck even more. Lily's little meaty hands also tightly gripped Su Guier's hands, and Lulu also lowered his head very low. Once, Lulu also complained to the family, but his parents ignored his thoughts, saying that it was just a child's joke.
Sigh.
The two children felt like they had instantly fallen into hell, their hearts filled with anguish.
But the next second, Xiaoguo's mouth grew wide.
Su Hong loosened a button on his collar, turned his hand, smiled at Wang Jipeng's father, found the right position, and then swung his fist directly up.
Because it was unexpected, the force was strong enough. Wang Jipeng's father was still shaking his car keys when he suddenly took such a punch. He looked at Su Hong in disbelief. But then, Su Hong kicked Wang Jipeng's father in the chest again, knocking him to the ground. Then, imitating Wang Jipeng's father's smug smile, he said,
"Our child is mainly too well behaved, which is why he is bullied by your idiot son. I can't control whether you teach your son at home or not, so I'll teach you first." After Su Hong finished speaking, Wang Jipeng's father looked as if he had seen a ghost and started howling. Because he had received a punch, there was some bleeding at the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Su Hong in a miserable manner and said, "You just wait, I'm calling the police right now, I'll make sure you die." Su Hong was completely uninterested in people like this. He waved at Zhou Shou and said to him, "You call our lawyer over here, and follow him to handle the follow-up." After Su Hong finished speaking, he walked over, picked up Su Guier in one arm, and then looked at the chubby Lulu. He chose to pick up the little meatball as well, and walked towards the kindergarten. When they passed the group of brats, Su Hong sneered at the group of children, instantly scaring the group of children into crying and shouting that they wanted their mums. As for Wang Jipeng, he was also busy covering his eyes and crying out that he was scared. The only two people in Su Heng's arms, Su Guier and Lulu, were like two cocky roosters, with heads held high and majestic, no longer the fragile side they had just shown. At this moment, Su Guier was completely starry-eyed, wrapping her arms around Su Heng's neck, kissing her father's face, and then looking particularly smugly at the group of bullies and saying, "If any of you are cursing, I'll tell my dad to beat you up." Lulu also waved his fists, looked at Su Hong with admiration, kept nodding his head and said to Su Guier, "Guier, your dad is really Superman." In the hearts of children, there is not much right or wrong. Both Su Guier and Lulu feel a deep sense of insecurity. Perhaps Su Hong did the right thing by hitting those kids, but at least for the moment, he made those two kids feel safe and secure. After Su Hong entered the school building, he let the two kids down, afraid that they would start to admire violence because of what they had just witnessed. He also specifically told them, "Hitting people is wrong. But if you encounter a bad person, you can't just keep on tolerating. If you keep on tolerating, those kids will think you're easy to bully." Su Hong spoke earnestly for a long time, and Sugwoer and Lele hurriedly nodded, the two kids still in a state of excitement. It wasn't until Su Hong had walked away that Lele still looked at his back with admiration. He whispered to Sugwoer, "Guier, your dad is awesome. I'm so jealous of you." Su Guier's little head tilted slightly. She knew that her father was wrong to hit someone, but she was still very happy. It was a feeling of being protected by her father, a feeling of being trusted by an adult. "See, my father really is unconditionally on my side. Of course, Guier's father is the best." After dropping the two children off at their class, Su Hong went to meet the principal of Happy Tree Kindergarten and the teacher in Su Guier's class. "I have the right to sue your school. You can think that I am being unreasonable, but mainly I think that your school's teaching attitude is very problematic. As a teacher, I think it is ridiculous that you can let bullying happen right in front of your eyes and just shrug it off as children playing, completely ignoring the shadow it casts over the child. As a public kindergarten, Happy Tree's principal is still very responsible." Principal Meng is in her 40s and kept nodding after listening to Su Heng's feedback. "As the parent of Su Guier, please rest assured that I will give you an answer on this matter.
Give me 3 days, and we will conduct training for the teachers, and then provide in-depth psychological education to all the children. Director Meng had just been transferred to Happy Tree Kindergarten, and she didn't really know much about the situation there, but her attitude really made Su Hong feel a lot better. Afterwards, according to Su Ger's reaction, there was indeed a wind of friendship blowing through the kindergarten. I don't know if it was Su Heng's punch that worked, or if it was Principal Meng's education that worked. In short, little Suor is currently not very resistant to the kindergarten. It's just that little Suor is getting along better and better with Lulu, and every day she goes to school with a backpack full of fruit to share with Lulu, which makes Su Hong angry.